distraction could be about. And this is definitely something that is an ongoing incident, an ongoing back and forth. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Booty Cheeks Bill. Bill. Big Booty Cheeks Bill, 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 Bill. Let's get into some of the meat and potatoes of this Big Booty Bill. I call it Big Booty Bill because his booty is booty cheeks. But.
You say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. More.
It's Big Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about the Big Booty Cheeks Bill. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day in a very special way for all of you out there, no matter where you are in the world. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is a part of the broadcast where I will get to my personal news in a brief moment, but before I get to my personal news in a brief moment, of course, you might be wondering, Hasan, why is it a very special day? What's the deal? What's the dealio? Why is it a special day? And there's an answer for that. Because it's a very special day every time this day comes every week. And that is because it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
It's freaking Friday, everybody.
It's Friday then.
That's right. It's Freaky Friday. It's Get Your Freak on Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fuck Your Landlord, Fuck Your Boss Friday. Very special day of the week that our forefathers fought long and hard for so that you could potentially get a goddamn weekend. That's right. Just made my first student loan payment, but at least it's Friday. That's right. If you like the weekend, thank a union. If you like the weekend, thank the union movement. If you like a weekend, thank. If you like the 40-hour work week, thank a goddamn socialist. Because let's be real, they are the reason. Our bosses would never actually give us, those who rule over us would never actually offer us the dignity to take the weekend off. Okay. So as is the break, as is what we do, as is tradition here every Friday, we try to make sure that the vibes are good. You know what I mean? The vibes are immaculate. The mustache is gone. Yeah, I chose to shave it. I chose to shave it. I know this might come as a surprise to people. I know people love the mustache, but I chose to shave it and then regrow it. Recession indicator. Did Northern Line get back to you? I don't think he did. I DM'd him yesterday. Maybe he doesn't fuck with me. I don't know. Or maybe he got scared. Maybe he's a part of the CIJ, whatever. Or maybe he saw me slander the milk bags. I don't know. Is that cyst still not gotten smaller? No. Is going to Minneapolis still planned? Yes. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is Friday. He doesn't use X anymore, if that's what you DM'd him. No, I DM'd him on Discord. But if you listen to the new A$AP Rocky album, fire. I have not. I don't listen to music. You already know that. So, folks. We're live. We're alive. Yeah, I don't know. We're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Okay, can we get a Kaya cam for the dog lovers? No. You talk so much slower than the 1.5x speed playback. Maybe. Mark Carney is linking up with Xi Jinping, or has already linked up with Xi Jinping. He's living my dream. Canadians are living my dream as well. Better trade negotiations, better trade relationship with China as Canada leverages its standing in the world. On the one plank, you have obviously the unstable United States of America. On the other, you have a country that maintains stability around global trade. As long as Marx doesn't tell Xi that they have milk bags, I think they're probably going to have a pretty fine relationship overall. In any case, personal news-wise, last night, for those of you who are aware, after Dr. Abdul El Sayed was in the building, I went to my first ever fundraiser. A fundraiser that was conducted in a highfalutin, high society Hollywood home. Fundraiser dinner. Now, obviously, Abdul doesn't take any Corpo PAC money, so it's, he's trying to get as many individual donos as he can. And, but like individuals can only max out. 20 years ago, you would never go, you changed? Yes, 20 years ago, I would be 14 years old. So that would be strange of me to go to an event like that. You mean sex party like Eyes Wide Shut? And no, definitely not like that. Everyone, the average age in the room was like 60, I think. And it wasn't like super duper fancy. It was like a Q&A. It's not what I thought it was going to be. I'm sure like the actual like corporate PAC, like big donor Larry Ellison style events are like way more expensive. But this is more so just like a regular home where a bunch of like liberals get together, I think, like kind-hearted, open-minded liberals get together. And this is like they're like Bernie boosters, right? But what I thought was really interesting was when I walked in, I thought I was walking into enemy territory, right? Like, no disrespect, a lot of white people, especially on the older side. So, like, I don't know what their political background is. Like, what I'm used to is, like, the rooms that I go to or the spaces that I go to, the organizations that I normally encounter is very different. It's much more diverse. I realize that. Or even if it's more on the whiter side, it's much younger, right? So I thought this is going to be like, enemy territory. I thought I was going to get like people asking me to condemn Hamas or something. None of that. I was wrong. I was being a little it was my mistake. My theory that the older whites are getting radicalized over and over again, and more radical than they ever have been, is real. And obviously, it's not. I was being a little white phobic for sure. I'll say it like this: they are much more radical than the way that the Democratic Party carries itself. Like, they're fairly locked in, fairly tuned in, and fairly aware of what's going on in the world, and very upset, and they want to fix it. Did other celebrities appear? No, it wasn't like a star-studded gala style situation. It was like a fairly modest home and I don't know what these people do. The son is a HasanAbi head, by the way, so shouts out to him. He was like one of the only people aside from like Abdul and his team and the Pod Johns that knew who I was, but it was interesting seeing it. It was interesting seeing it. Like it wasn't like a celebrity event. It was more so like old Hollywood producers and stuff. And it wasn't like a super, he wasn't like as uptight as you would think. But definitely an interesting experience. And it's also very cool seeing like, you know, actual Gen Xers and boomers on the ball. Like they're locked in. But then again, this is California. So yeah. But it's interesting seeing their frustrations with establishment Democrats. That I thought was very, very cool. Now, of course, these are like, you know, Bernie guys. These are people who have like been Bernie supporters since like 2016. So they've been on it. But Hasan, are you explaining your attendance at an Epstein fundraising event? I can't tell if this is like someone trying to crack a joke or if it's like an actual hater whose brain is completely fundamentally broken. No, it is a person whose brain is fundamentally broken, because the previous thing that they said was everyone in chat should join a union. If they don't have a union, they should find one or start one. IWW has resources for people to learn how to start unionizing and organizing their workplaces. I have seen libs still left bashing and blaming the voters. No. See, that's what I mean. That's actually, so people who are, you know, people who tune in here know that I've talked about this quite a bit. But I think a lot of liberals are not doing that right now. I think that is what you see online, right? That's what you see with people who want market share in the commentary sphere. But I don't think the average liberal actually is invested in that sort of thing. I don't think the average voter is, you know, holding accountable the people that refuse to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, refuse to vote for Kamala Harris when they should have. Like, I don't think that's as common as you see on the internet. As I was saying yesterday, I think there is a constituency of blue MAGA, blue Anon loyalists who still do this, like, you know, Bernie was bad because Bernie allowed Hillary Clinton to lose style attitudes, even though this time around it was statistically negligible. Third-party voters were genuinely statistically negligible. So there is far less people like that. As I explained to you yesterday, and these numbers or these percentages are completely made up in my mind, but like, I think there is a 20% of the American population that is MAGA across the board, like cult-like. And then there's like maybe 3 to 5% of the population that's diehard blue Anon, blue MAGA through and through, right? And these are negligible percentages when you really think about who can move in whichever direction. Those who are liberals, I think, can and have already moved to a further left position, demanding Medicare for all, demanding decoupling from Israel in a significant way. Like, these were the things that I was seeing from, once again, white Jewish Hollywood executives, okay, that are, you know, Democratic Party donors in general. Now, of course, it's Hollywood, and there's, you know, for every white Jewish older Hollywood executive that's like saying, you know, we got to do something about this Israel situation, there's probably a lot more that's a lot wealthier as well. that is saying the opposite, where what the Democrats need to do is maybe double down on allegiances to Israel or whatever. But genuinely, things that I talked about, things that I found very interesting, things that I found very surprising was like how open people were to talk about how ridiculous a lot of the pro-Israel crowd has gotten. You know, we're talking about people who have direct descendants that did not survive the Holocaust, right? Like they're old enough to have an immediate relative, right? Like this is not statistically the crowd that would be anti-Israel at all. This is statistically the pro-Israel crowd, and yet it was not the case at all. And I was genuinely shocked, and it was definitely a big conversation that was being had. I said descendants. Sorry, these are the descendants of Holocaust, survivors and people who did not survive the Holocaust, right? Did you go to some event or something? Yeah. It was just like a small fundraiser thing. It was the first ever fundraiser that I went to. My point is it's a fascinating change that's happening, I think, in the party. It's a fascinating change that I'm noticing that's taking place in the party, in the base of the party, rather. And all of these like external pressures are considered negligible, especially when they are dialed in, especially when the people that we're talking about, especially when the people that especially when the people that they are genuinely invested in are people that have this proven track record in their minds that they can identify the people that just haven't voted at all or the people that voted for Donald Trump. If you can convince liberals that you can get Trump supporters on your side and also non-aligned people on your side with a class first politics, they will 100% ride or die for you. And I think that's where the attitude is moving, I think, amongst the base. Your audio is delayed, is it? I don't think everyone's saying no. So what you're saying is you're getting Mark Ruffalo on the show. Keep spamming that. Eventually, I will have Mark Ruffalo on the show. Okay? Eventually. How do I get lucky with the ladies? Be chill. Be cool. Some shadow said this is drama, but it's important to remind everyone what the people who conspire to ruin your life look like and how pathetic they are. Stale Tarot card was removed from his mod position for trying to scam LSF. Oh, dude, I know. I saw this. I saw this photo. I do want to talk about this later, especially with the coverage from the Moist Critical coverage as well. It's Friday. We're obviously gonna scale back on like hardcore news coverage, so we might get to it later. But it is pretty funny. He is a Reddit mod, and you might have just suspected that from the way he looks. But yes, he is absolutely a Reddit mod. Did you see a clip in the mod chat where he said Reddit mods deserve to be respected? Yes. Only my Reddit mods and no other Reddit mods deserve to be respected. But yeah, this is the guy that has been the Destiny superfan that's been actively trying to ruin my life after taking control of LSF, Livestream Fails, the subreddit, and basically using it as a negative PR campaign for like the last couple of years at this point. And he actually got kicked off of his position by the actual Reddit, like people at Reddit had to forcibly remove him from ownership over LSF, not because he's been, doing mass harassment operations or anything like that, but because he got a little too big for his britches, he got a little too greedy, he got a little too money hungry, and decided to pull off a scam, What started his beef with you? Him? He was a fan of mine. He just hates me because Destiny hates me, and he's a super fan of Destiny. That's simple. But it doesn't matter. He's been able to successfully ruin the LSF subreddit, which was at a certain point in time a place where everyone would go to that was on Twitch that could like find out about what was going on Twitch. It was a place where people would post their clips. It was a place where people could like blow up and become famous content creators. And now it's not that. Okay, now, but it's probably not going to turn into that ever again. But there is some restructuring going on. But yeah, it's mostly just an anti-Hasan farm. And then sometimes when Destiny puts the crosshairs on Asmongold, it becomes like a Destiny Asmongold operation as well. So they go back and forth on there, but it's mostly just like run by, like I said, this guy who is a major Destiny fan. It was more wholesome and fun instead of just drama slop than it is now. Yeah, nowadays it's just to try and like get their least favorite content creator to like commit suicide. It hasn't been successful because, you know, I'm the guy that they're going after for the most part for the past couple of years, but you know, that's basically what the subreddit has turned into. Which is why it's so weak and so bad at pushing its message. They really keep trying to farm you, no success, and you... What? Do you end up with the next mayor of New York City? I know. I think it's dangerous and deadly for government officials to be telling people to disregard federal officers. Very dangerous. What are you talking about? At what point do you think it's appropriate for people to say, hey, some of these rules that these guys are designing are not actually legal at all, and you don't need to follow illegal orders just because someone is wearing a badge if they're completely outside of their... Like, here, I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm a senator, okay? And I tell my constituents, hey, if a cop comes to your home and they don't have a warrant and they decide to break your door and they decide to, like, I don't know, physically or sexually assault your wife or your daughter or something, you can defend yourself. Do you think I'm actually creating chaos? Do you think I'm actually creating chaos? Do you think I'm actually telling someone that you know they're in the wrong? You do realize that in that situation, the law enforcement officer is the one that's actually violating the law. Your logic is not sound. Sexual assault is completely different than what's going on. First of all, ironically enough, I use sexual assault as an example specifically because it's not that different from what's going on. It has been going on. That's number one. There are numerous instances where ICE agents have actually sexually assaulted people in their custody. And not only that, but also it's not a very extreme example. If you think that that's extreme, then you probably should actually be on my side on this argument because it's something that has been happening and it's something that has happened already. So that's number one. And number two, the reason why I use that is because I want to test out what your boundaries are. You know what I mean? I want to see like if there is a point that you would say no to. And I'm glad that you and I agree that sexual assault is actually extreme. So you and I should probably be on the same side on this issue, considering that is clearly something that you find to be a bridge too far, and ICE has been doing that. So maybe we should actually scale them back pretty significantly and maybe abolish it in its entirety. And not just because of sexual assault, but because the entire principle that it hinges on is also bullshit. I like that, though. I like that, you know, we could find agreement quickly. There are ways to protest this scenario, and rational and harming federal officers and preaching that cause chaos is not the way. Yeah, I don't want chaos, which is why we're protesting ICE presence in these streets, because ICE is the one that's creating chaos. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk again. Okay? That's 2 in a row. All right. Let's blast off. Let's blast off and let's get started. There's a lot going on, okay? There is a lot going on in the world. Got to get to it and got to talk about it as always. Okay. But yeah, this morning I woke up and I worked out. I do have, I don't know. I just don't sleep too well as of late. I don't know what it is. And we'll watch Tariffs too. Yes. Tariffs we'll watch as well. Don't worry. Oh damn, that's a really good blast off meme. That's funny. I should have used that one. This one is funny. I haven't been sleeping too well, and I don't know what the reason for it is. I need to lock in. I need to lock in on my sleep. Okay. Lack of doing shit outside of streaming? What do you mean? I went to a fundraiser dinner last night, and it was interesting. It's probably the 500 milligrams of caffeine and nicotine. Sure. It's probably more than 500 milligrams if we're being serious. But maybe it's the stress. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Okay. When I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. But in any case, we're blasting off. So let the people know that we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. We're going to get right into it. But before we do, here's a funny tweet. TikTok. POV, you're breaking up with me, but HasanAbi just went live.
This is what's going to happen. Okay. I'm going to keep pursuing what I'm pursuing. And because I'm doing that, it's going to take up more and more of my time, and I'm not going to be able to spend as much time with you anymore. I don't think that we should be.
You need to cut back on those horse tranquilizers. What, ketamine? You think ketamine? I'm doing ketamine, and that's the reason why I don't have a good sleep schedule? You think I'm a lot cooler than I actually am, I'm realizing. Whenever people think that I'm like partying like crazy, whenever people think that I'm partying or doing, hard drugs or anything like that is always fun. Cause it's like, basically you see almost every waking moment, almost every waking moment of my day I spend in front of the camera, and the times where I'm off the camera, I'm either sleeping or reading or watching anime or jerking off. I'm a fucking whole ass loser, dog. I do not have this incredible social life. I used to, I don't anymore. Oh yeah, this is what I was going to show you. I said, so Sharkzadeh says, China and Iran, both were empires subject to a century of humiliation and dictate. Both revolted and destroyed their old societies. Both underwent a succession. Then China abandoned the ideology for pragmatism. Iran could never let go of ideology. Look at them and look at us. And I said, Iran needs Mao Zedong thought as a joke, but also kind of not as a joke, because there is something that's like a little bit wrong about this assessment, because China never actually abandoned ideology for pragmatism. China did change with time a little bit, but it never actually let go of the ideology at all. As a matter of fact, ideology, specifically highlighting Mao Zedong, is seen as this plank that everyone can organize around. It's very interesting. And for people that say, oh, they're revisionist or whatever, that's not what I'm talking about. Of course they're revisionist, right? Of course they're revisionist. But he's using ideology as a stand-in for religion or the Islamic Republic, right? Like, but the difference here is that, ironically enough, like the ideology around like Marxist Leninist Maoism or Mao Zedong thought is something that they still hold on to as an organizing principle. Like it is definitely government mandated. It is definitely party mandated. They use it as a mechanism of organizing for sure, 100%. And that's precisely the reason why Deng Xiaoping, which many see as this like great reformer, also on the other side was actively bringing people back. Like at times of turmoil, in times of panic in China, or any kind of instability that existed in China, post People's Republic of China, they've always gotten back to Mao Zedong. They use Mao Zedong as a way to maintain party discipline and ideological commitment. And seemingly society is very much on board with that. So yeah, all the stuff I'm thinking about quite a bit because I'm reading the Philip Short book that I have been recommending nonstop. But yeah, I said Iran needs Mao Zedong thought, and apparently Sharkzadeh was already on that. He was already on that wavelength a long time ago. I was thinking about socialism with Sufi characteristics in China circa the early 2000s. That's a crazy t-shirt to be wearing. But I guess not so crazy when you think about it. Did you see Ai Weiwei going back to China? Yes, actually, I was going to talk about that as well. This goes back into the bracket of another major China W, like a whopping, massive, ginormous Chinese prosperity W. Ai Weiwei, who is one of the most famous critics of China and the party specifically, it has gone back to China. It is literally, I think it was because of the Israel stuff. Because I've been following his stuff. I've been following his stuff for a while. He's an artist. He's a very famous artist, and he's also a very famous China critic, right? And he's Chinese. And he spent years and years in the West. Very influential, partially because he was, a Chinese dissident living in the West, famous artist. And what's really interesting is he was doing some work around Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I remember seeing his work around Israel's genocide in Gaza. And he got insanely punished for it. Like, he got censored. He got yelled at quite a bit in Europe. And I think that opened up his eyes to the reality that, all of these systems are authoritarian. And you just have to look at results. There is an article about this. For those of you who don't know, here, I'll give you a little bit more about his background, but he's a Chinese contemporary artist and a documentarian. He's an activist. He grew up in the far northwest of China, where he lived under harsh conditions due to his father's exile. As an activist, he has been openly critical of the Chinese government and its stance on democracy and human rights. And what's really funny about it is he gave an interview to the Times, okay, to Janice Turner at the Times, and I read it. And let me tell you, his attitude shift is actually very interesting, because what he has experienced being a famous dissident of China in the West, and also the collapse of liberalism that has been coming for quite a while now, has caused him to realize that while, yes, both of these systems are authoritarian in different ways, what you must look at is the results. And that the West revolves around a lie. The freedom of speech in the West, or all of the bounties of liberal democracy, is basically a lie. And what still matters most is material conditions. Now, he doesn't use that terminology, but you can make that assessment off of what he's saying when he talks about the prosperity of China and how it's undemocratic, how China is an undemocratic system, but it's one that they will not change because they see the failures of liberalism in the West. The last time I met Ai Weiwei was in 2010 in his studio in the semi-rural outskirts of Beijing. The assistant who let me in wore a t-shirt bearing the artist's brain scan, showing 2 blood clots caused by a police beating in Sichuan. Outside of Ai's home, surveillance cameras monitors movements and visitors. Inside, the atmosphere was embattled and electrifying. Phones were assumed tapped. Ai's blog had been taken down, yet he still tweeted defiant wind-ups of a merciless regime. Okay? Now, what's really interesting here that you must take notice is, like, This guy he is the guy that people say, oh, try that shit in China if you can. Well, he was doing it, right? Like, he is the guy who was literally doing it in China, right? Ai Weiwei was always had decent politics. He was never anti-China itself or trafficked in the crazy China will fall now or China basically Nazi stuff you hear from some. No, of course not. But like, he had reasonable critique about the mechanisms of repression in the Chinese state. Okay? He had reasonable critique. And then he experienced the West. And when he experienced the West, his reasonable critique became even more reasonable, where he realized something that I try to explain to people all the time that is very difficult for people to understand, which is that all governments are authoritarian at the end of the day, and that the neoliberal version of control, in my opinion, in my assessment, was far better than the direct authoritarianism, but partially because I grew up under the Western style of liberties and freedoms and fraternité, égalité, liberté, right? Like I have a very like Western attitude about this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, the results are the results. Ai Weiwei was commissioned to reflect on Germany for Zeit magazine, but they seemingly didn't like his reflections and killed the article, and he shared them. So this was one of the major turning points for him, but I'm jumping ahead here. Let's continue, okay? Lately, his activism has taken on a new recklessness, I wrote then, as if goading the state to react, and a few months later it did. I was detained on trumped-up charges and interrogated for 81 days, then spent the next 4 years under effective house arrest. The man who meets me at his gated estate is in the Portuguese countryside is 68 now, but seems calmer and healthier and has shed his Buddha-like bulk. You know when a tree is in autumn. Okay, there's got to be that's like, come on, man. Really? I mean, am I crazy? That's racist, right? That seems a little fucking racist. Like, that's crazy. Oh, this chubby Chinese man, he was Buddha-like in his bulk, and he has shed it. Ai Weiwei is literally a Western propaganda brainwashed Chinese lib, and he's not alone. China got loads of shit like him. He's nowhere near as bad as like the guys who have made an entire career off of just like routinely talking about how China is going to evaporate at a moment's notice. But yes, he has been a Chinese dissident, a very famous one, and an artist. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, is because like it's a very interesting perspective to like go from being a guy who was understandably critical of the state's repressive nature to turning around and being like, actually, I've seen both sides, and let me tell you, shit ain't fucking sweet here either. You know, when a tree is in autumn, when the leaves come down, he says, it looks slimmer. I moved here during lockdown, buying the holiday home of a wealthy lawyer, complete with a tennis court and pool he never uses. I am old now, he says. I need sunshine. Portugal provides it 300 days a year, unlike Berlin, where he lived for 5 years after leaving China and still has a studio, or Cambridge, where his 16-year-old son, Ai Lao, is at school. When we last met, a cargo of 100 million ceramic sunflower seeds was on its way through the South China Sea to fill Tate Modern's Turbine Hall, where it would make Ai Weiwei's global reputation. Now he is established as the world's foremost dissident artist, a creator of objects which provoke thought while being beautiful, playful, and exquisitely made. Today, he wants to show me his latest work, so we wend down a gravel track at a stately pace, accompanied by his Chinese assistants and two huge but gentle Alenteo mastiffs, whose names, he tells me, mean female dog and male dog, but are quite rude words in Chinese. We reach a brick structure as vast as an aircraft hangar, just finished except for the front door, which is en route from China, as is, I later discover, the one to the lavatory. The outside does not prepare you for the miraculous interior, marble floors, blah, 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 blah. Okay? All the stuff. He's setting the scene. I don't give a shit about the seasoning. I'm here to discuss a slim treatise called Ai Weiwei on Censorship. It describes his treatment by the Chinese government, which has erased all trace of him from the public sphere. This is one of the things that the Chinese government does, right? And sometimes for silly reasons. Like, I was listening to a Vox.com article about a Chinese pop star who actually who actually had a very public breakup. And when he did this, he had this very public breakup, and they did not like it at all. That like this was a couple. They didn't like that. They didn't like what it showed, so they just like kind of censored his existence. This causes a lot of self-censorship from record labels and other social media companies as well when they're making these sorts of decisions on who to highlight or promote too. So yeah, there is that kind of like silliness, especially silliness from a Western framework where you're like, who cares, right? And it's just funny that like he's doing a reverse Yeonmi Park, basically. That's what it is, okay? And he was never as like insane as Yeonmi Park, obviously. I'm just saying that like he had understandable, reasonable criticisms of the Chinese mechanisms of control, which he was victim to in the silliness of it all in many respects. And now that he has like experienced the hypocrisy of the West, his attitude is changing. And that of his father, the romantic poet I King, a communist and a one-time friend of Mao who was nonetheless exiled as a rightist during the Cultural Revolution. Now I says China's censorship extends beyond its borders, the government pressuring art foundations and galleries to withdraw his work. He claims his zodiac heads were removed from an exhibition in Mexico City at the request of the Chinese embassy there. A scale model of I in prison, part of an artwork entitled Sacred. So I am keen to ask how he thinks Britain and the West generally should address the growing influence of China. Is it a hostile state trying to wield power via assaults on academic freedom and endemic spying? Should we worry Sir Keir Starmer has relinquished the Chagos Islands to Beijing-friendly Mauritius and is likely to approve a Chinese mega embassy, passing over sensitive cables leading to the city of London? But I's not a politician. He's an artist known for mischief, and to my surprise, rallies to his homeland's defense. China is never a hostile power. This is not a Chinese dissident rallying to his homeland's defense. From the Western perspective, this seems as a reflexive defense, okay? Because it is baked into all of us that there is this inherent mistrust of the unknown. We have this Orientalist framework that we operate off of, and we oftentimes turn around and assume that our foreign adversaries are actually up to mischief all the time, right? That they're actually doing the same shit that we're doing all around the world. That's not the case. This is not a defense of China. This is just a defense of truth. China is never a hostile power is actually correct. There have been instances throughout, modern Chinese history where they have actually engaged in war or engaged in incursions. Vietnam is a great example of this, obviously, or have taken the wrong stance, oftentimes aligning with the United States of America's foreign policy, in many circumstances, even though I don't personally appreciate it. But ultimately, that's not how foreign policy operates in China at all. Okay? Not militarily. If you look at history, England has invaded China 3 times. He describes the First and Second Opium Wars over self-sufficient China's refusal to buy British goods, and then the 1900 Boxer Uprising, where 8 nations put down an anti-foreigner Chinese rebellion that brought down the Qing dynasty and opened up China to the West. Now, I argues the situation is reversed. The world has 2 problems. One is created by capitalism. The other is a new world order where the BRIC nations, like India or even Russia, think we're tired of being slaves. Everything you enjoy is from China. He waggles his iPhone. South China Sea. Guys, we can't be doing this, okay? We can't be doing this. If the standard for great powers is set by Russia and, more importantly, the United States of America, what China is doing is not even reaching that standard, okay? The most brutal or the most ruthless thing that China does in the South China Sea is to try to bully Filipino fishermen with its Coast Guard, okay? And the reason why they do that is because the Philippines is the only country in the region that refuses to abide by any sort of like dual security cooperative agreement And so they just keep bullying them with water guns, okay, with water cannons. The standard is so silly in the way that we operate that we are here in the United States of America talking about bombing Venezuelan fishermen that are going off the coastline of Venezuela to Trinidad, and we consider that to be, you know, just another day in American history and American foreign policy in our own backyard. And yet, you know, we're murdering a bunch of fishermen. We've just arrested and deposed and kidnapped the leader of a sovereign nation. And meanwhile, we're going to sit here and act as though what China is doing in the South China Sea is remotely comparable to any of that. If this is how great powers operate, China is unimaginably restrained in comparison. That's simply what I'm saying. Okay? You work for the CIA, the Chinese CIA? Is that what you think? Anyway, we're tired of being slaves. Everything you enjoy is from China. He waggles his iPhone. But if China makes 1 penny, the West will make $1. So you enjoyed 40 years of globalization, and the money China accumulated rises up like water. Their level is getting high, and the West is only realizing it too late. He chuckles. History is a roller coaster. Now you've passed your peak. Enjoy going down. In 200 years, you will go up again. Does he think Westerners are softer? Much, and getting weaker and weaker. We say in China, it's hard for 3 generations of a family to be wealthy because the third, they don't even know what money means. It's automatically in their accounts. So people become a designer. He laughs. China became strong because people work hard with no holidays, not just 8 hours, but 10, 12 hours. That's how they bring their children to your British schools, Cambridge and Oxford. The West, he says, cannot take tuition fees from China and then moan when it tries to restrict academic freedom or complain about Chinese spying because you've become the underdog. You cannot compete with China, so you blame it. I ask if he cares about Taiwan, if he cares Taiwan may soon be invaded. He replies it is territorially a part of China, adding, I don't think that Taiwan has that much freedom. It's just a little puppet of the Western establishment. Likewise, although he supports the release of Hong Kong protesters such as Jimmy Lai, he doesn't believe, as a British colony, it was ever a democracy. China, as I knows, is an autocratic surveillance state that imprisons without trial and has the world's highest execution rate. Yet in his book, he writes, at its core, censorship functions in fundamentally the same way under authoritarian regimes and in so-called free societies. Also, I don't really appreciate the way that they fucking present the execution rate. They rarely ever explain who's getting executed when you hear about this kind of stuff. Back in the day, they used to. Western media used to cover how people, like how, you know, rich people, powerful people, and even party members and local officials that were collaborating when this like corrupt scheme would get executed, right? They would say, oh my God, this guy fucking poisoned. The Chinese state has executed another person who who was found criminally liable for poisoning the baby formula or whatever. And they used to do that all the time. And they used to say, look how barbaric China is. And what they failed to realize is that a lot of people were listening to that and going, wait a minute, I don't have an issue with that at all. And if you notice, they stopped covering that kind of stuff in Western news. Have you noticed? Because it's not like China has stopped capital punishment for people that they find guilty of, crimes that they consider to be very important, no matter how powerful they might be. And it's interesting that the West no longer actually mentions that capital punishment is happening. And by the way, I am anti-capital punishment. Make no mistake. I'm anti-capital punishment across the board. But it is interesting to me that people in the West now no longer cover who's getting the capital punishment. Yet in his book, he writes, at its core, censorship functions in fundamentally the same way under authoritarian regimes and in so-called free societies. Does he really think censorship is no better in the West? It is not just in China, he says, where your iPhone is listening to you. The media in the West also has strong censorship. CNN or the BBC, it doesn't matter. In China, the power is state power. But here it can be huge companies, business, even cultural institutions. His book describes how a social media post in November 2023 resulted in the cancellation of his exhibitions in London, Paris, Berlin, and New York. What I doesn't say is that just a few weeks after Hamas killed 1,200 Israelis, he tweeted in Chinese, the sense of guilt around the persecution of the Jewish people has been at times transferred to offset the Arab world. And financially, culturally, and in terms of media influence, the Jewish community has had significant presence in the United States. Both of these things are objectively true. These positions are now, well, don't say yikes. Oh, you're memeing, right? What are we doing here? Let's be adults, okay? Don't get baited. Wasn't this just sensitivity about a recent atrocity? I says breezily that the situation developed absolutely with my prediction. And it's really funny because like this assessment, okay? This assessment is now very commonplace. This assessment is very commonplace, except if you are from not America or not the heart of the West, okay? This assessment is every unk and every aunt that is, that was born and raised in any other country but the European continent, Australia, or the United States of America. I promise you, I know we often feel as the world revolves around us because we live in the heart of empire. And in many respects, it does. Okay? But there are a lot more people that see the world with this lens, which I think is closer to a closer interpretation of the truth than what the average American believes. Okay? Wasn't this just sensitivity about a recent atrocity? I breezily says that the situation developed absolutely with my prediction. I just announced it a little earlier. He said I was right, but too early. Where once his Twitter feed rallied at the Chinese government, now on X, it is solely about Gaza. He sees the conflict as a modern test for the world to say who is defending human rights, who is defending freedom of speech. There is nobody. Only the powerless people maybe walk on the street to do little demonstrations, but they are often beaten by the state police. And that evens out the so-called free world and authoritarian state because they do the same thing. I don't really understand a lot of this, to be honest. Simply put, this is a person who experienced state censorship in China. He actually was punished for it fairly severely, okay? And for things that you would never even consider to be a serious enough slight, right? Just criticizing the government in general, criticizing censorship in and of itself. Those sorts of things you can't really do in China, okay? And as a very famous artist, he became a critic of China. He became a dissident of Chinese mechanisms of control, specifically about the Communist Party of China. The ways in which they were, stunting speech and artistic expression. This is a person who is consistent. That's what the problem is. And as a consistent person, he came to the West, as many others do, with assumptions that Westerners who wear a suit and tie and speak about how superior their culture is and how much they care about free speech. He came with those assumptions and then very quickly realized, especially when he had something in a moment of impact, when he actually had something that he wanted to be outspoken about, very quickly realized, oh shit, the Western notion of freedom of speech was simply also a lie. And it's no longer a hardened truth, but instead a malleable concept that unironically turns into a major problem if there's a moment of impact. Yeah, you can say things, you can call your president a pedophile in the United States of America, but God forbid you criticize ICE protests. God forbid you actually go out of your way to say maybe you shouldn't be able to fucking shoot random moms in the face, or God forbid you say something about Israel, right? You can't do that. You can't do that. That goes against the fundamentals of the First Amendment that we are supposed to abide by, that we're supposed to defend. You can do that while you lie? Really? That's interesting because someone that I know, Mahmoud Khalil, is currently being prosecuted once again after an appellate court decided to strike down his freedom for the crime of protesting against Israel's genocide. So that's really interesting that you have this notion that you have this attitude, but on X you can say everything? Okay, dude, you're a fucking idiot. All right. We're talking about governments, chatter. We're not talking about like what you can say on X. Anyway, I balk at his false equivalence. It's not a false equivalence. But of course you think that because you're a writer at the Times. Are Western democracies, where he now happily makes art and money without surveillance or censorship, really no better than China? The project that caused the Chinese authorities to fracture his skull, necessitating life-saving brain injury, was his naming of the 5,000 children killed in poorly constructed schools during the Sichuan earthquake. Such a story would have been blown wide open by a free press. Yeah, and what would happen in the aftermath? What would happen in the aftermath? Because when things like that happen, the Chinese government cracks down on dissidents, okay? But then you know who else they crack down on? The people that actually participated in the shoddy construction. In America, you can say that these schools are actually built shoddily, okay? I mean, you can say we got lead poisoning happening in our schools, that our public schools are crippled, they're not being funded. But who gets punished? Now, this isn't whataboutism, because I am someone who appreciates that you can say those things. But the reality of the matter is, when you take yourself out of the equation, when you remove your own personal feelings from the equation, and you ask the question, at the end of the day, what matters more? The government actually stamping out those who are engaging in this level of corruption, but then also not allowing people to fucking have a say in the process? Or the government that allows people to have a say in the process, but then does not do anything about the corrupt forces? Okay? And that's the problem. I think you can have both. I think you can have free speech and also do Chinese-style crackdowns on those who are actually corrupt. You don't have to choose between the two. I don't believe you have to choose between the two. That's what I want. I want both. But if you were to ask the average person, your biggest flaw, okay, well, it's a little, that is unironically, unimaginably hypocritical of me to fucking turn around and be like, listen, I don't care about free speech at all. Like, come on. It's a big part of the reason why I'm able to say what I'm saying. And I do think that there is at least like an attitude shift that I've been able to contribute to specifically around the issue of Israel and Palestine due to, I guess, the American laissez-faire attitude about free speech. Toxically charitable and HasanAbi, name a better duo. Remember, the new naming Twitter is giving consent to the power that the lone scum has on you, chatters? What? Okay. What about Julian Assange in your British custody? Almost 12 years hiding in the embassies, he says. Or Edward Snowden, still hiding in Russia. Many believe he's a Putin asset, I say. At this, unused to being challenged, gets exasperated. You're interviewing an artist, he says. Now you want to talk about politics? I'm interested in your opinion. I hope you can publish it. Again, immediately, this person is like, let me dunk on you. Edward Snowden is a Russian asset? Edward Snowden had to become a Russian asset, okay? For survival. The American government wanted to kill him. The American government openly fantasized about killing Julian Assange. Edward Snowden is an American patriot, okay? It is so silly and so strange that these people turn around and have the audacity to entertain the notion that America actually values free speech, and then the moment of contradiction arrives and they say, excuse me, they're actually an enemy of the state. What do you think the Chinese state says about political dissidents? They use the same logic. It's not like the Chinese state, when they're cracking down on political dissidents, goes, these guys are actually very good people, and we want to prosecute them justifiably because we're evil. It's the same logic. This is the problem. These people don't understand it. When you automatically say, well, Edward Snowden is a Russian dissident. I mean, come on, he's a Russian asset, right? Like what do you think? What do you think is the reason why you're saying that? You're saying that because you're a regime defender. At least between these two places, China is more honest about its surveillance mechanism. China is more honest about what you can and can't do. In America, we're not so honest about it. And I think that's the whole point of what Ai Weiwei is saying here. He probably would have been able to say that if he, was a little bit more invested in like politics or fully fleshed it out rather than just like having a consistent moral position on authoritarianism and censorship and just like experiencing it personally, both in China, but then also in the West as well. I know this is unrelated to the issue at hand, but let's avoid calling Assange a Chad because he's a rapist. He was persecuted due to American lack of freedom, speech, and brutality. Yes, but he doesn't deserve our sympathy as an individual. First of all, he was not. That was a fake charge that you're leaning into, chatter, that the American government was like concocting. The charges were dropped. And not only that, but he was also tortured in the process. I'm pretty sure that I might be mistaken or you might be mistaken, but I'm fairly certain that was like the governments of the West trying to find anything they could to disparage Julian Assange. There are obviously things you can say about Julian Assange, like, oh, he was like very anti-Hillary Clinton, very anti-Democratic Party, and perhaps a little too silly about MAGA initially and what Trump represented initially. And I think that is true. A lot of those guys become cranks, but he very quickly realized that Trump is also a danger and just the same like imperialist that the Democratic Party was representing and Hillary Clinton was representing. But yeah, no, he's. I think he is one of those cases. He's one of those like very clear examples of just Western hypocrisy. They didn't like that he was revealing certain things, and that's it. He's not like Greenwald. No, I don't think he's like Greenwald. Glenn Greenwald still maintains that position. Anyway. Like all political exiles, I clearly has a complex relationship with his homeland. His childhood was spent at the edge of the Gobi Desert, an area known as Little Siberia, where his father was forcibly re-educated by being made to clean communal latrines. The family lived in a subterranean animal shelter without light, plagued by lice and rats. In his fascinating memoir, 1,000 Years of Joy and Sorrows, he recalls his father being paraded before a barracking crowd, wearing a dunce's hat, head bowed. Yet even then, I Ching never stopped loving his country, writing elegiac patriotic poems. After Mao's death, the party admitted he'd been wrongly accused. He and his work were rehabilitated. One of the consequences of the Cultural Revolution that was certainly, not great, right? Reads like Aiden Ross. You think Aiden Ross knows how to read? That's crazy. 28 month subscriber to try to get a dunk on me. Literally just fantasizes about Aiden Ross being literate. That's funny though. Elegiac. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of L's in the Cultural Revolution. Let's be real. Oh, it's like a elegy? Okay. The key to his art, little acts of mischief. His teenage years coincided with the easing of state control, a sense of broadening possibility. But at art school, he found his fellow students pretentious and privileged. He writes, I soon learned I did not fit in with the new post-Mao order any more than I had fitted in with the Maoist order that had shaped or deformed my childhood. So, one of the first Chinese permitted to study abroad, he left for New York with just $30. Too cussed to take his exams, he lost his scholarship and made money by cleaning houses or sketching street portraits. Not a good place to spend your youth, he says. You know, crazy. Although fascinated by Western art, especially Andy Warhol, in 12 years he barely sold a work. In 93, when his father was ailing, he returned to China, and seeing his country with fresh eyes, he found himself as an artist. Following 22 years until he went into exile were my best moment, even if I was being put through many trials. As Beijing became one gigantic building site, diggers exhumed ancient artifacts which, in a society that erased its own history, had no value. I bought mountains of jade, pottery, and ancient furniture, trying to figure out how it was made. The internet was in its infancy, and the Chinese authorities did not yet understand its subversive power. Ai's art was born of little acts of mischief, like painting the Coca-Cola logo on a 2,000-year-old urn, or photographing himself giving the finger at Tiananmen Square. They have weapons, they have military and police, he says, but the only thing they don't know how to deal with is humor. This is low Kirk. One of the aspects, no offense, but I feel like you would be scared of popcorn reading, comrade. What do you mean? What's popcorn reading? What is happening? Guys, you know I read articles every single day on this broadcast, right? Reading aloud? I don't know what popcorn reading is. I didn't grow up here. Where you get called in class to read. I read to a stadium full of people every fucking day. What is going on? I don't want to hear this kind of attitude from monolinguists. They don't do popcorn reading in Turkey. I don't even know what that concept is. I don't really understand it. Is this because of Kai Cenat? Is that why? Like, because Kai started reading books and everyone is now being like hyper aware and hyper alert about how other people are reading? So now they're realizing that like there are certain words that like, of course, I don't know how to read as well. And I just have to sound it out, especially considering that English is my second language and that it's one of the worst sounded out languages out there. They're bullying you for mispronouncing photographing. Am I saying it wrong? Did I say photographing? Is that what happened? Abi kitap okuyorlar ya derste, okullarda yüksek sesle. Ha işte tamam popcorn. Biz ama ona popcorn reading mi diyorduk yani? Hayır. Ben bu arada 34 yaşındayım yani. O derslerden o kadar yıl yani 20 sene oldu öyle bir dersi göreli ben. Two decades. Popcorn reading is when I read a paragraph or so and then the teacher calls on another person in class to pick it up where I left off. All right, whatever. Hayır da Amerikalılar diyormuş böyle. Amerikalıların götüne koyayım. Hiçbir şey bilmiyorlar. Bırak. Dal yarak. Amerikalılar. Salak hepsi. Sadece bir tane dil konuşabiliyorlar. Ondan sonra bir de orospu çocukları bıdır bıdır laf ediyorlar. Gelsin bakayım Türkiye'de Türkçe konuşsun. 30 bin tane adama. Türk politikasını anlatmaya çalışsın amına koduklarım. Ama yapamazlar. He's calling us stupid? Yes, I am. I am doing that literally in Turkish. Anyway, although untrained, he set up an architectural practice. Fake, designing calm, simple buildings in contrast to the bling towers replacing old Beijing. He was invited to help design what became the Bird's Nest Stadium for the 2008 Olympic Games, but his growing disgust with the government meant he never visited it. The Sichuan earthquake enraged him because the government refused to release or even collect the dead children's names, so he and volunteers went door to door to record them. He used children's backpacks to write in Chinese characters on the outside of the Haus der Kunst Museum in Munich, a mother's words. She lived happily in this world for 7 years. Ai's work often presents small, identical objects en masse. The backpack Sunflower sees his recent works made with Lego with curiously moving results. It is hard not to think of a nameless, indistinguishable Chinese workers, either under Mao or toiling in soulless iPhone factories now. We sit in Ai's folly at a beautiful Chinese table where an assistant brings green tea. Above us is a camouflage net, but if you look carefully, the dark patches are images of cats. Playful, clever Ai. He made it for an exhibition in Ukraine, which he has visited 3 times during the war. Yet he rarely puts his work on his studio walls. To him, the process of making art is what matters, not the end product. You know, you eat something, you digest, then later you go to the toilet. You just flush it away into a gallery. This process, he says, is how humans figure out meaning. Yet artificial intelligence can deliver a perfect end result in seconds. That kind of technology will collapse the learning process, the wondering who we are. If we know everything, we become nobody. Make these Americans read in Turkish, please. Actually, reading in Turkish is much easier to sound out sounds because it has a phonetic consistency, whereas English does not. So once you realize how certain sounds are supposed to be read, it's much, much easier to read in Turkish. You do need to learn how the letters sound, but unfortunately in English there is no such phonetic consistency, so it's very, very difficult to learn. Especially if you forget how like certain words sound, or if you encounter a new word for the first time ever, you're going to have issues. Yeah, Pacific Ocean. Every sea is pronounced different. Thanks, English. And also, you get W's and V's mixed up nonstop. Okay, well, we don't have the W sound or the W letter in Turkish. In the Turkish alphabet, the W letter does not exist. And this is precisely the reason why that was something that I consistently fail at doing even to this day, although English is my second language, but it's basically like a native tongue for me. I still sometimes have a hard time saying or have to really, really lock in every time I say something like Volkswagen. Virgin wedding. Like if there is a V and a W in the same, in the same sentence, it gets hard. Did I say it wrong? Volkswagen. No, I didn't say it wrong. Volkswagen. Amına koyayım, Amerika'ya ilk geldiğimde her third dediğimde amına kodumun Angloidler third dediğimi sanıyordu. Yeah, third and turd. Volkswagen. Volkswagen is how we say it in Turkish. Volkswagen. Volkswagen. See? Much easier. Much easier to say. Vos de geç. This process, yeah, it's like L and R's in Japanese. Yeah, the L sound. This process, he says, is how humans figure out meaning, yet artificial intelligence can deliver a perfect end result in seconds. On my tombstone, it will say, I'm such a failure. Anyway, so he just, Ilau says he doesn't want his father's money, which will be a substantial fortune. I ask I if he feels guilty. He's so rich. He makes me repeat the question while he films it. Then he says his son's whole life's work is worth less than one recently sold Klimt, or what a Silicon Valley magnate makes in a week. On my tombstone, it will say, I'm such a failure, he says. He doesn't care what will happen to his work after his death. I can give to an institution or I can burn it. I don't care about the money. But you never have an issue with P. That's not in Turkish either. No, the letter P does exist in Turkish. It doesn't exist. My last name is Piker. The letter P, of course, exists in Turkish. You're thinking of Arabic. Peki, Piker, porno, pamuk. You are fascist? Do you like Benito Mussolini? You are fascist. No, I am an anti-fascist. I'm the opposite of that. Professor, Pokemon. That's how you say Pokemon in Turkish. Pokemon. Is Turkish gendered? No, the Turkish language is gender neutral. It is not a gendered language at all. It's completely woke. It's completely gender neutral. Another reason why it's actually much easier to learn. But yeah, so the point is he got clapped on numerous occasions, and he's obviously primed. He's obviously much more primed to be aware of censorship in authoritarian or seemingly non-authoritarian governments. And therefore, when he experienced this pushback, you know what's really funny, by the way? Zay Squirrel says, Ai Weiwei actually has principles. He's not a pathetic puppet that can be paraded around in front of the New York Times. Yeah, because he's saying this. He was outspoken about Gaza, okay? Like, if you ask Ai Weiwei his attitude about, like, I don't know, the Islamic Republic, I'm sure Zay Squirrel would have a very different attitude about how much of a fucking Western puppet Ai Weiwei actually is, okay? You can't celebrate people's consistency and then also demonstrate inconsistency in certain instances. Let's move on. There are those of us who also try to maintain some semblance of consistency while being consistently anti-imperialist and get fucking yelled at quite a bit. Anyway, a society governed by regulations yet lacking individual moral judgment is more dangerous than one with none at all. A society that values obedience without questioning authority is destined to become corrupt. A society that admits to error but refuses to reflect on its origins possesses a mind as stubborn and dull as granite. Here, at a deserted street, people stop dutifully at a red light, not a car in sight. This, I once thought, is the mark of a highly evolved society. At the heart of bureaucracy lies a collective endorsement of power's legitimacy, and therefore individuals surrender their moral judgment, or perhaps never develop one. They abandon challenge. They relinquish dispute. When conversation becomes avoidance, when topics must not be mentioned, we are already living under the quiet logic of authoritarianism. When the majority believe they live in a free society, it is often a sight that society is not free. Freedom is not a gift. It must be wrestled from the hands of banality and the quiet complicity with power. This was after Ai Weiwei was commissioned to reflect on Germany for Zeit magazine, but they seemingly didn't like this reflection and killed the article. So he shared them nonetheless. When people sense that power is beyond challenge, they redirect their energy into trivial disputes, and those trivialities collectively are enough to erode a society's very foundations of justice. When public events of great consequence, such as the Nord Stream pipeline bombing, are met with silence from both government and media, the silence itself becomes more terrifying than an atomic bomb, than any atomic bomb. These are arguably pretty common views of foreigners in Germany. Zeit have managed to make it more interesting and make it the fact that it wasn't printed the most interesting thing about it. And then this person goes, the claim that the Nord Stream bombing was met with silence by the government and the media is just one of those examples of a lot that isn't standard gripes, but simple delusions detached from fact. They should have published it. It makes them look pretty bad and clueless. Which James responds to with, a very clear case of missing the point and proving him right about the Slavish loyalty. Have the German government treated the bombing of their infrastructure by a foreign state like an act of war? Once again, it is slavish. I know. Slavish. See, this is what I was saying about the inconsistent phonetics in the English language. Okay? ESL. Also, isn't that where the word slave comes from, according to some people? That's what they say. Reread point 1. A society governed by regulations yet lacking individual moral judgment is more dangerous than one with none at all. What do you mean? So the point The point is that we have this, we have our own version of self-censorship. As someone who experienced self-censorship from others in China for the brief time that I was there, and then also recognizes how self-censorship works in the West, this is one of those versions of it. The social stigma surrounding certain truths that you cannot say, certain things that you cannot address, okay, in this supposedly free society. When you come from that background, when you come from a country where, certain things are not allowed to be said and you will get punished by the government, even if you find them to be silly rules and restrictions, and then you come into the Western world and you realize that, sure, maybe you don't have that same level of serious repression, serious crackdowns when you say silly things, but you absolutely do experience a social stigma that creates an environment of self-censorship in order not to, offend, in order not to come across like you are not a part of the in-group. But then beyond that, the real censorship, state-enforced censorship that comes when you actually do say something of consequence at a time when the government is actively trying to stop you from saying it, you realize it's not so different than these more authoritarian countries at all. Okay? Just as though in China, you can say whatever the fuck you want about whatever different thing you want to say, as long as you don't criticize Xi Jinping too much or, make jokes about him or make jokes about Mao Zedong or numerous other, party officials or whatever. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You just can't say certain things. So it creates an environment of self-censorship. In the United States of America, you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can call the president a pedophile, right? You can call the president a pedophile all day, every day. You might get fired. But the moment that you say something about Israel at a time when it's inopportune for the government, at a time when the government is not fond of you saying anything at all about Israel, Joe Biden will arrest 3,500 student protesters at peaceful college encampments. Okay? He did that. He did do that. That's how it goes. I'm not saying that the Chinese method here is better, for the record. I'm not saying that at all. I need you to understand. Okay? I'm simply bringing up the Western hypocrisy as one who is a major recipient of these attacks, especially as one who has been on the receiving end of an endless barrage of hatred for the last 2 years for maintaining a consistent anti-fascist and consistent anti-genocide principle and not shying away from saying what I truly mean and what I truly believe. I have been yelled at endlessly. And I still do get yelled at endlessly. Now, of course, that yelling did create an environment of censorship. That is precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why some of these people that otherwise would have been outspoken did not speak out about what they had seen. This is what I mean when I say there is an environment of social stigma associated with certain subjects. You think all of these people didn't realize that Israel was doing horrible things to Palestinians? Of course they did. But they saw what happened to people who spoke out. So they engaged in this self-censorship. They didn't want to speak about it until the crowd grew and you would no longer get punished in that crowd, because there is obviously power in numbers, right? Same goes for speaking out against ICE. Same goes for speaking out against reactionary politics in general. It happens in a much smaller version in places like Twitch, where if the only thing that you see, the loud proclamations that you hear over and over again come from the right, and anyone that actually says, hey, this seems a little strange, I don't really like it, maybe we shouldn't be, so homophobic or transphobic. Maybe we shouldn't be saying that immigrants are rapists that need to be purged from the boundaries of the state. And you get pummeled, you get punished. And you don't often even get directionally punished for that reason, for what you're saying. They just come after you and they find whatever they can, endlessly harassing you over and over again, creating this cycle where you are punished for speaking out against what these people want to design as the popular opinion. Same goes for Twitter. Okay? Same thing happened in Twitter. Same thing happened on Twitch. It's changing now, and that's what I wanted to talk about today. Woke 2.0. It's coming back, baby. It's coming back. But one of the things that I meant, one of the things that I talked about yesterday was this environment of censorship that invites self-censorship for others. If you have an opinion about Palestine, you think twice about saying something when one of the most outspoken critics of Israel is constantly getting called a terrorist. And not just even a terrorist, but constantly getting yelled at for a litany of different things as well. It doesn't just stay there, right? It moves into every other orifice. It moves into every other direction. And that system of self-censorship or direct government censorship is reinforced by people who openly stake their reputation on this, their power that they openly reveal, the power that they openly reveal they have, the partnerships that they engage with. Here is Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League talking about your boy, me, HasanAbi Piker, at a synagogue in Los Angeles.
The rising anti-Zionism on the left is by people on the left. So what I try to do at ADL, what we try to do, is to provide data, is to provide tools, is to step up, but often quietly behind the scenes. It doesn't help. I don't think it helps the Jewish people, and it doesn't disarm them when I go after Nick Fuentes or Hasan Piker, a revolting person. They should call him Hamas Piker. He's here in LA, and he's just a putrid, says horrible, slanderous things about Jews, about Zionists, about Israel.
This man is an agent of a foreign nation state. Okay? Straight up. This man is an agent for the state of Israel. Okay? He might run a supposed civil rights organization in the United States of America as an American citizen, but his job is to defend the nation state of Israel. His job is to take out critics of the state of Israel. Not by killing them, of course. We haven't gotten that far, right? But by doing everything in their power, doing everything in his power, but doing everything in the state's power as well to tarnish, tar and feather, and deplatform critics of Israel. And it's not like he's hiding it. He's openly stating it. And here he is talking about how he's collaborating with members on the left to take out people on the left who are anti-Zionist, people like myself, people like many others. And what's interesting about that, like I said, is when he says he's working with the left to do so. Now, he might just mean Richie Torres, one of my other ops, who is, a Democrat in New York. Okay? He might mean just that. Or maybe he means other people too. Maybe he's talking about all of these other people that have spent the last 2 years not really saying anything about Gaza, but instead spending every waking moment talking about critics of Israel by bringing up irrelevant drama that they cultivate, manufacture. Something to consider for those who are not aware of how this kind of stuff works. Okay? If they cannot address your arguments, they will slander you. If they cannot address your points and deliver counterpoints, if they've lost the argument, the only thing they can do is first slander you, keep you preoccupied with a litany of different, sequences of drama, slander your reputation for the public so that people consider you to be a toxic person, right? And then if that doesn't work either, you just go for the deplatforming. And he's openly stating it.
Israel.
And has a big platform.
Yeah, so you might not know Hasan Piker, but if your kids are watching video games, you better believe they do. Because on Twitch and on Steam, he's everywhere, let alone on YouTube and Insta. So anyways, long story short, We definitely are working a lot to try to get the platforms to kind of enforce their own terms of service so that we can pull down the most offensive hate speech or get them to do it.
Yeah. I know a lot of people focus on the silly stuff here, but this is a serious fucking threat, right? If you care about free speech as an American, this is a serious threat. This is an agent of a foreign nation state working at the behest of a foreign nation state, undermining the American First Amendment. It's ridiculous. It's not like he's hiding it. I know. Calling you a gamer is the real slander. But the point I'm trying to make here is that these attempts are attempts that I've had to deal with for the last 2 years, almost 3 years now, right? And I say attempts because they haven't really been all that successful, but they still continue, okay? They still continue nonetheless. So you have to be a little bit more careful when you hear about someone that you otherwise agree with, or you might find yourself in agreement with, get fucking slandered up and down the timeline. There might be a different purpose for that. That's all I'm saying. You see what I mean? It's interesting because Ben Rhodes is one of these guys. Ben Rhodes played a role in writing out the design for JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization agreement, under the Obama administration, and he was public enemy number one. He was attacked ruthlessly by the exact same fake newspapers that I get criticized by, that I get attacked by, that I get slandered by the exact same institutions. And the reason for that was because Obama dared to do something that Israel didn't want the American government to do. He engaged in talks with Iran and successfully got Iran to commit to denuclearization in exchange for sanctions relief and normalizing relations with Iran. Israel didn't like that at all. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America and delivered a speech to Congress where he got standing ovations once again, a sight that we've already seen time and time again, a sight that we've seen under the Biden administration and under the Trump administration as well. He was able to do that because Israel gets to do that. Israel gets to do that every single fucking day. Okay? If America has a different design for what they want to do in the region, Israel can just come and punish you. Israel can come and punish the people that played a role in this design and do everything in their power. What is this? Well, why can I come in here at any given time and Asman has 10K plus more views? The world is healing. Instant deletes now, huh? Must be a rough time in here. 10K plus views at any given time. Crazy. Damn, dude, how does Asman have so much more viewers than you at any given point? I mean, it's like 20K by now. I like that you even noticed that the number of viewership increase, regardless of the botting, right? Regardless of the view bots, has actually diminished, has decreased, and yet you still do not understand that the attitude is changing, that the times are changing, my friend. I unbanned you, by the way. Live tune in on Candace. Fuck yeah, she had 200K last stream. Might get me of that. Watch Candace. She got 200K viewers right now. You keeping up with Candace? Thoughts on Alberta's referendum from Canada? Oh, God, another Albertan hog. We're clandestine operators in here, chatter. I thought you didn't know that. Why did Capitol allow for Obama to treat Iran and Israel as he did? If they didn't, why did Obama want to oppose Capitol? What do you mean? In terms of foreign policy, you can have disagreements on how you might conduct your affairs. That's normal. There's going to be disagreements. Israel wants to completely destabilize Iran. America might have a different attitude about completely destabilizing Iran because they have to factor in the opinions of other Gulf states that are vassalized as well, whether it be Saudi Arabia or the UAE, and what kind of danger that presents. And they might move in the direction of stability in the region by collaborating with Iran. Like, there's going to be disagreements there. Ultimately, it's still at the behest of domination, but you might have a different method, right? You might have a different method of domination, a different method of controlling the region. The goal is still to control the region, however. Whether you put Palestinians in concentration camps and send them into ovens, or whether you eviscerate them with drone strikes and regular bombing campaigns, the methods are different, but the outcome is the same. Both are different versions of a Holocaust, but yet it's still a genocide. Does that make sense? It doesn't change the reality as a genocide. Both are mechanized versions of slaughter, wholesale slaughter of an ethnic population, of an indigenous population that must be purged for the state's desires. Oh my God, China allows visa-free access for Canadian visitors. Are you fucking kidding me? There's never been a better moment to be Canadian. Stop dabbing on us, Canada. Okay. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to mention outside of this, outside of the ADL situation, was, all of the, I wonder who the other actors are here that have spent every waking moment attacking not Israel for doing a genocide, but instead its critics for whatever kind of manufactured drama. I wonder who those people are. I think you guys all know who those fucking people are and the many different ways that they've tried to do this, right? In any case, there's one other thing that I wanted to mention here, of course, and that is this attitude that some liberals engage in still to this day. This is another failed attempt to stigmatize certain positions, and I think it's not only inappropriate because the time for this kind of engineering is gone. Okay, I'm going to show you one example of Republicans engineering social dynamics and trying to create an environment of stigma around certain points of view. I'm going to show you how Israel does this as well, still does this, but to a much lesser degree or much less effective way. And then I'm also going to show you how liberals engage in this kind of silliness too. Hold on. The liberal version of this, of course, is something that I tweeted out specifically around this. Hasan also refuses to endorse the candidate that would have prevented all of this, so I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here, especially when I'm talking about, Joe Rogan acting all silly about not knowing that Trump was going to do mass deportations. When a liberal sees this statement from me, okay, Hasan reacts to Trump's Gestapo tactics finally dawning on Joe Rogan. The answer is yes, dumbass. You knew this was going to happen. Trump campaigned on this, and you endorsed him. This liberal turns around and still finds a way to blame one of the few people on the left side that was actively warning the Democratic Party not to do certain things that they did. Hasan also refused to endorse a candidate that would have prevented all of this, so I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here. To which I responded with, libs trying to do this in 2026 can't be serious. I warned the Dems in person at the DNC about the dangers of letting anti-immigrant rhetoric go unchecked. They got cold feet when they saw a couple mass deportation polls and totally conceded to the right. Now here we are. Okay? If your goal is, your attitude is to prevent atrocities like the ones that are happening currently, then you have to hold your politicians to account. And I did that to the best of my ability. I try to work with the one party that is more malleable and is supposed to be closer to my worldview because I care about outcomes. I care about policies. I care about people. The Democratic Party, it's not a secret, is far closer to my worldview than the Republican Party is. They're still blaming the color commentator during the basketball game for not begging the audience to root hard enough for the home team instead of the team for not doing what it needed out on the court. Pathetic. I like that. That's actually a really good analogy. Holy shit. And for the record, what these guys want, and I've played this game before, what these guys want is full fealty, okay? Because the non-endorsement situation here, I stand by 100%, okay? I stand by that, absolutely. Especially because I warned everyone about what Donald Trump, the dangers of Donald Trump and what Donald Trump represented. And I warned the Democrats, if they did not sufficiently address some of these problems, that a lot of people were not going to vote for them. And turns out I was fucking right. And perhaps that's the reason why so many of these like adult outlets run by adults, recognize that, you know, there was differing opinions out there that they did not actually address at all. I'm taking the long way home to explain that I was fucking right. And many of the other places you went to for this information, self-soothing lullabies that you fucking heard over and over again with the assumptions that Kamala Harris had this locked down, they were wrong. And instead of recognizing why you were wrong or why you were deluded and then hopefully not repeating that mistake, you still tried to crash out on those who were right. Evergreen, yeah. Oh, this is so bad. This is how you know she crushed it. Yeah. She crushed it so hard. This was on the DNC speech. This guy also is one of my major haters as well. There's like these liberals, CN liberalism. I have a constituency of Twitter liberal posters who just professionally despise everything that I do and everything that I represent. They not only hate me, but now they even hate the Podjons for aligning with someone such as myself and aligning with the Bernie wing of the party in an effort to defend American democracy, in an effort to actually save this fucking country. But these guys do not have that investment at all. They're just party loyalists for some weird reason. Some of them are paid. Some of them are not even paid. Some of them do it for free. They're just professionally wrong. I don't understand it. I don't understand what it will take for these guys to recognize that they're wrong all the fucking time. Now, that's one aspect of this, failed attempt at censorship as well, or the failed attempt to try and punish people for having a differing opinion, even if those people are correct and the people doing the yelling are incorrect. The other way that Israel, for example, does it is this article, right? With the exception of Ro Khanna, none of these lawmakers responded to the request for comment about Piker's latest post on Hamas, nor did the Pod Save America hosts, including John Lovett, John Favreau, Dan Pfeiffer, and Tommy Vitor. This article is from the Jewish Insider. Okay? Hasan Piker doubles down on Hamas support while maintaining progressive credibility by Matthew Cassell. His remarks unequivocally siding with Hamas provide clarifying insight into Piker's worldview, raising questions about the permission structure in the broader progressive movement that tolerates such views. Stop aligning with this guy. Don't listen to him. Don't allow him don't allow him into your groups, not realizing that I am opening up my platform to many of these people. Okay? It's not the other way around. It's literally the other way around. Imagine writing an article about Theo Von, such as this one. Liberals tried for a very long time. Big part of the reason why they kept fucking losing. Did the writer reach out to you for comment? Fuck no. Also, I would never respond to a comment for the Jewish Insider, an outlet that is specifically designed to cut propaganda such as this one. So I replied to it on Twitter saying, remember when you guys tried to do this with Zoran and no one gave a shit and he's the mayor of New York City now? Not sure how this childish scolding over flattened commentary is going to make Americans under the age of 35 pro-Israel again. Okay? It's not, by the way. It's just not going to work, and it hasn't worked. But they still try it nonetheless. God damn it, dude. Fucking paywall remover is not working. Oh, here it is. Hopefully nope. All right, well, I'm not going to fucking read it then. Who gives a shit? If we can't remove the paywall, then we don't read it. All right. And then the last version of this that I wanted to show you is what Asmongold does, right? Asmongold goes off on Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella came out and made a statement saying that she was fundraising, or she was paying for stickers in her own Discord server that she was going to give out for free to people in her Discord server after paying an artist that was fundraising for families impacted by ICE. And of course, the Roach King did what the Roach King has been doing over and over again, but to a much lesser degree, because the impact that he has is going to fucking soften. Okay? Why do libs call you the Asmongold of the left? Because they're fucking stupid. As an ex-apolitical centrist, radlibs do a good job of making oneself go all out and self-destruct to destroy the radlibs. That's it. The reason why they do that is because they want to say, oh, Hasan is also just as silly as this guy Asmongold. They want to flatten the commentary. They want to flatten the ideology. They want to say these two things are extreme on both sides. But if they were to say, hey, the guy actually saying that everyone deserves healthcare, and the guy actually saying everyone deserves an ICE agent to go to their house and fucking ask them their papers are actually the same, most people will look at you and go, I don't think those two things are the same at all, as a matter of fact. I think you're out of your fucking mind. So instead of saying that, they go, well, they're both Twitch streamers. It's yet another way to not address the talking points that I'm engaging in, not address the ideology, not address my motivation, but instead, or even my background necessarily, but instead to try to flatten it all, to maintain an ultimate enlightened centrist position at a time when most people would consider that to be reductive, silly, and unproductive in general. They would say, hey, I don't really think that this is the case. In any case, we're talking about pressure. We're talking about social pressure and how social pressure plays a big role in silencing opposing viewpoints. Asmongold has a very large audience that will intensely come after you when he directs that attention, that negative attention, your way. Okay? He also doesn't make the best arguments in general. But like I said, Cutie wanted to do something nice and basically, position herself as being openly anti-ICE at a time when I think a lot of people are going to slowly but surely, because of people like Cutie Cinderella as well as others, okay, will feel a sense of comfort in the crowd and will be able to openly say, I don't fuck with ICE. I think this is unacceptable, and I'm not afraid to say it. And better yet, I'm not even afraid to go out and protest in the streets. Okay, why did Ai Weiwei just follow me on Twitter? Maybe because you followed him? What's his Twitter? I'm going to follow him. He follows 20,000 people. Anyway.
Things that I don't feel comfortable not saying anything about.
I gotta pee.
That's not true. You just think that there's a consensus about this, so you want to talk about it and capitalize on it by virtue signaling. No, you talk about it whenever it's convenient, and there's not a lot of backlash for it. That's what's really going on. If you want to lead change with kindness, you should be assisting ICE, helping remove illegal alien criminals, predators, pedophiles, and rapists from the country. If you want to help them and you want to make things better, you should be trying to lobby the people that are in these states instead of using these different random leftists as shock troopers and throwing them out as cannon fodder to have them be psychotic animals and basically end up getting shot. If you want to help, you have to make sure that those people aren't doing that. You're not helping them by doing this.
Actually sign up and get a free.
I want to let you guys know that this is yet another rich person in entertainment that is completely insulated from the consequences of illegal immigration or any sort of behavior that now wants to basically overrule the results of an election because it's socially convenient or socially, I guess trendy to do so. That's what's going on here.
So,
now,
yeah.
does she live in a neighborhood with illegal aliens? Of course not. She probably lives in a gated community.
So I think
It's so horrible that the election happened and people voted to elect Donald Trump to remove illegal.
In the past, okay, couple things that I want to mention. First and foremost, he immediately comes out of the gate swinging and saying, oh, it's a convenient time for her to say this, while in the process of making it very inconvenient for her to say this, right? Because when you say, oh, this is just simply a grift, right? And then you punish them, or even the fact that you mention that it is a grift and it's not a sincerely held belief at all, you're doing that to punish this person, okay? So you're immediately attacking this person. And as a massive content creator on this platform, not only do I personally think this is a projection, this is basically his own personal view about politics in general, very cynical worldview overall, but you're also saying it so that people actually punish people for coming out and dissenting, right? You're engaging in I guess like a self-crit session, you know? Cultural revolution style. You got the Maoist Red Guards. But instead of finding some sort of like ideological purity around Mao Zedong thought, it's as Asmongoldian thought, which is whatever the fuck Donald Trump says is good. That you unconditionally deep throat. Whatever the fuck our societal elites, pedophilic societal elites say is good. Right? Hey, bro, you always talk about Asmon. Oh, my God. This is another thing that Asmongold's puppets do with regular frequency as well. This is not about Asmongold, but more so about a broader conversation that we're having. I'm giving you different versions in American ideology, in American politics, different versions of the same kind of stigmatization that takes place to stop people from speaking out. I'm also defending my podcast co-host and friend from attacks. If you have an issue with that, you can take it up with Asmongold. If you don't want me to talk about Asmongold, tell Asmongold to shut the fuck up and go back to playing video games, okay? Or go back to covering titties in video games. I don't know what he was talking about beforehand, but if you don't counter Asmon, idiot points, no one will because his community scares smaller creators. Yes, that's what it is. And that's how, this is the point. The point I'm making is the moment that you bring up Asmongold in your stream, his fucking cockroaches come in and start saying, shut the fuck up. Why are you talking about Asmongold? Or a number of different heinous things. The reason why you don't really hear heinous things any longer in this chat whenever I cover Asmongold is because we usually purge them. Back in the day, whenever I covered anything that Asmongold was saying, oftentimes in defense of myself, because he still to this day regularly covers me. So does your community, to be fair. This is Cope. 100%. 100% Cope. Especially considering that I have this kind of shit, okay, in my community. When Asmongold covers me every single day, people celebrate that. They demand it. They're like, please talk about Hasan. Hasan is such a fucking idiot. Talk about the latest thing that Hasan did. When I cover Asmongold, a lot of people come in here and think, well, I'm high and mighty. I'm actually much better than you for not knowing who Asmongold is, regardless of the size that he has on this platform and regardless of what he is presenting. This is not about Asmongold. This is about how social stigma plays a role in silencing political dissent.
better. You should be trying to lobby the people that are in these states instead of using these different random leftists as shock troopers and throwing them out as cannon fodder to have them be psychotic animals and basically end up getting shot.
Yeah, this is the real working class position. So anyway, Asmongold goes off on Cutie Cinderella after she spoke out against ICE. In a different time, I would say, this kind of fucking rhetoric would go unchecked and it would cause people to shut the fuck up. Because other people would see Cutie Cinderella come out and then get fucking punished socially by a much larger content creator with an audience that is willing to go out and tell them to shut the fuck up, to think twice before they say something, no matter how they feel, no matter if they have anger and resentment in their hearts for what this administration is doing. This is how you get people to shut the fuck up, by doing exactly this. Times are changing. Times are changing now because people that push back on this, their voices are even louder. Okay? I need you to understand. I'm going to address the talking points as well. Okay? One of the most common ways in which Asmongold tries to present his perspective as a common sense opinion is by claiming that this is what the working class wants and making it seem as though he is not an out-of-touch multimillionaire just because he doesn't fucking shower. Many people actually don't understand that Asmongold is even more out of touch than the likes of someone like Cutie Cinderella or even someone like myself, by virtue of us going outside and also regularly showering. But because Asmongold does not shower and lives in a fucking moldy-ass, stinky-ass house, a lot of people tune in and go, oh my God, he's just like Diogenes. He is my fucking filthy philosopher. He believes the things that I believe, so he must be right. Meanwhile, he is a fucking multimillionaire grifting off of your stupidity by telling you that Donald Trump is fucking awesome. Yeah, based. Everything is common sense. Deluding you into thinking that the perspective that he is consistently reinforcing is actually commonly shared by many others, causing you to feel more isolated in the real world because he's lying to you. If you're on the internet and you spend most of your time on maybe certain subreddits or on Twitter, you are going to be presented with a false reality that the average person is totally on board with what is going on. This is very dangerous. This is why I always try to explain to you that you must go outside of your own echo chambers, okay? And we try to do that to the best of our ability here at the HasanAbi Broadcast with regular frequency. And I oftentimes yell at the dumb fucks that tell me, why are you covering Fox News? Why are you covering Trump? Why are you platforming Trump? I yell at them all the time because you have to diversify your media diet and you have to have a better understanding of what other people are thinking and what other people are saying, okay? I cover a litany of different perspectives on this broadcast, okay? From an uncompromising moral position that I've yet to stray away from. And I will continue to do so. And I am telling you, the tide is shifting, okay? The tide is shifting already. Now people actually have had enough. Now people are actually less afraid to come out and speak. And you guys in this community play a role in that as well. And just like people like Cutie Cinderella play a role in this as well. When they come out and they say something and they get yelled at by the likes of Asmongold, but then other people come to her defense and yell at Asmongold, people then realize, oh wait, I'm not alone. I'm not alone with my feelings. This is the reason why I was able to grow as a content creator initially, because so many people would tune in and go, holy fuck, I live in a goddamn red state and I didn't realize people think the way you do. I thought I was alone. I thought no one else around me felt this way. Okay? And there are many right-wingers who also look for that. Okay? And that's how they arrive at someone like Asmongold, where they go, oh my God, finally someone is actually saying the things I'm thinking, saying the quiet part out loud. Okay? That's it. That's all this is. The reality of the matter is, however, the majority opinion has shifted dramatically away from the hands of the incompetent administration and all the reactionary policies that they are representing because people are seeing the impact of those policies. Chatters may not have believed the tide was going to shift after October 7th, but we watched American sentiment nearly invert completely over 2 years of genocide in Gaza. Regarding ICE, the shift will happen much faster because it's happening here. Exactly. The shift has already happened. Americans went from 66% saying mass deportation now and voting for the mass deportation president to win over the, less deportation, but still many deportations presidential candidate Kamala Harris to going abolish ICE in a matter of a year, less than 1 year into Donald Trump's term. Donald Trump's first term has not, Donald Trump's second term, the first year has not even ended yet. Okay, we got 4 more days for the 365 days to complete. And it took 1 year, but we are now here. The majority position is now to demand to abolish ICE once again. And it's only going to get worse from here on out. It's not like the economy is going to get fixed. It's not like people are going to magically experience prosperity. People are more and more frustrated every single day, and Trump's base is fucking hemorrhaging. Okay? And a lot of these people do not actually care about that. A lot of these people don't actually have the broad awareness to understand that. I'm sorry, Asmongold is not a very intelligent person. He's not as stupid as the way he presents himself. He is definitely very cynical. He is very sinister in his commentary, but he's ultimately not that smart because he doesn't have a lot of experience in the realm of political commentary. He's a simple grifter, simply saying Trump is good, Trump is based over and over again because he realized that, there is an audience for it. There is a market for it. Okay? And because of that, he doesn't realize that the walls are closing in. One of the first instances where he realized that the walls are closing in was this past week when he actually came out and said, yeah, based, when talking about a 37-year-old woman, Renee Good, who was a good woman. Okay, a good American, a patriotic American who was defending her neighbors, who was shot in the middle of a fucking street in Minneapolis. He said that was based. He said, fuck around and find out. And a lot of people realized that this is the kind of heinous shit that he was trafficking in. Okay, and they started pushing back. And as soon as he experienced even a fraction of the scrutiny, enmity, animosity that he has brought about to others with his audience, he decided, oh, maybe I won't talk about politics as much. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. But one thing he does not realize is that he doesn't know how to pivot. Okay? One thing he does not realize is that the Trump train is not going to keep cooking. It's not going to keep going. The Trump train is already off the rails. You still think it is on the rails. You still think it's going to arrive at this destination. It's not. Okay? The tide shift is already here. And instances like this and pushing back on large content creators such as Asmongold for trafficking in not only conspiracy but also heinous, toxic, repulsive propaganda that consistently defends the Republican administration, no matter how pedophilic it gets, no matter how pro-Israel it gets, is going to sour people from watching him. And the only way that a lot of people who, unfortunately for us, experience politics as all vibes and nothing else, utterly devoid of policy impact, utterly devoid of ideological conditioning, will eventually realize the vibes are kind of stinky on that side of politics, and they'll slowly but surely find themselves on our side once again. But it is always pertinent on someone like myself and many others with a platform to properly educate people, to give them a proper political education so they do not stray away from empathy first politics, from good policies that they demand in an uncompromising manner, and not just go back to the other side when the vibes shift once again. That's it. That's it. Yeah, again, he's shit talking the clip, but that you're talking about right now from a mile away. He could only watch people in 3-second increments just so he can gather more thoughts since he can't argue against their point.
Leftists as shock troopers and throwing them out as cannon fodder to have them be psychotic animals and basically end up getting shot. If you want to help,
he's talking about this right now and calling you a panderer for defending Cutie. Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. I'm pandering. No, I'm celebrating, just like when he celebrates Rev Says Dezu or whatever the fuck that lolly account is, that lolly VTuber. When he says things that are seemingly on his ideological side, okay, I'm celebrating a content creator coming out and actually saying openly that they are against ICE. At a time like this one, it is necessary, it is pertinent on all people with a platform, all people with influence to come out and fucking say that this is unacceptable, this is wrong, okay? I'm sick and tired of the environment of silence that was created by right-wingers who were very loud and very proud to show everyone how fucking toxic they were, okay? To show everyone how they love all of these vices, okay? Vice signaling over and over and over again, okay? It's done. It's done. It's here. That tide shift is here, okay? And there will be more and more people that come out and say, Asmongold, shut the fuck up. Go take a shower. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why would you get so bent out of shape on something like this?
you have to make sure that those people aren't doing that. You're not helping them by doing this.
Actually, sign up and get a free.
I want to let you guys know that this is yet another rich person in entertainment that is completely insulated from the consequences of illegal immigration or any sort of behavior that now wants to basically overrule the results of an election.
Also, the other thing that his fans always do is like, lol, you're talking about him, because they want his positions to go uncontested. And because they can't actually argue against whatever I'm presenting here, they go, oh, lol, of course you're talking about it. Lol, I just trolled you and I derailed the conversation. I won, right? This is pathetic. They don't want his opinion to go contested. They want his opinion to run uncontested, right? That's it. They're not in it for any kind of real purpose. That's why they automatically would go, oh, well, he has more viewers than you. Well, one day he will have less viewers than me. What will you say then? You know, eventually you're going to have to argue on the points. Maybe today is not that day for you, but eventually you are going to have to argue on the points. Or you'll probably do what I expect many in Asmongold's community and audience to do, which is quietly move to the other side and act as though you were there all along. That's usually what people do, especially because they're anonymous. But don't worry. We're open-minded here. At least I am open-minded here. I'll welcome you with open arms as long as you're out there doing the right thing.
Because it's socially convenient or socially, I guess trendy to do so. That's what's going on here. Now, does she live in a neighborhood with illegal aliens?
She lives in Los Angeles, California, my friend. Is Los Angeles, California an immigrant-riddled shithole? Or is it utterly devoid of illegal immigrants? Cutie Cinderella lives in Los Angeles, California. The notion that there are no undocumented immigrants living in her neighborhood or anywhere in Los Angeles, California is very fucking stupid. Okay? As a matter of fact, Los Angeles, California is proof that, you know, the immigration status of a person does not actually dictate anything, and people can live harmoniously alongside one another, regardless of where their starting position was. Very stupid for him to make this argument.
Of course not. She probably lives in a gated community.
So I think...
It's so horrible that the election happened and people voted to elect Donald Trump to remove illegal aliens, but...
Who gets to avoid other people more, you think? A person who, once again, he doesn't even know whether she lives in a gated community or not. She doesn't, you know? But once again, you don't go outside. You are infinitely more out of touch with the average person. You are infinitely more out of touch with the average person, and you're even wealthier than Cutie Cinderella. You have a larger platform than Cutie Cinderella. You're much wealthier than Cutie Cinderella. You are a multi-millionaire. Just because you don't shower and present yourself as though you have an ascetic lifestyle, you present yourself as having an ascetic lifestyle does not mean that you actually are in touch with the common person. A person that goes outside is infinitely more in touch with the common person than a multimillionaire who doesn't go outside ever. Okay? Yeah, it's not necessarily an ascetic lifestyle, but maybe an acidic lifestyle, as this chatter is saying as well. But, you know, that's neither here nor there.
Hey, you know, we shouldn't listen to the elections. We should listen to you. Yeah, you know, like, hey,
CEO of multiple companies, you know, business owner, never leaves his home, multimillionaire, talking about how other people are out of touch for what? For saying their political positions. Argue against the points, Asmongold. Argue against the points instead of trying to lean into the popularity of Donald Trump, especially at a time when Donald Trump is objectively unpopular. Stop deluding your audience. Donald Trump is no longer popular, and a big part of the reason why he's no longer popular is because he won the election with lies. Lies such as, we are going to deport undocumented migrants because they're all criminals. That was a lie to begin with. And that this is going to yield tremendous economic prosperity. Another lie. He is trying to deport as many undocumented migrants as he possibly can, many of which are not criminals at all, as a matter of fact, or have like very little, very small violations that are again, paperwork problems in general, okay? And he's doing this in an incredibly cruel and incredibly ruthless manner, so much so that has led to his unpopularity. He's unpopular on the issue of immigration, an issue that he ran on and won on, okay? So people are directly saying, no, what you're doing here is bad, okay? And not only that, but he's also unpopular because he hasn't fixed the economy. As a matter of fact, the economy is horrible for working class individuals. You wouldn't know that, though, because you're an out-of-touch multimillionaire. Just because you sit in a moldy home does not mean that you are not an out-of-touch multimillionaire who is grifting and deluding people into thinking that things are actually good and Donald Trump is actually dominating. What is this argument that everyone has to agree with what the result of the last election was? I hear it from hogs all the time, but what is the point? I don't see them loving Joe Biden when he was elected. Exactly. It's fucking stupid. It's not a real argument at all. You only present that if you are utterly devoid of any sort of real arguments. Okay? You don't have any real arguments, so you just keep going, well, we won the election. Get wrecked, libtard. That's all you have. Okay? His fans are suffering in silence, feeling powerless because they want Asmongold to debate you, but he will never do it out of fear of looking ridiculous, which is exactly what would happen. I know. If you are an Asmongold fan in this community that is watching right now to talk about, to talk shit, you came in here to be like, watching Asmongold again, take up your issues with Asmongold, who talks about me, but rarely ever talks to me, has a very hard time talking to me, as a matter of fact. I'm not the one who is running away from a conversation. I've actually been very charitable and very kind to Asmongold every single time we have had conversations. He just doesn't want to fold in front of someone else who actually knows what they're talking about, and that's precisely the reason why he avoids having a conversation with me, but won't avoid consistently farming drama, even though this is not even about drama. This is about policy disagreements, policy differences. If you cannot test your mettle in the marketplace of ideas, maybe you're not so confident in your ideas at all.
Fuck democracy. It doesn't matter what people vote on. No, this is just the wrong thing to do anyway. I don't think so. This is another, as I said, it's another privileged white girl that lives in a gated community, totally insulated from the consequences of any degree of negative effect of illegal migration or any other problem that's a secondary effect of that. You never have to worry about having food stamps be delayed because of this or having food stamps be cut because
once again, the commoner position here for Asmongold, okay, is the idea that ICE is actually good because it's actually, removing migrants. And for the record, Cutie Cinderella was on food stamps. Asmongold was on food stamps as well, which is something that he brings up quite frequently. But so was Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella grew up very, very poor. Perhaps even more poor than Asmongold was. Let's be real. This is something that she has talked about on the Fear End podcast. This is something she talks about on her own stream. Asmongold is infinitely more disconnected from reality because he's out of touch. He's a multimillionaire who never leaves his home. Just want to point that out one more time. When he tries to present this argument as though he is taking on the commoner position, the common working class position here, by presenting her as a privileged white girl living in a gated community, he's actually trying to redirect the attention away from himself. Because if his audience was constantly holding him to account to be like, well, aren't you a multimillionaire yourself and you don't really leave your house, all of a sudden, the mirage would shift. People would start realizing, okay, yeah, sure, you wear the same white t-shirt all the time. Maybe that's just marketing, right? Unfortunately for all of us, a lot of people do fall for that marketing, which is precisely the reason why a lot of people get mad at me and they say, Hasan, well, you present yourself as an incredibly wealthy person. You wear high fashion clothes and you have a nice car, you have a nice home, over and over again, as though this has anything to do with the arguments that I'm presenting, as though this has anything to do with, as though this is at odds with my worldview in any shape or form, right? It does not. But it's an easy, boom, one shot that causes people to go, I'm not going to listen to what you have to say. Okay? He said, y'all are just saying it when it's popular. You in 2018 saying abolish ICE with a video calling them Gestapo. Yes, I've been there. I've been there for years. This is nothing new.
First they came for the communists.
This is in February 12, 2018, when I was at the Young Turks, when I called ICE Gestapo. Okay? I've been there. I've been there consistently and have never shied away from this position, no matter how quote-unquote unpopular it has seemingly gotten, okay? The real reason why Asmongold is lashing out like this is because he realizes that his position is inevitably going to become unpopular because he's tied himself to the Trump train, okay? And now that the Trump train is actually off the rails, he's also off the rails. This is why I get somewhat frustrated when people try to be like, well, you're just like Asmongold. You don't know anything. It's like, bitch, I've been doing this for many, many years, okay? Just because you weren't aware of it doesn't mean that I wasn't there.
There's a bunch of people that are dependent on it. You don't have any level and any understanding of this at all because you're rich. You're totally disconnected from the average person. We call it virtue signaling. It is. It's totally optics driven. It's
Once again, nothing to say about the argument. Nothing to say that, fuck ICE is a totally reasonable and, dare I say, popular position, even though he did bring up that it's popular now. So he is literally admitting that it's a popular position now, and that's why he's lashing out, trying to make people shut the fuck up, trying to force them into silence by bullying them. It's not going to work. Okay? Especially because at the heart of this argument is the most in touch with the working class take is actually when you demand for white working class moms to get shot in the face by ICE. Okay? That's it. That's the in touch position. These people work way harder than you do. The people that are getting deported work way harder than you do. They are way more productive than you are. What the fuck do? You don't do anything. And neither do I, for the record. And I live with that shame every day, so I try to do my very best to at least like engage in broad awareness initiatives and do fundraisers, work with community organizers, work with politicians, work with political campaigns. That's the reason why I do that. Go out to protests, speak at marches. The things that I do, partially, I do because I know that if I just sat around and just chirped, it's not enough. Meanwhile, that's all he does. All he does is chirp, and his heart is not even in it. If you can't actually argue against the positions being presented, you just attack the person. That's all this is. The argument that he's presenting is that ICE is good. Why is ICE good? Because it's deporting undocumented migrants. Why is this a good thing? Because undocumented migrants are stealing food stamps. None of this is true, okay? Undocumented migrants actually cannot take advantage of any social welfare in this country, okay? That's number one. And their impact on the economy is positive. It's not negative at all. Their crime is not a real crime. It's not a felony, no matter how hard these people lie and try to make it seem as though they're all bloodthirsty murderers. Undocumented migrants are a net positive on the economy. They put back more into taxpayer funds than they actually take out in the form of any sort of social safety nets because they don't have access to these social safety nets. These are things that we have talked about a million times over. And ultimately, what they are being violently deported for is simply a paperwork issue, a paperwork issue that could be solved just like that.
Because of this, or having food stamps be cut because there's a bunch of people that are dependent on it. You don't have any
undocumented migrants are not actually taking food stamps from U.S. citizens, for the record. This is a lie. He is just lying. He has no evidence for this.
Totally disconnected from the average person. We call it virtue signaling.
The average person is infinitely closer to an undocumented migrant. As a matter of fact, probably encounters undocumented migrants with regular frequency at the places they go to, whether they be businesses they frequent or even work alongside them at the regular job sites that they go to. Asmongold is actually an out-of-touch Twitch streamer who is a multi-millionaire who never leaves his home, and therefore he is completely oblivious to this reality. If anything, the federal government spending $75 billion in additional funds on ICE to go out and hire the most racist dumbasses with zero fucking training to go and harass random American citizens and undocumented neighbors alike is infinitely worse and an infinitely worse pressure on the social safety nets than whatever hypothetical imagined fantasy Asmongold has about undocumented migrants stealing welfare, which is not a real thing at all. Okay? Well, why did the average person vote for Trump then? I don't know. If you don't like Joe Biden, ask yourself the question, why did the average person vote for Joe Biden? It's the same reason, okay? Because they deluded themselves into thinking that Joe Biden would represent a change that they appreciate, okay? Just like a lot of people deluded themselves into thinking Trump would be a positive change. They didn't like Kamala Harris. I'm very honest about this kind of stuff. If you've ever listened to me during the election cycle, you would have heard me say over and over again, Donald Trump is most likely going to win because Kamala Harris is actually doing a dog shit job at running a campaign and presenting herself as an out-of-touch elitist who is not in tune with the needs of the working class. This allows Donald Trump to, for example, present himself as an isolationist and a peace candidate. The reason why Donald Trump was able to lie about being the peace candidate, even though he was president for 4 years and he certainly wasn't the peace candidate then, was because the oppositional figure in the opposing party was anchored around continuing a genocide that a foreign country was doing with unlimited weapons and unlimited funding from us with our taxpayer dollars, right? With our taxpayer dollars. And also simultaneously saying that she is going to command the most lethal military in the world, the most lethal U.S. military that the U.S. military has ever seen. And hugging and kissing Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and winning their endorsements and parading around as though these guys had any constituency whatsoever. When you present yourself as the pro-war party, the other side is going to have a much easier time presenting themselves as the peace party, even if they are not going to do that. This is precisely the reason why a lot of voters for Donald Trump are experiencing buyer's remorse right now. Yes, but he specifically promised to get rid of the migrants, and that's why many voted for him. That's one promise he actually kept. Except if you were once again around here at any given moment throughout the election cycle, you had heard me say Americans actually vote for things that they don't like all the time. One example that I used in the election cycle was abortion. Many right-wing Americans thought they wanted to ban abortion, and once abortion bans actually came through because the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, they realized, oh shit, we don't like this at all. We don't like this one bit. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why, even though the position of mass deportation was polling at around 66% in the lead up to the election, and Donald Trump was seen as a guy who was going to deal with this problem, is now deeply unpopular because of his anti-migrant policies. People who are pro-migrant, people who are the pro-migration position is at 75%, peaking at its highest approval rating right now. Donald Trump is underwater on his immigration policies, and people are very upset at the way things are going, even if they voted for it. I've met many people, even on stream, that have said, I'm Latino, I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he was going to actually deport the criminal migrants and not my family members. And he deported my family members, and I very quickly realized he was lying. Another reason as to why he was able to get away with this lie is because the Democratic Party that previously had committed to a firm opposition on the pro-migrant position completely dropped that this time around in this election cycle and said, no, actually, migrants do constitute a national security crisis. The Republicans are right on this, and we are going to be the competent figures that actually engage in deportations. That was wrong. And I said over and over again that leaning into the lies and conceding to the lies that the Republicans were creating in an effort to justify mass deportations is one of the worst things you could possibly do, because it makes you look like a hypocrite. It makes you look like a coward. It makes you look like you got caught in a lie. When ironically enough, they were the ones who were lying from the start. And once the policy positions become reality, people quickly realize that that is a lie. This is not insane framing at all. Or, oh, you're talking about the way that Republicans are framing this. Okay? Some Democrats' radical commitment to funding increasingly unpopular violence is out of touch with the public's trajectory and is politically naive. Concerning that these extremist figures are apparently leading the opposition to Trump, do Democrats want another 2024? A plurality of Americans want to abolish ICE, including Democrats, 77-12. Black voters, 62-18. Hispanic voters, 58-31. By the way, notice how black voters actually have a more negative opinion on ICE than Hispanic voters do. Just something to consider here. Moderates, 45-35, and 15% of Trump voters. And Democratic leadership is apparently offering to give ICE more money in exchange for a few reforms. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Insane. Let's finish this.
It is. It's totally optics driven. It's embarrassing. And honestly, I think that it's not surprising either. Cutie Cinderella, especially after that crash out that she had with like, who was it? The KDB and Vanilla Mace. Whenever she looked bad for saying that she wasn't going to disown her father because her father disagreed because of her trans brother or something like this. Well, now she has to make up for that.
Again, utterly irrelevant point here. Not relevant at all, but it's signaling to like a irrelevant drama to once again disparage the person for actually standing in opposition to ICE. He has a disagreement on what Cutie Cinderella is doing here, but he can't actually entertain the real argument because he doesn't, one, have the knowledge to entertain the actual argument and attack the argument itself and talk about why ICE is good. So he brings up a whole bunch of like fake bullshit saying, oh, well, ICE is actually doing a good job and people voted for it because like, you know, these criminal migrants are stealing welfare. Again, all bullshit. But most of the argument, if you noticed in this 3-minute video that I was looking at for like the last 25 to 35 minutes, is all conjecture. It's all utterly devoid of policy positions. There's no counterpoint. There's nothing at all. It's briefly he mentions why ICE is good, but most of it is just she's bad, white woman in a gated community. She fucking sucks. She's doing this because it's now optically sound to do so. She's actually silly. She's stupid. She's out of touch. She's out of touch with the commoner perspective, the common working class perspective, all this stuff. You only engage in this kind of argumentation when you actually have no argument to have. Okay? When you do not have a real argument, a valid position, when you cannot let your argument stand on its own virtues, okay? You just go, look at all the drama that she was in. Also, what did Cutie Cinderella do to Asmongold? Literally nothing. She's just someone to bully, ridicule, and humiliate for him. That's it. That's it. He's just crashing out on people because they don't agree with the position that he has framed his entire, political career around, that ICE is good.
By doing this performative activism and pretending like this is such a horrible thing. The only level that Cutie Cinderella has of interacting with illegal aliens is...
Yeah, also, this is the other thing. Exactly. He wants to make sure that other content creators that speak out know that he will attack them. He wants to punish creators that speak out against his worldview. He wants to create a hug box. And he has, to a certain degree. Why the fuck do you think he spent every goddamn waking moment shitting on me every single day for like the last 2 years? It's not just because he gets the numbers when he does stuff like that. It's also because he's creating a safe space for some of the most pathetic vice signaling losers. Okay? That's why no matter how big or small certain content creators are, he goes after them. Okay? He goes after them aggressively and maliciously, and his audience goes after them. He went after Connor as well. You can use the example as he's never shit on Charlie, although Charlie called out ICE in that video, and those with Asmongold's views are blind and stupid. Yeah, he's too much of a pussy to fucking go after Moist Critical, because Moist Critical has an audience that is much larger than his audience. Moist Critical is actually a beloved content creator in this space. And he would never actually go after Moist Critical for expressing the same exact point of view. Moist also has financial ties with OTK and Asmongold. That's probably part of the problem as well for both parties involved, by the way, because it's not like Moist Critical is oblivious to Asmongold. He accused you of doing this. He said Hasan wants to create a reward structure for negative commentary against me. Ironic coming from him. Yeah, a guy who has basically been engaging in this negative commentary structure in an effort to, to boost himself in the algorithm over and over again for the past 2 years is now saying, I'm doing the same thing. Well, guess what, dude? Sucks to suck. And for the record, I will be honest with you. I do want there to be an incentive structure around people who are opposing not just Asmongold. I mean, I don't give a shit about Asmongold. If Asmongold started talking about World of Warcraft again or played video games every single day and maybe every now and then talked about titties and video games, I would not give a shit. He did that for years. He was a much larger content creator than me for years while he was doing that. And did I ever fucking criticize him? Did I ever complain? Did I ever mention Asmongold at all? No, of course not. Many people had no idea who the fuck Asmongold was in my community for that reason. The only reason why I want there to be an incentive structure around not just shitting on Asmongold, but just shitting on right-wing sentiment is because I hate right-wing sentiment. I abhor right-wing sentiment. I oppose right-wing sentiment. This is what I've done for the past decade plus. And if Asmongold wants to keep promoting right-wing values that I find to be repulsive, that I find to be toxic, that I find to be not hospitable, and make this space that I'm in a worse place overall, of course I'm going to oppose it. And I hope that other people will find courage in both my conviction and many others and find courage in numbers to also oppose him.
Probably whenever they come to clean her house. That's it. Other than that, there's no other time that Cutie Cinderella is interacting with illegal aliens other than unfairly benefiting from their labor. So, big surprise, it's another privileged white girl that's trying to talk about how important it is that we need to keep these indentured servants.
Yeah, also, you have to understand another reason where, like, where people will go, oh my God, like, why the fuck are you talking about Asmongold? Well, the vice president retweeted him. You know, maybe that's a pretty fucking solid reason to oppose a fairly prominent right-wing content creator. The vice president not only retweeted him, but he also celebrated the vice president retweeting him and talked about this.
Ooh. Oh, obviously got retweeted by the vice president. It's a good day for me, huh? How about that? Yeah. How about that, bro? We're bringing it back. Real recognized real? Yeah. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Y'all got to take that 2% idea I had. Y'all got to think about that. You're going to get those in the fucking, what do you call it? The mental institutions back. They do. That's fucking funny. Oh, my God. I got retweeted by the vice president. That's nuts. How about that? Think he's watching right now? Maybe, man. Maybe. That'd be fucking funny if it was. And, yeah, winners win. I guess that's the case, right? The fuck, that's crazy. I mean, the thing is that I don't really talk about this a lot because I think that it's kind of like an ego thing. I know there are other streamers that like talking a lot about how, you know, they get mainstream credibility and mainstream.
I wonder who he's talking about. This also reveals that he does fucking hate that nobody takes him seriously. Look at how excited he is that someone in a position of power has actually validated his worldview after spending years sucking up to the administration. Very interesting that he just like briefly brings up mainstream credibility here. Who's watching this motherfucker, bro? He's so repulsive. Equally repulsive people. Okay? Equally repulsive people that should be fucking bullied on the internet for openly, for not even feeling a sense of embarrassment for saying openly that they follow Asmongold. And it's not because of like the way he looks, for the record. It's because of what he says and how little he knows. It's kind of like people who don't feel embarrassed openly saying like, I watched that Nick Shirley video and it was fucking brilliant. We really need to bring back stigma, okay? These guys have dominated the realm of social stigma for far too long. It is ridiculous that people openly can say they are fans of Asmongold and everybody doesn't go, what the fuck are you talking about? This dude has barely ever had a fucking real job, doesn't know a single damn thing, is just talking out of his fucking ass, and only recently became this political propagandist. And all he does is just relitigate state propaganda over and over again, regurgitate state propaganda over and over again. I don't necessarily have an issue with him becoming the face of the modern right-wing movement, by the way. I think that when under the spotlight, guys like this will crumble because they are devoid of real ideological conviction and the stubbornness necessary to be in this battle for an extended period of time. And especially if the money dries up, they'll fucking stop. That's one of the things I will say now, especially because enough time has passed. But you know that I stand by my principles, even when shit gets hot. Okay? I do. If Asmongold halved his audience tomorrow, he would never talk about Trump again. That is a fucking promise. Okay? When my audience halved after October 7, I did not stop talking about Israel. If I was a fucking grifter, that would have been my pivot. I dialed in and day out, I kept pushing. And wasn't a real sacrifice in comparison to all of the people that lost their fucking lives trying to show the rest of the world what Israel was doing. Okay? 10 toes down, baby. All the fucking way. That time will come. And when it does, he will say he no longer wants to be in the divisive world of politics. It's gotten too bad. But the real reason will be because Donald Trump is so unimaginably unpopular that the stigma that was associated with people who initially dared to criticize him on the internet, like Twitter or Twitch, will now turn on its face just like it did with Israel. Post October 7, if you actually had anything to say about Israel beyond Am Israel Chai, Israel is the greatest nation on the planet, everyone would yell at you. They would say, get the fuck out of here. How dare you? You fucking love terrorism. You want to decapitate babies, don't you? Right? And now, if you dare to say something positive about Israel in polite society, they look at you like, what the fuck are you saying? And that is what's going to happen with Trump as well. It's already beginning to happen with Trump, and it's only going to get worse for everyone that's a Trump supporter. And when that time comes, he will try to pivot. He will try to turn around and say, you have narcissistic features when you talk about what you said / did and ideology. You're so amazing. I have narcissistic features. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because this is a common line of attack for people in this commentary space. Oh, you're a grifter. You're a grifter. You see what I mean? At least among the youth and the online, Israel has 110% lost a culture war. Calling something Israeli is synonymous with cringe or lame among people under 25. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, here he is talking about the vice president retweeting
It's
him.
kind of like an ego thing. I know there are other streamers that like talking a lot about how, they get mainstream credibility and mainstream approval. There's a lot of guys that are in really high places that I've spoken to and communicated with, and they're really nice guys, and some of them really appreciate what I do. And so...
he's talking about Elon Musk, for the record. For people who are wondering who he's referencing here, it's Elon Musk. No, it's not Cap. Elon Musk actually fucking highlights this shit all the time, and I suspect that they DM one another with regular frequency.
Yeah, I don't really talk about this. I don't go on news stations or anything like that, but I just go out and do whatever the fuck, right?
What news station would have you? Actually, like maybe Fox News, I guess. You cannot handle the spotlight, my friend. A big part of the reason why you cannot handle the spotlight is because you don't actually have real convictions. You're just doing it for pure grift. And the moment of pushback, the first side of pushback, you would fold, as you do every single time. That's why you're Asman fold. You don't have any social skills. You don't have any ideological conviction. And you don't even want to fucking shower. And I feel like if you went on Fox News looking like this, people go, ew, gross. This is our representative on the internet? God damn. You would make people fucking reconsider right-wing positions. Asmongold is the Rabbi Shmuley of defending right-wing propaganda. Anyone that encounters Rabbi Shmuley will leave that conversation damning Israel to hell, okay? Although Rabbi Shmuley wants to defend Israel, he is so repulsive in the ways that he tries to defend Israel that most people, even people who were pro-Israel prior to encountering Rabbi Shmuley, leave that conversation thinking, the Palestinian resistance can't be all that bad. And Asmongold has a similar vibe for normies. He is a normie repellent. Okay? Both on the inside and on the outside, just like Rabbi Shmuley. Any normie that encounters Asmongold's talking points regardless of how right-wing they might have been prior to that conversation, will at the very least sincerely reconsider their worldview. They will go, this is the guy on my side. I don't know if I am on the right side of this argument. Do not delude yourselves into thinking he just kind of looks like your average MAGA hog. He looks and sounds like the ruraloid meth head that I showed you the other day. To the average normie who lives in a fucking quiet suburb, who votes straight ticket Republican, this is poison.
So, yeah, it's not a big deal. I don't, it's not an ego to me. It's just that's the way it is. I mean, I look at it, it's cool to see, but yeah, that's about it. And how's it feel? I mean, it feels good. I mean, the thing is that, and this is what I said too, wow, it's almost as if the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame-by-frame basis.
This is what's so funny about this, by the way. Like, a week after the incident, they come out, CBS News, by the way, Israel News, Israel's #1 news station, CBS News. Shouts out to Barry Weiss. Shouts out to the Ellisons. Most pro-Trump and pro-Israel news station in America now. Comes out and says, breaking, the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident. Instantly gets, quote, retweeted by fucking J.D. Vance. While much of the left has lied about this case, it turns out ramming a law enforcement officer with a car caused injuries. Who knew? And he's obviously glazing and replying to CBS News here. Now, that was a week later, and not a single fucking person believes this shit. Good luck. Good luck on this argument. There's a new New York Times visual investigation disproving that he was hit. Oh, there's another one? Hell yeah. Nobody's fucking buying it. Nobody.
This actually happened. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the next goalpost shift. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see the next goalpost shift. What we're going to see instead is just them agreeing with each other and lying. They're like, no, it's not real. CBS is lying. Fox News.
It's really funny because he's doing that. Okay? He is straight up doing that here. He is lying in a biased manner to maintain the idea, to maintain the delusion for his audience that is now absolutely the minority position, by the way, that the situation shows that their side was right. Go back in your country. I mean, I guess you're right. First of all, I am in my country. But I guess if I were to go back in my country, I would probably go back to New Jersey. That's what you mean, right? Like, go back in your country. Like, you're obviously in your country, but like, go back to the place that you're from in your country. Yes. Thank you. I love that. Germany, bro. Yeah, I was about to say, I can tell. I love that a German with broken English tells an American citizen to go back to his own country, but has a hard time actually saying it because he can't even speak proper English, which is interesting for a German, okay? Because most Germans actually speak English very well, and ends up accidentally not even saying go back to your country, but recognizes that I'm in my country.
Is lying. The media is lying. The reporters are lying.
All right. Anyway, let's move on from this. What is this? A blatant act of authoritarianism. This is the playbook of a wannabe dictator to rationalize even more extreme abuses of power. You want to replace the authority of an election with the authority of a mob. Do not listen to any of these people cry about authoritarianism. They're only mad. They're not authoritarians. Holy ratio. Oh my God, I can't believe the fucking neo-Nazi dick writer on the neo-Nazi pedophile website is getting other neo-Nazis to like his tweet. That's crazy. Here is the investigation from the visual investigation from the New York Times. Okay. Eric Toller, friend of the show, Eric Toller, went in with the visual investigations team at the New York Times and detailed second by second video analysis of all the video footage for the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis. This is a crazy way to fucking do this, by the way, frame by frame. Like, why wouldn't you post this as a regular, whatever.
This is a cell phone video filmed by
They made this straight for TikTok.
the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good in Minneapolis. The White House press secretary said this footage reaffirmed President Trump's previous claim, based on other videos, that Miss Good, quote, didn't try to run him over, she ran him over. Watched in isolation, the cell phone video might look like that's the case. But when analyzed alongside other angles of the shooting, synchronized by the Times, a much more complicated picture is revealed. More footage will likely emerge, but the currently available visual evidence still shows no indication Agent Jonathan Ross got run over. The footage does provide some visibility into the positioning between the agent and Miss Good's SUV and the key moments of escalation. And it establishes, frame by frame, how Agent Ross put himself in a dangerous position near her vehicle in the first place. About 3 minutes before the shooting, footage shows Miss Good and her wife park their maroon SUV in the middle of the street and begin honking and heckling. Administration officials say they were impeding and blocking immigration agents. Footage shows 11 vehicles maneuver around the SUV, including this Chevy Tahoe driven by Agent Ross. When he exits, he's already filming Miss Good's SUV, not with a body camera typical of most law enforcement, but using a cell phone in his hand. It's not clear why. The agent's footage shows his interactions with Miss Good.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
And her wife.
I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning.
There's verbal jabbing.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S.
By the way, when she says it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later, what she's indicating is they're leaving, but you can conduct an investigation and try and, criminally punish us after the fact. Ross, on the other hand, obviously has a different opinion in mind.
We see the agent switching the phone from his right hand to his left as he heads toward the front seat of his Tahoe.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
During this time, on the other side of the SUV, 2 new agents arrive in a pickup. We see Miss Good motions them to go around.
Yeah, she's also talking about ice switching plates, yes.
Around her.
Okay. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Over the next 6 seconds,
Out of the car.
we see one agent reaching into the SUV, Miss Good starting to drive, then Agent Ross firing 3 shots. Now let's go back and analyze some of the key contested moments of the agent's cell phone video, alongside other footage to break down what happens during these critical 6 seconds. Here, the agent's cell phone footage shows he's moving directly in front of the SUV, as it's reversing and rotating towards him, initiating a 3-point turn apparently to leave. Law enforcement officers are trained to avoid doing this because it puts them in danger and often leads to the use of force against drivers. The cell phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from the agent. Cut to this high angle and zoom in.
Will Asman go watch this? No. And if he does, he'll go, yeah, you see what they're trying to do is they know they're in the wrong. Everyone knows they're in the wrong. Everyone agrees with me. This is the common sense position. And yeah, so fake liberal news is doing their very best to make sure that it just looks different. But don't believe your lying eyes, right, guys? Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah. Dr. fucking giant Dr. Pepper soda canister that he's sucking on.
We can make out the agent's
Face.
body and his arm filming. We can also see at the same time he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV.
Wait,
Her
what
front
the
tire
fuck?
spin.
I had not seen this one before. Whoa, is this a new angle? Oh, shit.
As she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way. As the SUV rolls forward,
I don't know if the New York Times will actually mention this. I don't know if the New York Times will actually show this or say this, but ICE agents diving in front of vehicles in an effort to get a legal kill was such a broad problem that it was actually investigated in 2014. It was reported on, I believe, in 2016. This was something that they kept doing over and over again, that they had to change the law enforcement manual for ICE agents. Just so you understand.
the agent unholsters his firearm. We see in his cell phone video at this moment the camera drifting off to the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming. It's at this point in the...
Look at her biting her lip and looking directly at the cop before driving forward. Wait, biting her lip? Are you all right, dude? What the fuck? The car literally... The car does not even run him over. What the fuck do you mean biting her lip? You have to be a real psychopath. Dude, you are so deranged, brother. What the fuck?
Cell phone
Anyway, let's
video
keep
where
playing
it
the
first
video.
looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently. To the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming. It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently.
Bro, she definitely ran him over. Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Just watch the video.
On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his gun at Miss Good. And here is his outstretched arm leaning toward her vehicle, which is barely visible behind the top.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. What's that?
His phone, which is gripped in his left hand, flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle. There's an audible thud when it hits. The camera rotates up towards the sky. Again, while it appears the agent's getting knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle.
Wait a
Which
minute.
shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight, his torso and legs away from the vehicle. In the cell phone footage, the agent's face flashes on screen, then it goes black. The other angle shows us why. We can see the agent's foot sliding, his hand bracing against the SUV, and his arm getting pressed into his chest. It is impossible to determine if this is happening because of the SUV's movement or the icy asphalt, or more likely, both. And what's very unclear because of the limited quality and availability of footage is whether the agent's upper body gets swiped by the vehicle as his left foot slides back. This moment is when Agent Ross fires.
And if you notice, both of his feet are directly outside of the trajectory of the car. What happened to the other angle? I think the other angle probably stops filming because they got scared or panicked or something. So I suspect I had not seen it before, and that's the reason why they're not showing it. Or maybe they might go back to it. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the other angle, but that's my suspicion. Look at that.
We see the other agent pull back from the SUV. Both of them stumble, apparently slipping on the ice. This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path.
But you literally see it. You fucking see it. You see it in every angle, even the angles from behind where both of his feet, when he fires the first shot, are outside of the trajectory of the vehicle, okay? The vehicle is traveling in a different direction. He leans into the car. Why do we even argue if he ran her over or not? She shouldn't have, she shouldn't have shot her anyway. You mean he shouldn't have shot her anyway? Yes, he shouldn't have shot her regardless. He shouldn't have actually approached the car from the front. All of these things are true. But the real reason why we're fucking arguing on this is because this is such a breaking of reality, a fracturing of reality point for so many people that I am going to consistently keep hammering this position over and over again, because it's very clear that while all those other things that you're saying are true, okay, he had no right to actually react this way, and it is a execution in fucking broad daylight. There are still people who are trying to find a way to justify it. That's why they talk about like, oh, she was licking her lips and all this shit. Where's that fucking chatter? Where's that fucking chatter that was talking about how she was licking her lips? Is he still in here? You're a dumbass weirdo. Now you know you have no excuse. She wanted to hurt that cop, biting her lip like someone going for a punch. Wait, what? Bro, I'm sorry. We can't live in a society with you. Okay, you are cattle. You are literally cattle if you genuinely are still maintaining this position when you see that she literally is avoiding him. Like, look at this. Look at this. He's leaning onto the car. Both of his feet are away from the trajectory of the car by the time he starts shooting. Here's the 2014 quote from the CBP panel that can answer Chatter's question. In many cases, Border Patrol officers were discharging their weapons out of frustration rather than to guard their safety. It suggested that officers were purposely placing themselves in front of moving vehicles and then shooting at them. This guy didn't even fucking place himself entirely when he started blasting. He was already away from the trajectory. But even if he was directly in front of the moving vehicle and he placed himself directly in front of the moving vehicle to shoot this person and then end up shooting this person and killing them, they would be liable because they placed themselves in front of the moving vehicle. This was in 2014. Fun fact about the murder of Renee Good. One reason why CBP issued policies instructing officers not to stand in front of vehicles is because of the internal reports showing that Customs and Border Patrol officers were deliberately doing so to have an excuse to open fire. Spoilers as to why Jonathan Ross was so calm in the camera footage he took and why he was getting his gun out before Good's car made any movement. Good was dead the moment she backtalked him. He just didn't have his excuse yet. So you have two options. Stop hiding her face. Brother, I don't know how to communicate this with you, okay? She did not bite her fucking lip, you absolute sociopath. She literally said, hey, I'm not even mad at you, dude. And he got so mad about that that he literally fucking killed her in broad daylight, and you're still trying to defend it because you're a fucking animal. You are worth nothing. And this is the reason why you spend every waking moment online, because your family is embarrassed that you are affiliated with them by blood or in any way, shape, or form. You are nothing. You're not even an animal. You're a fucking insect. And when you die one day, people will celebrate. Do you understand? Only for a moment. Only for a moment. And it'll be a fleeting thought in the second after it's done. They will go, wow. It feels like a burden has been lifted from my shoulders. I don't know why. Oh, well, it must have been the wind. Keep talking your ass about me. No, I know you. I know everything about you, Pink Buffalo 90. You are a pathetic fucking worm-like loser who has nothing in his life. So he has to lean into moments like this to project power when someone else is actually doing the power projection for you. Keep lying about her face, dumbass. I'm not lying about her face, brother. You are a fucking loser. And when you die alone, people will forget about you. Have fun. Have fun with that fucking reality. Is Chatter referring to the AI video? I don't know what video he's referring to. Thank you for the free sub. Because if what that chatter was saying is true, can you imagine? ICE agents can just be around your car, and if you fucking bite your lip, they can assassinate you. Now, if that person had a single human being that cared about him, they would probably reconsider this position. If that person had a mother, for example, right? A mother that he still talks to, a sister that he still communicates with, he would perhaps think, well, what is this argument that I'm presenting here? That if like my mom is in the vicinity of a fucking ICE agent and the ICE agent assumes that she's biting her lip, then, you know, it's over for her. It's time for her to be assassinated. Sorry. What a psychotic fucking attitude to openly demonstrate. This is what I'm saying. Not only do we no longer have consensus reality, but because of how isolated and how alienated we are in this increasingly atomized reality that we've concocted on the internet, people don't have the capacity to feel shame. This is something that is so shameful that even the grossest fucking loser would probably feel bad about revealing. Okay? Man is a social animal after all. And because the only socialization that these people are experiencing is on the internet, they get to demonstrate antisocial behavior such as this one. This is why I always stress the importance of touching grass. Like, the argument that he's presenting is she bit her lip and therefore she should be killed. Like, what a psychotic fucking thing to say. With no care or consideration to what this means for a grand design. Is that a society that you want to live in? Where cops or ICE agents, which are not even real cops, can just kill you when you're in your fucking car and you bit your lip? Really? Lip biting indicates wanting to murder someone? I didn't even see the fucking lip biting, and I don't even think that it's happening. That's something that he fantasized. But even if it was real, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? That's justification. Like, Your Honor, I'm the legal counsel for Jonathan Ross, ICE agent Jonathan Ross, and I have an open and shut case here. Let my man go. She was biting her lip. You would get fucking thrown in prison after that. She was frowning at him, Your Honor.
His legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path. The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot and a third. None of the bullets have the effect of stopping the SUV.
The arguments have devolved so much. Like, back in the day, they would be like, well, he has a gun, or she has a gun, right? Oh, I was in fear for my life. He actually was not complying with commands. That's a devolution from like having a gun. Nowadays is she was biting her fucking lip. What the hell?
But they kill Renee Good. According to our analysis of audio from Agent Ross's...
These dumbasses are so brain broken. How do we fix this? You don't have to. You don't have to deal with that. You don't have to associate yourself with that. You don't have to be around that. Those people only exist on the internet. I need you to understand. The average person, no matter how hog-like they are, the average person doesn't operate like that. And I need you to understand, like, most normies, if you were to have a sincere conversation in a larger friend group and a guy like this, who was like maybe an Asmongold fan who never revealed that they were an Asmongold fan until that very moment, if they said something like that, it's over. They're getting isolated from that friend group. Straight up. I know that some of you have parents that are brain broken by AI, Facebook, and a bunch of different things, so you think like every other person feels this way. It's not the case. I promise you it's not the case. And there's polling to indicate that it's not the case anyway. You got a fucking majority of Americans saying abolish ICE, okay? It's clearly not the fucking case. It's not. You got at most 20% of society that will unconditionally eat whatever fucking propaganda. That Buffalo dude came in 3 hot days ago asking if you respect the Bible. Bro, starting to have some specific opinions about HasanAbi, and I clocked that shit. That dude is far gone now. No, that guy is done. That guy already killed his brain. What remains of his brain cells, he already fucking melted. Okay? You don't have to deal with that person. And also, that person is cattle anyway. Jiggle some fucking keys in front of him, and he's going to get scared. Who gives a fuck? That person does not have object permanence. You don't have to deal with every single person. I will exhaust all options, and I will try to communicate with people. Okay? I will try to communicate with people to the best of my ability, but there are obviously going to be some fucking people that you can't, you can't convince. That person's brain is fucking jello. It's over. You can't save everybody. Okay? The Roach Dumpster called you a loser. Exactly. This is what I mean. Okay? Guy who is like genuinely repulsive, genuinely disgusting, turns around and calls me a loser. I fucking welcome that, dude. What do you mean? You have repulsive views and you're a repulsive person. When you say I'm a bad guy, I wear that as a fucking badge of honor. Okay? I wear that as a badge of honor. No, I know. Well, I'm just saying, is that bad? No, it's not. It's great. It's fucking awesome.
Cell phone video. This is his reaction.
Fucking bitch.
What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
According to a White House spokesperson, Agent Ross, quote, suffered internal bleeding after he was struck by the car.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
Later that evening, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that he had been treated at a local hospital and released.
Did Roz make sure to check that she was dead and then leave? Yeah, we have more ICE agent fuckery, by the way. Donald Trump cares about people like me. Disagree, 66%. Up 6%. Agree, 33%. Minus 7%. This is why I say, like, there's 20% in the cult and then 13% who are still too stupid to recognize. But those numbers are dwindling every day. Those numbers are hemorrhaging every single fucking day. Here's another testament to how the attitude shift is so real. Jerry rigs everything, okay? This guy used to be an outspoken libertarian. It took him 1 year for him to ask if he could join the fucking Black Panther Party in armed resistance against the federal government, okay? Please. That's where the fuck we're at right now. That's where we're at. He's responding to clip compilations about, aura farming Black Panther Party affiliates in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia specifically going, can I join, please? Can a white boy with motion join the Black Panther Party? Come on, man. Come on now. Are you sure it's not a can a white guy say the N-word spinoff? Fuck no, man. What the hell is this sinister attitude that you have, dude? Why are you so cynical? No, that's not what's going on. Meanwhile, you didn't ask to join, which is exactly what FD was talking about. Exactly. No, he's a free Palestine advocate. No, I know. I'm talking about his radical transformation that has taken place. Yes, Gaza awakened something in many people, okay? And Jerry Riggs Everything was one of those guys. I know. I saw it happen. I saw it change in real time. I saw the trajectory. Yeah, he fucking dropped the Cybertruck. He hates Elon Musk now. January 14th, I no longer own a Cybertruck. Why did you sell it? It's just not my style. I was in the negative about you for a good while, brainwashed or not, but I see you for what you are now, and it feels great to have your voice on these issues now. You speak a lot of sense. Hell yeah, chatter. Thank you for your charitability. Thank you for your open-mindedness. That's the only thing I demand of people, okay? That's the only thing I demand of you is to be charitable. That's it.
To start in Minneapolis this morning, where President Trump is threatening to crack down on protests with the U.S. military. The president says if demonstrations against his immigration policies do not end soon, he could invoke the Insurrection Act, a rarely used 18th century law. And overnight, we got new details about Renee Good's injuries, including where she was shot and what the first responders found when they arrived. Our chief correspondent, Matt Gutman, is on the front lines of the protest and the crackdown in Minneapolis this morning.
Skirmishes between protesters and federal law enforcement seeming to intensify Thursday.
You can see federal officials trying to control the crowd here, moving people back. There appears to be a log jam. Okay?
That photographer pushed to the ground.
Get back up! Back up!
And federal agents pinning down this protester, appearing to shove their head into the concrete before marching them into the Whipple Federal Building.
Let him go!
A battleground since the surge of about 3,000 federal law enforcement into the Twin Cities over the last several weeks.
They have just deployed across the street to try to push this crowd back.
Earlier, we were there as officers blasted protesters with chemical agents at point-blank range.
I'm going to repeat my position one more time clearly for all to see and for all to understand, okay? If you're a fascist, I want you to become a liberal. If you're a liberal, I want you to become a socialist. Okay? That's it. I'll take it. If you're a fascist and you turn into a liberal, that's fine. That's still better. Okay? That's, I would love for you to be a socialist, and eventually I hope you will. But that's my goal. Okay? My goal is to pull people away from the throes of right-wing radicalization. If you're a socialist, I want you to be a part of the vanguard. I want you to engage in labor militancy and organizing. Bro's a stagist, Lamau. Asman did a great job over the last few days to pull people towards the left, really? I think so. I think there is that too. I think he's so fucking aggressive with his commentary and how fucking like Ameri-brained he is. I want to live in a world where the left is communist and the right is social democrats. Yes, exactly. Asman makes more leftists than you ever will. Fine, I'll take it. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I hope. Do you have any worries that pushing this hard against him will cause him and his audience to calcify in these right-wing positions? No, because the ones who have hardened positions will always seek out, right-wing commentary. but there's plenty who are just there for the vibes. Okay? There are a lot of people there for the vibes. And sooner, just as I promise, no matter how much you fucking shit on me, there will come a day when you will realize that there's an issue that you care about, an issue that you have personally been wronged by, and you will come in here and you will see me fighting for you, and you'll realize perhaps I was wrong. The exact opposite will happen with Asmongold. One day, if you're a European right-winger who's LARPing as like a fucking MAGA supporter in Asmongold's chat, one day you will hear him talk about Greenland and how it's justifiable to fucking annex Greenland. And you'll go, oh my God, I had no idea that this is how he thought about me. Okay? That's it. That's it. There will come a day when you go, okay, maybe this is a bridge too far. It could be when you watch him defend an ICE agent shoot a 37-year-old woman that could easily be your neighbor in the face. Like, there will be a day where he says something that is utterly repulsive. Now, for me, that very same thing exists as well. Okay? It's usually when it comes to foreign policy. My foreign policy positions are utterly repulsive to Western chauvinists. That's just the truth. Western chauvinists who are conditioned into believing that the American hegemonic superpower status is actually the perfect design for the world. Those who fear any sort of multipolar universe will always fucking hear what I have to say and go, oh, I don't have the proper term yet to disparage your worldview. And then they learn it's tanky or campist or whatever the fuck, a third worldist, right? But I know that what you're saying doesn't sit right with me because I'm fearful of the world, the grand design that you have for the world. Okay? That's it. That's what it is. For me, it's rarely ever domestic policies. It will never be domestic policies. Most people will understand that I'm, at the end of the day, even if they are kind of fearful of what I'm representing, because they worry about like what insurance will look like in a socialist healthcare policy, right? Like they might worry about that a little bit, but they understand that sooner rather than later that the way that the current design is working is not actually working for them at all, right? But when it comes to foreign policy, a lot of people take their sweet ass time to come to terms with what I'm fucking talking about. Only time I ever felt like that was like 5 years ago when you went on a rant about PhDs. Yes, my whole family are PhDs. I'm fucking joking, okay? It's not serious. Sometimes I fucking joke. Let me joke, please.
This latest eruption of violence comes after a Venezuelan migrant.
I work in data analytics, primarily job market. You can't see that in the official stats, but you guys went so back over the last 12 months. I saw someone writing a report on how the hemorrhaging of the workforce, even in places like in VCs and like hedge funds, and what that spelled for the future of America, and how like that was the one sector that was constantly engaging in job growth. Everything is growing besides US. Yeah, I mean, we're shrinking. It is bleak. It's definitely bleak. At least we have growth in ICE though, Yes, I know that Renee still had a pulse when first responders arrived, by the way. 2 gunshots to the torso, 1 to the hand. ICE let her bleed out. And they had to walk. The EMTs had to walk to the location and carry her. And they did not render her aid at all initially.
Who immigration officials say is
5% GDP growth is shrinking. We're talking about the overall economy for the average person. You have to be joking, 26-month subscriber. 5% GDP growth because of 3 or 4 companies that are just like shifting around the same $100 billion is not actually helping anybody. No, I'm not going to tell the GDP joke again. I'm not going to tell you the joke about how two economists are walking in the woods and they encounter dog shit while they're walking in the woods. Economist 1 says to economist 2, "Hey, I'll give you $100 if you eat this dog shit that's on the ground." Economist 2 says yes, eats the dog shit, takes $100. They keep walking. They encounter another piece of dog shit in the woods. Economist number 2, freshly $100 richer, points to the economist number 1 and says, "Hey, if you eat this dog shit, then I'll give you this $100. Okay, I'll give you this new $100 that I just got." Economist number 2 says, "Yeah," or economist number 1 says, "Yes," eats the dog shit. They keep walking. They think to themselves as they leave the forest, "What the fuck purpose did this serve? We both ate dog shit, and the $100 went from your hand to mine and then back to your hand." Economist number 1 says, but the GDP grew by $200. Okay? End joke. Now do the CIA KGB propaganda joke? No, I'm not. Every time I end a joke, I'm going to say end joke. Thank you for not telling the joke. I fucking hate that joke. Exactly. That one and the KGB CIA agent jokes. I'm just going to keep repeating them over and over again until I get better. Thank you, Senator. I was confused why a man universally known as a gay pedophile would fly to Israel. I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head at Ayub Lovely. Much disdain. All right, let's continue. Okay.
In the country illegally was shot in the leg by a federal agent during an arrest Wednesday night, prompting hours of clashes.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
And overnight, new documents obtained by CBS News Minnesota revealing the extent of Renee Good's injuries. According to the Minneapolis Fire Department incidents report, Good suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, one in the forearm, and also suffered a wound to the head.
Can I go check a pulse? No.
The report shows paramedics arrived 5 minutes after she was shot by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Medics found Good unresponsive, but with...
No, it's not 4 shots total. She suffered a head wound. And I think it's because she, after she was shot and lost control of the vehicle and then hit the other 2 vehicles, she probably hit her head. So I assume it's from the car crash. So it's 2 gunshots to the chest and 1 to the forearm.
Pulse. They attempted life-saving efforts on the scene and in the ambulance to the hospital.
By the way, that's the CBS morning specialty here. Oh, did they? They attempted... Wait, hold on.
Good unresponsive.
Medics found Renee Good unresponsive. There was a good deal of stuff that took place here as well. Hold on.
Can I go check a pulse? No.
The report shows paramedics arrived 5 minutes.
They literally showed the fucking... Wait.
An incidents report, CBS News Minnesota, revealing the extent of Renee Good's injuries.
They literally show it, but they don't commentate over it? Wait, well, hold on.
According to the Minneapolis Fire Department incidents report, Good suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, 1 in the forearm, and also suffered a wound to the head.
Can I go check a pulse? No.
The report shows paramedics arrived.
Wow. So you put the clip in, but it's just B-roll, right? There's no need to do commentary over the fact that they literally refused to render aid, stopped someone who was a doctor, who was a physician, from actually rendering aid, and then also blocked the street so the paramedics took 5 minutes to fucking get there on foot.
5 minutes after she was shot by ICE agent Jonathan Ross, medics found Good unresponsive, but with irregular
pulse. They just happened to be there, I guess. They materialized out of fucking thin air. Very cool.
They attempted life-saving efforts.
CBS News, by the way, the greatest name in Israel news, okay? The greatest name in Israeli news is CBS News, brought to you by Mossad's favorite agent, Barry Weiss.
on the scene and in the ambulance to the hospital, where she was eventually pronounced dead.
I love watching Israel
after
news.
A week of chaos here. Cameras captured vandals smashing this federal vehicle, then pulling boxes out of it. President Trump now threatening to send in the U.S. military into the Twin Cities.
President Trump has said that he would invoke the Insurrection Act and that would crush the protests here.
She was shot in the head. The report says it. CBS trying to be Fox. Wait, really? Like,
your take?
That would probably lead to more violence. We're not going to back down. I mean, that's much bull.
And now, new cell phone video shared by a Minnesota state senator appears to show a new account in the aftermath of the federal officer's shooting of the Venezuelan man. A woman calling 911 and pleading for help. The Department of Homeland Security has said the suspect initially fled and that he and two others then allegedly used a shovel and a broom handle to attack the agent who fired in self-defense.
We've learned that both that federal officer and the suspect are going to be okay. Now, the FBI has offered a $100,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of stolen government property. That was that vandalized vehicle. And they have also announced that they have arrested one person. That, as we are told by organizers, to expect additional protests today and through the weekend here. Back to you.
All right, Matt Gutman on the ground for us in Minneapolis.
all right, we gotta talk about the top orbiter mod. Okay, Destiny fan and Reddit live stream fail moderator Stale 2000 has been removed as the top mod of the subreddit after promoting scam contest $1 million fan. He has posted a video demanding legal support from the CEO of Reddit. The full video is 21 minutes long. And a bunch of people are watching it. We have to fucking talk about this. Okay, this is Stale, former Twitch staff Stale. He used to work at Twitch. And also, not only that, but, mega Destiny Orbiter, looking and sounding exactly what, exactly how you would assume a Reddit moderator, like a perma Reddit moderator would look like. Okay, bro, it's such a good performance art piece. Yeah, so here's what happened. Okay, looks hotter than I would have expected. Facts. So this guy ran and won, I believe, top orbiter of the year inside of DGG. This is a real thing that they do every year, and I think he made a video for it. We found out that he had made a video for it a while back, and he deleted the video in shame. But basically what happened is this guy overtook Livestream Fails a couple years ago as the top moderator of Livestream Fails. Now, if you don't know what Livestream Fails is, it's because I never go on this website. Okay? It's because I never go on that subreddit any longer. It used to be a subreddit where people would gather and check out the top news stories of the day, or top clips of the day from Twitch. It was a place where like a lot of Twitch watchers congregated. Obviously, there was like a heavy slant on harassing certain villains on the subreddit. Alinity, one of them. Pokimane was another consistent one for years and years. But once Destiny took over the entire subreddit in this forcible takeover, they turned it directly into the Fuck Hasan subreddit. And oftentimes they would, here, this is the DGGer of the year. I don't know why we can't actually watch the video.
Hi, I'm Stale 2000, and I'm running for DGGer of the year on December the 3rd. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how all of my opponents are way worse than me, using facts, logic, and most importantly, evidence, as in chat logs. Here, Albert FCB is asking people to gift him subs. A real DGGer buys his own subs. In the month of November, Fitz spammed the Miano hype emote over 500 times. They're clearly a weeb. Need I say more? Based on the frequency of messages between BoJack Horseman and Majestic Gopher, who is another candidate in this election, we can see that these two candidates are clearly colluding and are therefore disqualified. From these logs, we can see that Keane is clearly too busy with his girlfriend, as well as worse, his real friends, to be DGGer of the year. Everybody knows that a DGGer's only true friend is Destiny. Other DGG analysts suggest that Majestic Gopher would be the best candidate to win the election because he averages 300 messages a day. But as mentioned previously, he was colluding, and these numbers are clearly fake. Rave Y is unethically supporting NFT projects. A true DGGer should know that the only ethical NFT project is those offered by our lovely sponsors at Eternal.gg, where you can buy and sell Destiny's personal NFTs. The DJ suggests that the jury of the Rittenhouse trial should not talk about the case while it's in recess. But how is the jury supposed to know what to think if they haven't heard Destiny's opinion on the matter? As we all know, Destiny has the food palate of a 10-year-old. And a 10-year-old would love to have mac and cheese at Thanksgiving, but Tony disagrees. Therefore, he's in contradiction with Destiny and does not deserve to win this competition. Here, Yufu complains about running into alt-writers in a video game. A real DGGer would have defeated those alt-writers in the marketplace of ideas and in the video game. Vault violated my boundary of running against me for DGGer of the year. Therefore, he must lose to satisfy my boundary. Virgil suggests that Destiny could be inconsistent on anything. A deserving DGGer would know that Destiny is always consistent on all his positions. Will Kill Forever admits to having a job. No truly dedicated DGGer could work a job and dedicate themselves enough to DGG to be deserving of winning this competition.
You got to sometimes see the ops, you know? Sometimes you got to take a good, hard look at the ops, okay? Lucky for us, some of our ops openly fucking post videos of themselves on the internet. No, this is not satire. This is a person who is in the DGG cult that is actively trying to win this award as the greatest cult member for that year. I forget which year this is. Okay? But the reason why I'm showing you all of this is because this is the guy at the direction and at the behest of Destiny in order to serve his master, his cult leader, took over Livestream Fails and turned it into a smear machine. Okay? For not only myself, but all of Destiny's ops. Now, back in the day, he used to be a fan of mine as well. And even up until 2024, he was in the chat too. He said, nah, I prefer renting. I just want to be able to move wherever I want. I don't want all that money in one asset. Okay? But somewhere along the line, somewhere along this long, convoluted history, he took over Livestream Fails after leaving Twitch and started moderating it in direction of like besmirching, smearing all of Destiny's opponents, deleting comments that called out Destiny for procuring child sexual abuse material, and regularly brigading posts, regularly botting certain posts. Okay? What is this? Look at the YouTube banner. His YouTube banner is him in Austin. That's hilarious. Okay? And he's made some videos, you know, over the years. He's made, this last video that he made is the one that's like going super viral right now. Not on YouTube, but just everywhere else where people are clowning on him. And chat tries to comprehend that these weirdos always have self-deprecating inside jokes that they're proud of, their issues, because it makes them feel different from normies. That's all. Yes. Thank you. You actually literally analyzed it perfectly. A lot of these guys know that they're in a cult or a cult-like formation. They just make jokes such as that one to be like, haha, it's not a real cult because we're aware of it. Okay? A big part of this is also making those self-deprecating jokes about like, oh, we know everything about Destiny. All this shit, right? But the reason why I'm, again, bringing this up is because he took over a very popular subreddit and played a formative role in the collapse of like Twitch as a space where there was a major community that collaborated with one another, greatly fucking heightening the tensions between content creators. Like, we talk about clippers and clip farmers in general on Twitter. LSF was the method. It was the original place where that exact same thing happened, where you would take someone's clip out of context and you would have every single content creator watch it and give their takes on it. And then every single thing that would drive discourse would come from LSF. I don't go to LSF any longer. I don't, frequent LSF any longer because it's just all botted into oblivion and brigaded into oblivion. But they did this, and now Yeet does this on Twitter as well in a similar fashion. But they did this to go after Destiny's enemies and to try and present Destiny in a positive light to the best of their ability, even though he kept, fucking up his, he kept fucking up his own optics by popping off and doing horrible, monstrous things. Also, Stale and Epstein's Discord already confirmed nothing about LSF will change, and all the other mods on the team are also Epstein orbiters, as Stale is the one that hired them. Yeah. A while back, there were a bunch of different people that were actually moderators in the subreddit. Once he took over, he basically kicked out all of the people that voted against him becoming the top moderator of the subreddit. And then he hired a bunch of other moderators to operate the subreddit that were also Destiny's fans. So as far as I understand, the LSF subreddit is not going to change. Okay?
Suggests
we do the same thing with you, bro. There is nothing that even remotely compares to this level of propaganda, specifically at the behest of one singular individual. Nothing at all. There is no comparison. You cannot point to a single subreddit that, like, my fans have taken over with my direction and use a subreddit specifically to, like, attack people. There is no equivalent because this is insane. It's so insane that if you were to actually explain to people what is going on here, they still have a hard time understanding it. This is the type of shit that is impossible for even like extremely online people to understand, because this is a step beyond that. This is Kiwi Farms. It's lol cowing. Okay? For a content creator that actually basically derives most of his content from trying to create oppositional figures and constantly contest them. Something that Ethan Klein does as well to a certain degree, but something that Destiny eats off of forever. This is his primary focus. This is his primary content. If anything, my fucking community is my biggest op. Okay? This video explains the psychology behind this kind of behavior really well.
The exact same thing.
Okay, I'm not going to get into that right now, but what I was trying to explain, okay, what I was trying to explain here is that basically this guy utilized the subreddit livestream fails for his own purpose, for his favorite content creator Destiny's own purpose, and, banned a bunch of people from the subreddit and consistently botted and brigaded certain posts against Destiny's enemies over and over again. In many instances, leaned into like, propaganda that was pro-Israel because Destiny's pro-Israel. Like, I don't even know what this person's like, if this guy has his own opinion on things outside of what Destiny believes, but like, his primary purpose on LSF was to, whoever was saying like, fuck Hasan, Hasan's a terrorist, he would boost it, right? Jay Stalk, 2024 DGGer of the Year, was head of the Hasan bad propaganda with Dan Stalkman. Even he says all of it was bullshit. Stale was too deep in the cult. Yeah, JSTLK was the previous DGGer of the Year, and now I think he is one of the orbiters who actually turned on Destiny and is actively trying to pull people out of said cult, if I'm not mistaken. I think many of those guys still have like resentment towards me as well, but slowly but surely, some people have awakened from the really toxic way that this cult operates. And have realized that maybe Destiny wasn't the person that he presented himself as. Dan Saltman is the money behind this operation. Jesus, they have alumni? Yes, they do. But in any case, the reason why all of this unfolded and he lost his cherished, coveted position as the top moderator of this live stream, Fails subreddit. And this is one of the previous moderators of the subreddit, Gisephus, who was ousted from his position when this guy took over. He has also openly stated that the rest of the mod team is still his guys and is openly taunting the Reddit admins. My guess is more mods will be removed. Yeah. The thing is, Reddit knows exactly what's going on. Like Reddit, the actual company, knows LSF is doing this kind of stuff, right? And for the longest time, they haven't actually punished them for brigading, botting, using it as a vehicle for harassment against specific content creators. Part of the reason why they haven't done so is because it drives a lot of traffic, right? It drives a lot of traffic to the website. It keeps people engaged on the website, so they don't really do anything, especially because people don't actually push back too hard on it, right? Because as long as you come after someone like myself and you keep doing that over and over again, you keep doing this like harassment operation over and over again, it's almost like a self-isolated situation. We had a good thing going. We raised $40K for mental health. Yeah. In any case, if there's clicks, then they're happy with it, even though they had a tendency to overlook certain things that he was doing, like, for example, operating a mirror system where he would mirror clips, and then he would actually run ads on the website where he would mirror clips and therefore make money off of the subreddit this way. I think it's a violation of the terms of service. But again, if you're a large enough subreddit, you can do some scams like this without Reddit actually getting too mad. Okay? Have you noticed that every Roach King post is botted? Negative instant downvote and positive upvoted? Yes. This is something that other people that use Reddit frequently have noticed as well. Anywhere around the website, if there is a negative, if there's something that presents Asmongold in a negative light, it instantly gets botted. It bot downvoted. If there's anything that presents him in a positive light, it instantly gets upvoted. The thing is, that's not even Asmongold's doing, though. That's Kick. It's Kick. Kick does that. Kick also heavily upvotes all the LSF posts. It's not an accident that so many random streamers that are associated with Kick or are Kick streamers have been frequently upvoted on on LSF over and over again. Anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter. He does a 21-minute video. There's full details of the scam and his removal that was covered on another subreddit called Subreddit Drama. Popular subreddit livestream fail mods and mythic talent streamers were promoting a shady website and contest, and users were not having it. Then contest website and social media was erased, and the head moderator was removed. Popular streamer Extra Emily, among other streamers from the Mythic Talent Agency, which Asmongold owns, by the way, I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't that talent agency that Asmongold owns? Started promoting a website and contest called $1 Million Fan. He's a part owner of it. $1 Million Fan.show, now gone, but can be seen here, with a $20 million prize pool. Subreddit Livestream Fail head mod created a post promoting and sponsoring the website and contest here. This post was now removed, right? It was locked and removed by the moderator. The user started saying after some quick research that this looked like a scam, and the moderator removed the comments criticizing the contest. Popular YouTube personality Moist Critical made a video about the website and the content itself, calling it "feels like a scam." He pointed out this content raised a ton of red flags. The main image was AI generated, said the prize pool is absurdly big with no idea who's hosting the content. Who's hosting the contest, and the sponsors are mostly unknown or downright fake.
Yeah, I'm in a bucket hat.
Shouts out to Charlie. Shouts out to Moist Critical, by the way. Still calling balls and strikes. You know, I'm happy that he's out there doing the damn thing. Sponsors are mostly unknown or downright fake. The concept is fans submitting clips and they get chosen to go to a mansion to participate with their streamer in an IRL contest, and you can also buy entries via the website. Another post is created in the subreddit where the users criticize Extra Emily and the livestream fail moderators. A few hours later, the website and all social media for the contest were removed or closed without any notice. Okay? $1 Million Fan MDF reality show, a show promoted by Livestream Fail along with several creators from Mythic Talent, has seemingly deleted their Discord, closed their Twitter account, and had the LSF mod delete the promotion. This after one of the creators involved, Extra Emily, claimed she had no idea what she was promoting and did zero research on it. Many had asked her whether this was a scam. The rapid deletion of everything feels like there may indeed have been something nefarious going on here. So let's watch the Charlie video on this 3 days ago.
I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Now, a buddy of mine just sent me something that I can promise you no one's having fun with except the people that were paid to promote it.
Yeah, there's a new video that he uploaded about the Reddit mod as well, which we will watch as well after we watch the Reddit mod himself.
It is called $1 Million Fan.
I gotta pee.
It is a show which is pitching a $20 million prize pool for what seems to be a load of horseradish. And in case you were wondering, yes, that is an AI mansion on their front page of this contest. At least from everything I can tell, it's an AI-generated mansion. Which immediately should let you know that you're dealing with some high-quality content here. No reason not to trust that. I can't believe anybody would be pitched this and actually think it's legitimate. Like, it takes 3 seconds of looking on their website to smell the poop. It is unbelievably foul. Like, there is no world where this happens. To put in perspective that prize number, $20 million, that is significantly more than Mr. Beast's Amazon show and would make it by far the highest grand prize pool in any kind of, like, reality game show history, pretty much. All for what I believe to be terrible concept for a show as well, about streamers' fans submitting clips and then, I guess, going to a mansion or something. I'm still a little confused because the information they offer is just fucking nonsensical. Like, I feel like I have to be on Fint to even begin to process the words that I'm reading and what is supposed to be a contest. So I want to go through this. I want to really get into the weeds here, because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. This is a special kind of scam that I just can't even picture someone falling for. Yet, some streamers have publicly promoted it. I'm assuming they were paid to do so by their talent agency, who was approached by whoever's behind the $1 Million Fan show to do this. So I imagine some people buy into it, which I can't wrap my noodle around that. This is like the Fire Festival of streamer shows, but even more outrageously fucking dumb. They have a streamers section here, and I'm guessing they were all paid to endorse this, and I know in Extra Emily's case, she just had a statement on her stream after her community was letting her know that they believe she had just promoted a scam to them with hawking $1 Million Fan Club. So we'll go over her statement here towards the end of the video. Checking in on the About Us section offers more questions than answers. It's so fucking useless here. You get about as much lore here as you do for the old Urgot League of Legends write-up, where it basically just said Urgot has a dark and mysterious past. So $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea: the fans deserve a seat at the table. Created at the intersection of modern creator culture and large-scale unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support, competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes. This is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. This feels like it's an AI-generated About Us section. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced, on-location competition environment. Contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. $1 Million Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews, rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear separation between entertainment and fair competition. No purchase is required to apply or enter. Fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience-first. At its core, $1 Million Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just viewers, they are competitors. Creators are no longer just personalities, they are teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? This is the About Us section, but you've only told us, like, I guess the elevator pitch on the show. Who is putting this on?
How do people fall for this? I mean, if the talent agency is giving money to content creators and they don't give a shit. I decided to be more vocal about free Palestine IRL, and my local convenience store owner gave me a big hug and cried today. Thanks for advocacy and help me wake the fuck up. Thank you. You're welcome, chatter. I'm proud of you. The site domains were bought a few months ago and only indexed by archivers the day after it launched. They only bought the domain for a year. All of them were registered outside the US, likely EU. Yeah, it's fine. I have a typo on my Twitch. I can't fucking edit it, unfortunately.
$20 million coming from? Who is the professional television crew here working on this? Like, this is not providing any actual information about the team behind $1 Million Fan. That should immediately raise some red flags that they're not front-facing with who is even putting this on in the first place or where this prize purse is coming from. Their About Us section is fundamentally just like a high schooler that's cramming for a summer reading book report where they're trying to meet the word count. This should immediately be raising red flags and have you...
I'm going to be fair and balanced and say something controversial. In the era where so many of the tricksters and con men engage in NFT scams and shit coins, I like a good deal. I like to see an old-fashioned one, you know? Even if it's being conducted entirely by all of the most repulsive figures online who fucking despise me, I just gotta say, fair is fair. I've said time and time again, I love old-fashioned scams. Okay, and this is a more old-fashioned scam. You know, this grimy Reddit moderator loser is doing scams the old-fashioned way. Okay, good old hustle. Good old hustle, baby. Yeah, this 97-year-old grifter still runs scams the old-fashioned way, and I fucking love that.
Asking some questions like, why are they not being more forward with who is behind this? Is it the fucking Rockefellers? Like, whose identity are they protecting? The Elusive Man or something from Mass Effect? Like, where is this coming from? Who is putting this on and who is putting this together? This About Us section is nothing but meaningless fluff gobbledygook that doesn't actually answer anything or provide any real valuable information about this production and who's responsible for it. And then when you go further to their partners section, they have like a couple of brands listed here. Their 3 listed affiliates are Malwarebytes, Hide Me, and then that mystery affiliate in the middle there is StubHub. Have to click on it to find that information out. I was a little nervous that I was about to have my fucking identity stolen or something, clicking on a random image from a sketchy website that links me to something outside of it. And their Proud Partners section actually had me laugh out loud, audibly giggling, not just blowing air out of my nose. I literally laughed a hearty ho 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 like Santa Claus when I saw Livestream Fail is listed as a proud partner of $1 Million Fan. And so I went to the Livestream Fail, and they actually even had a big post announcing this to try and get people to sign up for it. So I guess they're like an official partner of $1 Million Fan.
Do you guys want to know another fucking insane thing about this Reddit moderator, by the way? A while back when Destiny got into legal trouble for, filming people that he was having sex with without their consent and filming people that he was having sex with their consent. And then that whole ordeal took place. And then some of the victims sued Destiny. And in the process of that court case, they found out that Destiny had actually procured child sexual abuse material from an underage girl. When all that stuff was happening and everyone was obviously clowning on him for they're calling him a pedophile, calling him a sex pest and stuff like that, This moderator that we were talking about, Stale, right? That moderator realized that it was very difficult for Destiny to find allies on the internet. Okay? And what's so crazy about this is he was so high on the amount of influence that he felt like he commanded because he was the top moderator of live stream fails, okay? That he actually tried to find within Destiny's community other content creators that he could hype up by utilizing LSF. Okay? Straight up. He was like, I want to find someone in Destiny's community to make famous with live stream fails as a mechanism to like promote them. So the person that they went after, the person that he found was some other random content creator. Okay? I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't Lonerbox. Lonerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Lonerbox a lot, and it didn't fucking work. And I think the name was what? Food Shops. There was this content creator that was in DGG, Destiny's Cult, named Food Shops. Okay? And his theory was that if he promotes people that aren't like directly related to Destiny, that he could have more allies. Here it is. I mean, there's a full 11-minute video on this.
Okay. Even better. So the short story.
Everyone go make clips or whatever and post them on LSF. The top mod of that subreddit really wants it for some reason. I don't know. Post a clip a day and I'll play it on stream if it's interesting. I don't know. This guy really wants it, but post it on the hashtag clips and it would be chill. Also, it would piss off Hasan and other streamers. Okay? And the reason why they wanted to present this person as like a new content creator was twofold. One, because they wanted to see if they could just like make another popular content creator just off of this subreddit alone, right? And the other reason was because Destiny was running out of orbiters and running out of like content creators that have at least their own organic audiences because they were all literally attacking him because he fucked all of his orbiters and then fucked them over and, you know, and fucked his orbiters' girlfriends, you know what I mean? Like, he was just a horrible monster, right? To so many of these other people inside of this fucking literal cult that some of the members of said cult were like, okay, this is a bridge too far, right? How you got haters you don't know about? Oh, dude, come on. I have so many fucking haters that I don't know about. So that was the reason, because he was like, there's too much stink associated with Destiny. We need new people to defend him, okay? We need new people to defend him, so we'll just find someone within the community, prop them up, present them as like new content creators that are not like directly associated with Destiny to defend Destiny on LSF. 117 is when he starts talking about it.
So the short story is, I am looking to see if it's possible to like artificially create like a drama champion. And I want to use
No, come on. What? Why? What's up?
The short story is like, do you have like clip style content? What I want to do is I want to see if it's possible to like take a streamer and post like a clip a day of like some drama related content to Livestream Fail, and I want to see like what that does. You know, Livestream Fail gets millions of views every day, even for like the small clips. And I don't know, because you were like blowing up in DGG, and so I thought like, okay, the audience would kind of like you, and it's like cool content that's tangential to Destiny, but not Destiny. Basically, I'm trying to diversify the content in Livestream.
Did I even remotely exaggerate this, by the way? My summarization is almost verbatim. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what he was saying, but like, that guy that we were just looking at, the subreddit owner here, okay? That's the one who's talking to, these are both people in Destiny's cult, and they're talking to one another You left out details. She is an admitted pedophile. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's also that as well. Apparently, this person got outed as a pedophile. Yeah. So the guy that, like, the person that the subreddit owner was trying to highlight as, in his words, not mine, drama champion, turns out that they were a pedophile, which is, you know, I guess it is what it is. So it didn't really work. It didn't really work. It didn't work at all. Not outed, they admitted it. Okay. She self-admitted. Well, it turns out there are ops that I don't even know exist out there, but one thing is a guarantee: they are going to be sex criminals in some variety, some way, shape, or form. This is like the primary driving force behind almost all of my ops. You know, if you exist for a long enough timeline and you're an op of mine, you end up getting into trouble in this way somehow. I don't know why. But in any case, like I said, this is like his theory. He's trying to create like a drama champion in his own words.
Tangential to Destiny, but not Destiny. Basically, I'm trying to diversify the content and launch.
Proposing. I don't get what you're proposing. Are you saying like?
Do you have clip style content? I'm proposing your audience makes 30-second clips and posts one clip a day to live stream.
No,
you don't want to.
Is there content like that of me out there? I mean, I guess like whenever I make fucking weird sounds into the microphone, they clip that. But like outside of that, there is.
Anyway, so that also didn't work. But the reason why I showed you that is not only because it's like another perfect point of evidence that shows you how this guy operates, right? This guy's stale. How he operates and how he's using the subreddit for like a very specific purpose, to you know, help Destiny out in whichever ways he can. But the other reason why I showed you this is because it kind of gives you an understanding of what his mentality is, like the God complex that he developed off of like a crumb of influence that he was wielding, I guess. So it was only a matter of time until he got into trouble such as this. So here he is talking about the influence that he wields in Destiny's community, DGG. I don't want to be an influencer. I want to have influence. There's a difference, ... Talking like he's fucking Orochimaru or something in a online group chat that is centered around a cult around one individual content creator who was, you know, been outed for sex crimes. I don't want to be an influencer. Influencers are clowns that dance to their audiences. Instead, I want to have influence. There's a big difference. Bro, I worked at Twitch for 4 years. People there obsess over the subreddit. I have been meeting with executives about LSF. Yes, LSF matters. And yes, people in charge look at it. That's the influence I am talking about. Okay? Like, when we make jokes about like Reddit moderators and how fucking insane like the loser mentality is that moderators have sometimes, like this is a person who is living it, okay? In a community that is comprised entirely of people that actually farm karma almost professionally, even though they make no money off of it. This is a very real thing in an unfortunate dark corner of the fucking internet, okay? I like Orochimaru. Why did he compare this incel to him? Yeah, LSF mods are getting paid to promote posts and nobody talks about it. I mean, I don't know if they're also getting paid on top of that, but this has been going on for quite a while is what I'm saying. It was always an influence peddling operation, but obviously he got so full of himself that he took a shot in the dark to make some real money, and it very quickly imploded.
And I was reading the comments from like one of the mods there that was talking about it, and it seems like he's completely fucking clueless on what's even going on in regards to this whole thing. So I don't exactly understand their role in this, or like who's pulling the strings there. The puppet master at LSF that's partnering with $1 Million Fan, but the mods don't even seem to be on the same page there and don't have any real answers. Then going to IRL buffs is like going to a barren wasteland. This whole website is completely empty. It's like Squidward going to that room to be all alone. This feels like it's a prototype that was thrown together in like a handful of minutes just for the sole sake of existing on the $1 Million Show site. I'm pretty sure that's an AI generated image there as well for their products like
Yeah, every thread on LSF has an auto-stickied post, okay? Stable Ronaldo reacts to Hasan's disappointment in him collabing with Aiden Ross. Dan can't stream. Wonder what Hasan actually likes about Khamenei. Streamer gets threatened. Some real live stream fails. A lot of kick clips as well. Excuse me, mistakenly confuses Jewish people with the Amish. Asmongold reacts to the Democratic Senator Fetterman defending ICE. Some I show speed clips. Oh, wow. This is a lot more diverse. A lot more diverse than the last time I went on here, okay? But when you go to the actual fucking, when you go to the actual clip itself, the post itself, we don't get paid. LSF the virtue signal. What the fuck? I love you, question mark. Okay. But there is a mirror. And when you click on the mirror, it goes to a different website. And from what I understand, there's ad revenue on this website, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? This is one of the leftover DGGer mods. Ban him. I'm not going to ban him. I don't give a shit if he's in here in the chat or not. LSF the virtue signal. In any case, didn't they used to post only direct clips, links from Twitch on that subreddit before straight up posting videos that could be edited? Yes. So throughout time, they changed a bunch of the fucking rules in the subreddit. First, it was like no politics. Then they were like, okay, yes, politics. Then they banned me. I made a plea to the mods to be like, ban me, please. I'm brigading openly today, so you ban me. Did they ban me? And then obviously a lot of their fucking activity went down, so they unbanned me so they could continue the harassment. And basically, to this day, they've never stopped. And ultimately, they changed the they changed the rules over and over again. Now you can post edited clips on there, which is why there's so many edited clips. If you recall a while ago, I was talking about the Zoran Mamdani election night because I was confused as to why so many people were coming in here and being like, oh, Zoran owned you, like he hates you, right? And I was like, the fuck are these people talking about? It turns out they edited a clip on LSF and then they bass boosted it to make it seem like I was actually, not invited. Not invited to the Zoran election victory campaign party. I have a 6-hour stream where I was at the election victory campaign party, and yet everyone that only went to this fucking subreddit got a totally alternative version of events. So there are a lot of people that actually sit there and just look at this kind of stuff and don't do anything else about it. Yeah, Hutch believes he caught Hasan using a shock collar once again. Hutch is like, what, a 300 viewer content creator? 16,000 views. Okay? There was one Asmongold in here. Misgive asked Nico for a gambling collab. Extra Emily. XQC promotes. Young Fika stops someone from starting a fire on stream. Hasan says America's far worse than the Iranian government despite the estimates of over 12,000. Like, see, it's stuff like this. It's always stuff like this. Right? Dan from Anything Else podcast calls out Extra Emily. You don't get to play dumb. Asmongold finds out how many times Kaya gets to move in a Hasan Piker broadcast. Iranian chatter calls out Hasan Piker for dehumanizing the people of Iran. Hasan proceeds to explain he's the one trying to offer freedom for the Iranian population. Look at this. Anyway, so it's obsessed. It's obsessive. It's fucking crazy. But it is by design, right? Those are all the top posts of just this week. Just this week. So I stopped looking at LSF a while ago, and I think many other streamers also have stopped looking at LSF because of this reason, because it became like a normie repellent trash fire, right? But there are still people who basically use it as an entry point into getting into Reddit r/all, okay? And that's what they still use it as. So these communities, they're not very big, but they are very active, right? They're very passionate and they're very active. But because they're not very big, they have to lean into much larger platforms. So one of the easiest ways to do that is through Reddit, which is endlessly brigadeable and very easy to like dominate a conversation around. And a lot of slop tubers actually rely on Reddit. They basically plagiarize Reddit talking points in general for many of their videos. So all the drama tubers, they look at LSF quite a bit. And that's why it ends up forming whatever kind of content they're going to make. But basically, this is what it is. This is how LSF has operated for like the last, I would say, 4 or 5 years. Yeah, top posts this past year, number 1, number 3, number 7, number 13, number 18, number 19, number 20 are all Kaya posts. Number 9 is the fake Zoran party post. I mean, how can you look at this as anything but like a straight up harassment operation? Okay, because if you look at how people reflect on what I'm doing, right? 82,000 upvotes. If you look at like Hasan knows shot dog remote on stream, one Jack Doherty clip, Kaya's positioning throughout the entire day. Hasan takes a picture with Kaya with a fan on the streets in Ireland. Another edited video, by the way. They could have easily just posted a video from my stream, but they posted the video that's edited. Okay, Hasan gets denied VIP seating in Zoran Mamdani election stream. There's literally a time on it. Like there's a time code on it, and the time code on it specifically shows that they edited it. They chopped this video up in a way to make it seem like, I was denied entry or some shit to the Zoran Mamdani party, a party that I went to, like a party that I was at for fucking 4 hours. So Amarant's husband, Nick, dresses up as Hasan's dog, Kaya, at TwitchCon. You need to put a time code on your face so they can't manipulate it. Brother, you just saw a video that is manipulated with the time code on screen. It doesn't matter. So the point is, Kaya, I don't want to accidentally step on you, especially while I'm talking about this. The point is, like, they've been doing this for years and years and years and years, right? And it has never really stopped. It hasn't really had the impact that they wanted, right? I haven't killed myself. I haven't quit what I'm doing. My audience has not diminished at all, right? But they still keep at it. Because for them, it's like one day it might work. For them, or even the mere recognition that this stuff is something that I'm aware of is enough. Because at the end of the day, this is the guy running the operation, okay? And this is his attitude. I don't want to be an influencer. I want to have influence. There's a difference. For a lot of people that go on Twitch, the medium here is very different than any other form of entertainment because there's back and forth feedback. You can directly change the content that you're watching by communicating with the content creator that is delivering the entertainment. This is very new. This is very different. So there is a parasocial element associated with it, right? And what is the best possible way that you can directly influence the life of the content creator that you're watching? Maybe hating, right? A content creator that you absolutely fucking despise. Me. By trying to ruin their life. You banned me like 5 years ago. I was being uncharitable, and LSF turned it into a clip that got like 150K views. Nerds on Reddit messaged me for like a week over it, all over a misunderstanding. Yeah. This is a outrage manufacturing machine. And the reality is, like, a lot of those clips that actually go viral, because Stale is right, they do actually, the subreddit does have the capacity to influence Twitch decisions, right? LSF is the reason why I got banned for cracker, for saying cracker, because they fucking uploaded a bunch of clips over and over again to be like, this guy is the biggest racist of all time, all this stuff. And Twitch responded to that pressure. Didn't even think about how fucking stupid that might look to other adults in the real world, right? I got banned for 7 days for anti-white racism. And that was because of LSF, Hummus Tier List, all these other, like, all these people that have been banned because they put it on public freakout and the comments were wildly different, being like, what C word? That one? Lol, exactly. So in this like hyper isolated, insulated environment, right? They do have the capacity to change, you know, people's lives for at least a little bit, right? When Asman said that shit about CCOD, he did not get a single LSF post, not a word about it. Yeah. So that's part of the reason. Yeah, the Rick Scott clip also was on LSF as well. I used to think you were a Radlib bimbo before I started watching you, after which I realized you have great commentary, a lot of false framing out there. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it's for. For many people, they don't have the fucking time to actually, you know, browse through what people's commentary looks like. So they just lean into like whatever the crowd is saying. And if you can manipulate what the crowd is saying and thinking by brigading a subreddit like LSF, and then have a bunch of other YouTubers that like lean into whatever is going on said subreddit, then a lot of people's takeaway is going to be, oh yeah, this guy is a radlib, or this guy's reactionary, this guy's this guy's that. It's really funny because if you get involved in controversy, people hate for a minute, then it comes out half of them are just joking, 1/3 became fans, 1/3 never really cared, and 1/3 just wanted some drama, and then like 2 people become haters, lol, but more people become fans or just don't really care about than anything. Yeah. I mean, even Kaya Gate, that one is the most like resilient one, right? They keep trying to farm that over and over again. And at this point, the only people who are still grabbing onto that desperately are people who are either pro-Israel, pro-pedophilia, or pro-Donald Trump. That's pretty much it.
Tilt and aimbot. Like, this whole thing is extremely sketchy to me. There's like no actual information on this website at all. It is just trash. And then their third listed partner, the VGS Robot Wars or whatever, that doesn't go anywhere. You can click the image, but nothing happens. So when it says coming soon, it literally means coming soon. One of their partners, they're still imagineering right now. They have the concept of a partner, but it doesn't actually exist. It's this whole thing. I truly don't know how anyone could be pitched this and just say like, oh yeah, I'll put my name on that. Now I ended up making an account, Gilman Tookus. I used 10-minute mail. I set up my account. And it seems like there's a lot of monetization here. So you can buy some emote packs, up to $5.50 worth of creator emote packs, which give you 10 entries into the competition. But they do explicitly make clear numerous times, no purchase is necessary to enter, but kind of nudging you a little bit to maybe make a couple purchases. But you can't legally require a payment. You can't legally require someone to buy something in order to enter into some shit like this. So that's there to cover their own ass in the eyes of the law, but they do very much try and incentivize you to spend money here for the $1 Million Fan Show. Going to their official rules, I thought for a brief moment I was going to learn more about the sponsor here, but it's talked so vaguely that it sounds like a Destiny 2 raid boss. The sponsor, $1 Million Fan Reality Show, Inc., referred to herein as $1 Million Fan or the sponsor, is a Canadian for-profit corporation operating as a technology and media company that organizes and promotes sweepstakes events. The sponsor operates sweepstakes and skill-based contest experiences and separately
All right, so is this whole thing just a scam?
Who kind of just protect
Like, he just talks about how this is a scam. Charlie unlocked a new armor slot. Nice bucket hat. How has Emily not lost all of her wealth to a phishing scam yet? He says he's in the bucket hat before I even processed it. So it's a scam, right? We know that already. We know that by the way that they tried to. To defend it, right? Cover their tracks. So a few hours later, website and all social media content or social media for the contest were removed or closed without any notice. X.com, MDF reality show, Instagram page, TikTok page, YouTube page, all of that. Moist Critical has made a follow-up video calling it a scam all along, saying the streamers were probably under the impression that this was Amazon backed, but it turns out maybe it wasn't. Today, the head moderator of LSF was removed by the admins from the subreddit moderation team. Okay. Highlights of comments from the first thread: 20 million grand prize and using AI stock mansion. Shaking my head. Remove comments. How much is the mod team being paid for this collaboration? Hiding comments, calling this out for what it is. What? XQC? Why are you adding XQC? Why are you adding XQC in my chat, calling him pathetic for not being a speedrunning champion? It's the wrong chat, chatter. Anyway, this has to be a joke, right? So the sponsors just affiliate links with some supplements, a PC shop, and a subreddit. Where the fuck is the 20 million coming from again? Like, these are all the comments that were deleted, right? Did some digging on this and found a few things that seem worth noting. Legal documents appear to be copied from Omaze, the celebrity sweepstakes company that faced lawsuits and paused U.S. operations in 2023. It's 100% a scam. All of this was deleted. Yeah, XQC, L Speedrunner. If he's watching right now, if you're watching and live reacting. So now we will watch. Here are the updates for the record. So, all these people are calling out that it's a fucking scam. And of course, the moderators are deleting it. Another thing that the moderators love deleting is whenever you call Destiny a pedophile, or if you say anything negative about Destiny, they love deleting those comments too, for the record. Many of the people in this community have probably been banned at one point or another for being like, hey, isn't this guy a pedophile? Or, hey, didn't this guy procure CSAM? Yeah, I'm permabanned from LSF for talking about these sex crimes, because the entire subreddit moderation team, under the guidance of this person that we're about to watch, okay, this person that is close friends and associates with Dan Saltman, Destiny's money machine, basically, a 60-year-old loser who owns redact.dev. I think one of the last remaining sponsors of the Ethan Klein podcast, H3H3 podcast, okay? Stale 2000, alt username Tarot_card, has previously won Streamer Destiny's DGGer of the Year award. He's close friends with both Destiny and Dan Saltman, coordinating to use the subreddit to push clips attacking enemies like Hasan Piker while promoting Destiny. Anyone who talks about this issue without bringing this aspect up most likely doesn't know it, right? They most likely are unaware of it. But now you're aware of it, okay? So without further ado, let's take a look at how he defended himself in this clip. A message to the Reddit CEO, Spez, from r/livestreams moderators, former top mod.
Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit, I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform. But first, some background. I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company. In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators. First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
I don't know why he just doesn't shave his head. I can't stop. I know this is not the main point, but like, brother, you're not fooling anybody. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you just shave it? It's fine. Let it go. Dude, I could change this motherfucker's life, okay? Shave the head, grow the beard. I'll put you on a fucking diet plan. I'll put you on a fitness plan. I swear to God, you will never make a 20-minute video like this ever again. Like, how do you live like this? I don't understand. And it's not even the hair anymore. I'm just talking in general. Like, how do you get to a point in your life where you were working at Twitch and then you became a fucking prominent member of an online sex cult and then decided to become the top moderator of a very popular subreddit, fucking ruin it because, you know, you wanted to make your cult leader feel better about himself by attacking his fucking primary enemies, including, you know, myself, over and over and over again, fail spectacularly throughout the entire process, and then get so big for your own britches that you decide, oh, I can pull a fucking fast one and I can make some money on the side too. I mean, this is my shit. Lose your fucking moderator position, and instead of going, you know what? I have to change everything that led me to this place in my life. Instead of doing that, you fucking doubled down and made the least self-aware video that anyone has ever made. Oh my God, every skill check in your life leading up to this moment, you fucking failed. Like, really? You couldn't roll a nat 20 once? One time. I want to help him, man. I really do. I want to help you, brother. I want to help you. I know you feel like you've been a thorn in my side, but I do actually feel kind of bad. Yes, this guy can be a 7-2. Anyone can. I just don't get it.
What happened? There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various prizes.
He was on top. I feel for him. The top mod put respect on it. He was on top. He made it to fucking the peak of Mount Everest, dude. He was commanding legions. He had influence. He didn't want to be an influencer. He wanted to influence the influencers. And he did, a puppet master. But then everything was taken from me. Everything was taken from me. Ah!
Prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million, supposedly. This was supposedly going to be aired on Amazon Prime, and it was also confirmed to be including a couple of mid-sized and large streamers like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, Extra Emily, Canute, and a few others. Additionally,
Hasan is an 8.5 in most places, but a 9 in some. And by that, I mean the gay community. Thank you, chatter. I don't know what the fuck this even means, but thank you, I guess.
The opportunity was supposedly brought to these streamers by a company called Mythic Talent, which is a well-respected a streamer agency that represents hundreds of live streamers. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers.
Fun, perfect content about live streaming and gamers. Bro, touching grass, you have to inhale grass for the next week after this one. You need to shower after watching this.
So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration.
I like that you can see his forehead from the motion smoothing filter that he put on himself, but like it still seeps through it, you know what I mean?
Immediately reached out to the organizers.
Why did he do this? Like, why? Like, these two things don't make sense, right? If you're going to go with that haircut, you can't also be aware of your looks to a certain degree that you were like using the fucking skin smoothing filter, right? Like you're fucking me up, dude. I just don't even understand. Like, what is it? Do you care about the way you look and the way you're presenting yourself, or do you not care about the way you look and the way you present yourself? I just don't understand. Throw me in for a loop? Is that the word? I don't even know. I've lost the capacity to speak the English language after watching this video.
Moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for...
He's baby maxing. He's Goo Gaga pilled. This is the respected agency he's talking about. OTK Streamers Asmongold tips out co-founder a new management firm, Mythic Talent. Yeah, Asmongold is a co-owner of Mythic Talent, by the way.
Community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit. But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal though. So I reached out to the organizers, and to my surprise, they immediately understood what LSF was, what power it had, and they even agreed to the stretch goal of like the cool competition to have in the actual show. From my perspective, this felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done. I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show in a topic that's directly related.
They're calling him the least self-aware man. Not even in America, but like this is the equivalence of the guy who's like, I'm a 37-year-old who looks like a 17-year-old model. Like this is the Reddit version of that TikToker. You know what I'm talking about? You missed the filter glitching? Shut the okay, stop. You know what I'm talking about? You must have seen this dude I'm talking about. You need to see this dude I'm talking about, okay? Someone link it to me, please. I refuse to believe this is not satire. This is Tim Heidecker 2.0. No, this is like... this... Chatter, I just gave you literally like the background for this reason because I knew that this was going to come across as insane. Okay. See, there you go. 1 week after the HasanAbi diet program. Yeah, this guy. I'm 35, but looks like 17.
6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Like that's Low Kirk. That's him. Like where the fuck did the video go? I lost it. I have so many goddamn tabs open. Okay. But yeah, there's a reason why I gave you all this background so you understand that like he is absolutely not joking. Like
to the subreddit, how awesome. And then, you know, maybe I could leverage this to get even more opportunities either for our subreddit or for other subreddits across the entire platform. That's how I felt, at least.
He's like, I wasn't doing this just for me. I was doing this for all moderators out there. You gave me the sword and I was using it with honor.
And that's clearly not how it worked out. After they agreed to kind of a couple of these kind of requests that I had in my stretch goal, they immediately started moving very quickly. We wrote up an announcement and they wanted this out within like 24 hours. So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. This initially didn't actually worry me because no matter what we do, people call it a scam. I mean, I've done AMAs with the Twitch CEO. People called that a scam. And I was also thinking like multiple major live streamers were involved. Mythic Talent was involved. Surely they had done their due diligence, right? Additionally, the thing that people were the most skeptical about was the $20 million grand prize. This initially confused me as well, but once I heard that, Amazon Prime was allegedly involved, my initial concerns were assuaded. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. Maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought. Now, here comes the next part of the story, when things get a little crazy. The next day, a major live streamer who was involved in the show, Extra Emily, said on her stream that she kind of saw all of these comments about people calling it a scam, and they even saw that, LSF was involved, and this was apparently unacceptable to her, so much so that she was considering kind of dropping out of the show or kind of looking in to see.
My theory is that Reddit doesn't actually care about the scam. Shit like that gets promoted every day. They just wanted to get rid of a dude that's responsible for turning a major subreddit into a fucking brigading machine that's liable to lawsuits. Maybe this might have been what like pushed them over the edge, but the rest of his moderation team is still his guys. So it's not like the LSF subreddit is going to change its attitude. They might even make it seem like they have a variety of different content for a little bit, but like when the time comes, they'll still keep pushing it in the same exact way that they were. Because I need you to understand something, okay? A guy who is this crazy doesn't just fucking magically go away, and this kind of craziness doesn't happen overnight. This is like a byproduct of being in a fucking sex cult for an extended period of time, okay? So all of the other little loyal soldiers that he has at his disposal that are still operating the subreddit are also just as fucking insane. Like, there's no shot. There's no shot that these guys are going to go, all right, you know what? We're going to turn LSF back into what it was. We're just going to have like a diversity of different content. It's not going to be a fucking hate farm for whoever our favorite content creator Destiny's enemies are. It's not. There's no shot that it will stay the old LSF, even if it turned into like the old LSF for like 1 week. They are already banning any posts about the stale video. Nothing is changing. What? This is a totally separate fucking... Oh. Oh, thank you. They're doing a cleanup job for the old mod, even though they said that they were gonna, take a new direction here. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening at all. I mean, it makes sense.
Seeing if kind of the whole thing was a scam or not. After seeing this, I brought the concerns to the organizers, and the organizers told me that they were currently in talks with the agents to resolve this, and they told me in no uncertain terms that the show was not canceled and was still going on. So me being somebody who didn't really have a lot of, information into the situation, and me, trusting these high-powered agents who represent these multi-million-dollar kind of celebrities, I trusted that they would kind of get to the bottom of this and kind of resolve these concerns quickly. During this time period, I saw and deleted a lot of unsubstantiated claims about the show and the mod team. There were accusations that I knew to be untrue, such that, the mod team had accepted bribes or, had some sort of financial involvement with the show. And I knew that they were not true because I was the one who had this idea the entire time, from start to finish. This happened a couple days. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams, okay? I was doing this because I legitimately, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it. I thought it'd be kind of cool events for the sub. I'm talking about this and kind of the deleted comments because this is apparently some...
Bro, that makes it more... I don't even know if I believe that. That is the most unbelievable thing he said. This motherfucker has a fucking job in this economy? God damn. It's the most jobless... How do you have a job and just still have the most jobless thing that you're doing on the internet? How is that even possible? Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100. Double 100 train, send it. Oh shit, double 100 train, thank you.
Big no-no in the Reddit TOS or something, or maybe it's like an unspoken rule where if you're involved in some sort of promotion and it ends up not working out or ends up being a scam or something, if you have deleted comments that have accused it of being a scam, well that, shows a cover-up or some way. It shows malice.
It does. What do you mean? Of course it shows malice. And this is not the only thing he's done this for. He's been doing this for years over Destiny. He's been doing this for fucking years. Anytime you say anything about Destiny that's like negative, if you talk about his like active court case, he would fucking yeet you into existence. Remember, this is r/live stream fail. Okay. Obviously, we don't place a lot of fucking, we don't place a lot of emphasis or importance on random subreddits, but it's not r/Destiny. You know what I mean? It's not like to the average onlooker, they just think it's just a live stream fail subreddit. Yeeted out of existence. Yes. Sorry. Normal people go there and they don't think that the most online person, the weirdest person on the planet, is operating it for his own like personal sex cult. This is low-key kind of like Falun Gong. You know what I mean? When you watch Shen Yun and you're like, oh, how wonderful, 5,000 years of China. And then slowly but surely you find out, oh my God, it is literally a front for a psychotic cult that has a compound in like upstate New York. This is kind of like that, where you're just scratch the surface a little bit because of some utterly irrelevant, like ridiculous low-level scam that this guy tried to pull off. And then you look at it a little bit more and you're like, what the fuck was this? What is happening here? What have they been doing? Now, obviously, it doesn't really matter because it is, at the end of the day, it is like a low-level scheme to try and fail to disparage the reputation, tarnish the reputation of like, your favorite content creators, like biggest op or something. Like, who gives a shit, right? The reason why I get annoyed with it is because it has like political implications. As I've said over and over again, a lot of random people tune into this fucking subreddit. And if the only thing they're seeing is fuck Hasan and you're a normie, you eventually go, who's another content creator out there that's doing politics? And they arrive at Asmongold. And they slowly but surely become Asmongold pilled and become right-wing fucking demons on the internet. This is precisely what I was talking about for the past couple of years when these dumb fucks were actively coming after me, basically creating a void, creating a market for someone who was like, well, everyone hates this guy. He must be bad. Let me go look for someone else. Okay, well, that someone else is Asmongold. Especially because he was filling the need as a top political content creator. You create the market demand for fuck Hasan content, and he was fulfilling that market demand. And because I'm fucking left-wing, of course, the person who is going to fulfill that market demand is going to be a right-winger. What the fuck did you expect? This is part of the reason why Asmongold blew up. Not only because he's obviously a rapacious grifter who has no interest in real politics or policy at all, which gives him almost a superpower, but, you know, also because he was my primary op on Twitch. They kept saying, why is nobody opposing Hasan? And Asmongold was right there opposing me every day. Well, there you have it. You got your guy that's opposing Hasan. Have fun. That's not the first right-wing shithead that you have actually promoted and created, by the way. Nick Fuentes is another one. Remember, Destiny has collaborated with Sam Hyde, collaborated with Nick Fuentes, all these other fucking people, because he's one-directional. He doesn't care about the impact of his commentary. He just only wants to disparage his enemies that he feels have embarrassed him. And they'll go to this length to do insane shit because this is the modus operandi. This is the way that these guys think.
Or bad faith or something. So that's why I'm kind of talking about this, is because this was specifically a reason that was brought up regarding why I was kicked out as a mod on a live stream fail. And finally, I want to end this part of the story by
I do want to bring up something. A chatter brought this up as well, and it's, I think, really funny. This person filmed this and sent it to the personal email inbox of a fucking CEO, thinking that this was going to convince him that he had made the wrong decision, and I guess like immediately unban him or something. I've never encountered someone with such little self-awareness, and honestly, I respect it. I respect that. This is pretty fire, man. Another resounding DGG victory right here. Please, I urge people that still operate in these fucking weirdo circles. This is what you look like to the outside world. Please, I beg of you. I urge you to go outside. I urge you to fucking try to develop real world relationships and hope that that will snap you out of it, okay? This person is a perfect representation of the fuck Hasan style Redditors out there and all the fuck Hasan style fucking Twitter posters out there. Like, this is the singular human form of all that.
Talking about how Moist Critical made a video critical of the situation. And then about 30 minutes after this kind of video got released, I got reached out by the organizers of the events and told that 5 live streamers in the event had dropped out and that therefore the event was canceled and I should take down the post. In this video that Moist Critical had that was critical of the event, Moist Critical brought up points about how an image on the marketing page was AI generated, or that the domain name was registered in Iceland, or that basically just the whole thing, it smelled bad. That's what he did. He did this motion and he said it smelled bad. But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. Now I want to stop people here because this is very important. And I think this is something that not a lot of people might have noticed. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation. The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal, none of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words. And yes, in retrospect, there are certainly some things which we could call yellow flags or even red flags. But that being said, I don't want people to go into this thinking that there was some proven malfeasance or something when there really is a possibility that a lot of this could have just been kind of bad organization and things just fell through. Just because something's a bad idea, because something is misorganized, that doesn't mean that anything illegal happened.
Was he trying to say malfeasance? Malfeasance? What the fuck was that?
Or something, thinking that there was some proven malfeasance or something, when there really is a possibility that a lot of this could have just been kind of bad organization and things just fell through. Just because something's a bad idea, because something is misorganized, that doesn't mean that anything illegal happened. You know, I still haven't gotten confirmation about kind of the Amazon Prime kind of a thing. I think that is the biggest unknown right now is I don't know about this supposed Amazon Prime deal, if it exists or not, because maybe they were in negotiation with them. Maybe a contract was in the works, but hasn't been signed yet. I'm not really.
Brother, why are you still? I mean, I guess he's trying to still make it seem like this was legit. There ain't. What do you mean? Oh, maybe there's still an Amazon play here. Okay, dude.
Sure,
yeah.
We'll have to see. And then
that's just as likely as you getting your top moderator position back because the Reddit CEO watched this YouTube video and went, oh my God, I was so wrong about you.
I'll end the story by talking about why I got removed as the top moderator. It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently all of that are lies because I was not given any second chances. I was not given very much kind of descriptive examples of kind of what I did wrong or kind of given any ability to kind of defend myself. I was just given a very vague description of, yeah, there's accusations about some fraudulent scam that takes people's money and their PII, which means their name, right? Because you have to sign up with your name to join a contest. And so I have infringed on the Code of Conduct by promoting a game show where you have to put in your name or something, even though it hasn't really been proved to be.
Okay. Everything that he's repeating here with like, I guess like a sarcastic tone is guilty enough to remove you as a top moderator from a fucking subreddit. Like what? Yeah, man, it was a fucking scam lottery. Like, what are you talking about? Also, it's Reddit. They could have banned you for a million different reasons. They could have banned you for the fucking endless brigading and harassment that LSF has been doing to me and every other fucking person to the left of your favorite content creator, Destiny, for like the last 3 years. They know that shit. You think on the back end they don't have access to how quickly those sorts of edited posts get 3,000 upvotes? Always uploaded in the morning and our time, always uploaded in European nighttime, and instantly in the first fucking 30 minutes gets 3K upvotes. You think Reddit doesn't know when a fucking post is being botted into oblivion or brigaded into oblivion? They didn't even fucking ban you off the platform. Why are you complaining? It's really funny if they actually ban him permanently off the platform and all of his other fucking sock accounts too, because he did this video.
Fraudulent, yeah. And so it's a little disappointing. Now, here's the most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct message to you and only you. I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there's still massive kind of like problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this. But right before...
This, I think, is the one of the best examples of what happens when you're in the Destiny cult too. You think you can like argue yourself out of every situation. Like, these guys genuinely think like, if I actually unlock logic and reasoning here, everyone else is going to listen to what I have to say and think I'm fucking brilliant and then apologize to me. And you know, I will own you. I will have owned you in the marketplace of ideas. It's like, bro, you're talking to the Reddit CEO in perhaps the most embarrassing format you possibly could about shit that the average person doesn't care about at all. It's fucking crazy. Reddit lies. Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities. Oh, stop.
I go into the specific reasons of how this happened. I want to talk about why this matters in the first place. And this matters because Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. If you're one of the people who is joking about like internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but
I will ban you. If you joke about that, I will ban you. I will ban you from my subreddit. Well, I can't ban you off of LSF yet, but any longer, but I will ban you.
You are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He admitted. He admitted. Fuck. And even then, it's like not. I mean, this is written like a manifesto, but like even then, it's a fucking clown behavior. He's like, I've been using my power to destroy careers. It's like, okay. Okay, buddy.
Went viral about of careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did. I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the
Bro, you are literally a whole ass freak, dude. Oh my God, he's like nutting off of the fucking minutia of power that he got when he has none, by the way. This example proves why you got removed as the top moderator, dumbass. And the very example of your position being removed by Reddit is proof that you don't actually have power. Your life is meaningless. It's worthless. Why can't you just do this shit for fun? The reason why people clown on moderators and say, oh, you guys are, janitors, you're a fucking idiot, you're a loser, all this shit, is because of this. Because under normal circumstances, the reason why you moderate a community or the reason why you moderate a fucking subreddit is because you actually have interest in the subreddit, not because you love the power that you have over all the streamers. I can make and break careers. I can destroy an entire fucking platform. You are the last person that should be moderating anything. You should actually not even be on Reddit to begin with. I think they should ban your whole fucking account. It would be the first step towards a better future for you, okay? What the fuck? The whole point of moderation is that you love a certain subject, okay? And you love the fandom surrounding it. And then you engage with it in order to have like better discussions around it. Like that's the reason That's the reason why this concept started. Okay? That is what is supposed to happen. That's the normal thing that you do. You have a job, and as for fun on the side, you do this thing because you care about the community that you're a part of. You have basically openly admitted that you tried to abuse your position every step of the fucking way. What? Be careful telling a Reddit mod you hope they get banned is like making a death threat to a normie. No, this is the first time someone has ever made a life threat. Okay? This is not a death threat. This is a life threat. I'm threatening him with a better life. If this guy got permanently banned from Reddit, it would be like when, you call up fucking gambling websites or casinos to tell them to not let you in. You know what I mean? It's like that. Yeah, I'm not saying kill yourself. I'm saying live yourself, King. You got only one life.
$1 billion company, Twitch, partially because at the time, LSF was indeed being used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company, Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way. Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity.
It wasn't real.
Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, a scam through and through. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess.
Bitch, you were deleting people calling it out. Actually, I claim credit in both cases. I win, you lose. What do you have to say to that? We did it, Reddit. This is literally like those fucking memes about the Redditor who wants to watch his wife get fucked, talking about polyamory. God damn, bro. I forget how much of a loser people can be on the internet. Like, I really do. I think I spent too much time outside, too much time with fucking normies. Even though most of my job is online and on the internet, I really do shelter you from a lot of this kind of behavior on the internet, chat. You don't even understand. You think I'm doing too much when I fucking watch Asmongold because he's like literally spewing toxic bile to like 40,000 of the worst incels you've ever fucking seen and really shitting up the place. But the well gets deeper. Okay, the well of depravity is so much deeper than you think. And the reason why I don't fucking do it is because I do it, Chinese style censorship. I put a fucking Chinese firewall up in this bitch and rarely ever covered this side of the internet. Even if this side of the internet is covering me on a daily fucking basis, like nonstop. And you only hear about it when they actually reach the normie sphere somehow. When they strike gold and you're like, why are people saying this about you? This motherfucker is one of the people as to why they're saying that thing, whatever insert new drama that they manufactured at LSF. That is it. That's the motherfucker.
Things ended up okay. Right or wrong, you can think I'm a good moderator or a bad moderator. You can think that LSF helps streamers or is the bane of their existence in the entire industry. But please don't for a single second pretend like it doesn't matter. And that's just one subreddit. Now back to me. I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time. I got nothing out of it. The community managers never helped me. As, nice as the guy was, I think he had basically no power to help me. I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that a whole, and it didn't matter. I failed and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. So let's circle back. Let's go back to the moderation situation. This is a very key important point, so please pay attention. None of this would have happened.
I saw one comment in here that I need to highlight. Someone went, "My God, what has Reddit done?" Yep. That's the takeaway that he thought we would be having right now. How could Reddit let go of such a valuable unpaid moderator of the mass harassment and cyber stalking and fuck women subreddit? What? That's been used like a fleshlight for kick.com for like the last 2 years. How could this have happened? We must bring him back right now.
If I had gotten support from Reddit, do you think that I want to be the guy like going out, like messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't. This is not my job. I am not qualified to do any of this. I am not a lawyer. I cannot read contracts to know what I should do or I should not do. I just want to like grow my subreddit, have a big vision, and I don't want to deal with this. At the end of the day, I'm a random nobody who got lucky.
Wait, what got edited? What got edited? Was that in the original? What's that skip cut there? Did he get embarrassed that he deleted one of the parts of the fucking... He started crying. This feller has beautiful lips. I can't get over how moist his lips are. Everything about this is so bad. He started crying. Bro, Reddit pulled a Maduro style operation on him, dude. They fucking they came in with the special forces and just kidnapped his ass. And just like with Maduro, Delcy Rodriguez is still running the fucking show. His guys are still in command, but he's mad that he lost the power.
Took over one of your largest gaming subreddits on the platform because I won a stupid game of like Reddit mod politics. But apparently, I'm the only person out there who understands the potential that Reddit has. If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers.
By the way, this is why I say like, sometimes people think I'm being harsh when I say like, oh, dude, without like the hatred that you have for me motivating you to continue living, like you probably would have killed yourself. Like, I'm talking about a guy like this. I want you to visualize this creature every time someone comes in and goes, Hasan, you are so stupid. Your argument is puerile. You have made 0 arguments. Asmongold mugs you. Asmongold. D was on stream raging at Charlie defending this mod. No, this is not this mod. This is his mod. He lost his #1 soldier that was running LSF for him.
That were
Guess his age, 43? Or maybe it's one of those guys that's like, he looks 40, but he's actually like 35. This motherfucker is only 1 year older than me? Oof.
Me like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. And before you say it, I'm sure there's some employee at Reddit, the company, that says like, oh yeah, we do that. That's my job. It's over here. Well, clearly you're not even doing 1% of what you should be doing because nobody uses these resources.
Like, instead of firing me from my unpaid position. You should fire that guy who's not doing his job.
Nobody cares. You are not doing enough. Multiply it by 100 and then let's talk.
Bro, whoever clapped this dude is getting a promotion. If I'm the CEO and I watch even like the first frame of this video, I'm gonna be like, dude, thank you. Keep doing more of that. Actually, we should permaban this guy. IP-wide, like site-wide IP ban. Straight up. Like, what do you mean?
It needs to be professionalized, and it starts with the mods. This is going to be controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez. Here's why. The controversial solution is just get rid of the bad mods with better mods or paid mods or do takeovers or more rules or something like that. But there are better solutions. You can train them. You can give mods infrastructure or pipelines or resources or real kind of material support and treat them as if they have the actual power and influence that they actually have, and so communities can rise to the heights they truly could. And the Reddit Moderator Partner Program is not it. Reddit moderators do not need one call with like one guy a month, as nice as he is, love you, Pablo, who has no power and no ability to affect anything.
Oh no, Pablo's getting fired, bro. Or maybe they're gonna fucking actually give Pablo a raise too, to be like, damn, bro, you were dealing with this motherfucker for like the last couple of years. Brother, you are a moderator of what is supposed to be a fan subreddit. Okay? Why is this? Oh my God. The reason why people clown on people like this is because, well, he's not a moderator. I apologize. Ex-moderator. It's supposed to be voluntary and it's supposed to be for fun. It's supposed to be voluntary. It's supposed to be for fun. It's supposed to be because you care about this community and you want to, and you actually want to let it thrive. You have very clearly talked about how much power you have and how much influence you command over content creators that I hate. I can make or break people. It's like, well, first of all, you can't, because let's be fucking real. Okay. Maybe it's not the same for other content creators. I'm sure there have been people who've cut their careers short because of like the negative attention they got from like LSF or other places. But these motherfuckers have been trying to get me killed, deplatformed, or at the very least prosecuted, okay, in that order. Because being deplatformed is worse than being prosecuted by the federal government. Anyway, for the last like fucking 4 years. So obviously it hasn't been that successful, you know? It's just a base boosted, more normie facing version of Kiwi Farms. That's all this is.
Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or special badges or community or events or team building exercises. No, even the Reddit event budget is barely useful. No, they need real material support. That means access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets. So why haven't you solved this problem already, Spez? Is it because you're out of touch and you aren't aware of the problem? Is it because Reddit is a bloated mess and they can't ship products? No, I think the real issue is that Reddit is held hostage by the negativity and toxicity of its user base, and it doesn't really have the freedom to make bold and important and transformative decisions that could save the company. If you
Very self-unaware statement right there, by the way. Like that last statement perfectly summarizes everything. He said, Reddit is held back by the toxicity of its user base. Bitch, you're the power user. Yeah. No kidding. Yeah, it seems to me like they're cleaning house, okay? Shouts out to Reddit. Hey, yo, Reddit, good job. You got a W here. I mean, you got more W's that you could work on. You know, go after the Ethan Klein H3H3 production subreddit next, please, okay? My life is yours. I will literally, okay, listen, Reddit. I know you and I have not exactly seen eye to eye on issues, okay? Let me get up close and personal with you, okay? Let me get up close and personal with you, Reddit. Ghislaine Maxwell may have been a top moderator in world news, you know, all of these other big subreddits that are news aggregation platforms are actually aggregating Atlantis, NATO Atlantis talking points. But let me tell you something, Reddit. You fucking clean up LSF and you clean up H3H3 Productions for all the endless harassment that they have brought about the streaming community, my friends, and even in times myself. And my life is yours. A lot of people make fun of you, Reddit. They make fun of you. They say, you're a cuck. If you use Reddit, there's an entire TikTok trend making fun of Redditors and the way that people speak. And it's oftentimes exactly like that fucking dipshit that you just X'd out from LSF. I will become a Reddit power user. I will take sexy photos on my laptop while I'm browsing Reddit. I will do everything in my power to make Reddit a powerhouse, sexy as fuck. No one will think. I'll get Zoran Mamdani to get on Reddit. You know what I mean? I'll get AOC on Reddit. We'll be doing AMAs. Ask me anything. Ask you anything. Like I said, clean up the fucking harassment communities and my life is yours, Reddit. Okay, I'll use Hasan_Piker every fucking day. Every day of the goddamn week. You already know I'm going to be using OKBUDDY later anyway. Let's go.
agree with anything that I said, Spez, well, you're in luck. I live in San Francisco, and I would be happy to talk to you in person or any Reddit product manager or employee.
This ever happen? Oh, he said, I live in San Francisco. I will find you in person. If you do not respond to my message, I will find you on the streets of San Francisco, and we will have a good faith debate. I fucking love this guy.
All, you know, or on a call or something. That's my pitch to you, Spez. The rest is to the community. To the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve. For anyone who this message has resonated with and wants to solve this problem, well, I have created a subreddit called r/SubAlliance. SubAlliance will be a nonprofit, volunteer, community-based initiative to solve all of the problems that I have laid out. We will create tools and resources so good, so useful, that everybody will have to work with us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing mod recruitment, cross-collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff. Go to r/SubAlliance and we will make it happen. The link will be in the description below. Reddit used to be a place where we did stuff. The phrase, "we did it Reddit," although used sarcastically, existed for a reason. And that is...
Yes! Existed because you painted you falsely framed the Boston Marathon bombing on the wrong guy. That's why it's making fun of Reddit. That's the whole point of We Did It Reddit. This guy is literally unaware of all of the memes. He's like, actually is a meme about how smart every Redditor actually is. Actually is actually intellect. Manifest. No, they're clowning on you because you're taking yourself too seriously. What the fuck? It's sad because he's basically calling them out about how they're profiting off of mod labor, but he boils it down to wanting more power and influence that it means to live off of. No, he has a job. As far as if we can believe it. He has a fucking job. He has a job. He has a job. He has an actual job. Also, the irony is, you think Reddit fucking doesn't know that half of the subreddits are actually, like, the best subreddits on Reddit, everybody knows, is like small, hyper niche subreddits, right? About like fixing a specific type of toaster or some shit like that. Okay? All these like very large subreddits are oftentimes owned and operated by guys exactly like this. And I remember when Reddit was being sold or whatever, it was like some financial deal that was taking place and everyone was really mad and they did a Reddit blackout. And you want to know how they fixed the Reddit blackout? They just banned all the fucking subredditors that were demanding, or subreddit moderators that were demanding anything but just being on top of a fucking powerful subreddit where they have power. That's it. Because most of the fucking Redditors on those large subreddits only want to be there because they think they have this level of power and this level of influence. And if anything, the reason why Reddit reacted the way that it did for this guy is because they wanted to show you that you don't have any power. Yeah, buddy, I'm sure Reddit will be reaching out soon. Looks exactly what a Reddit moderator is supposed to look like. Oh my God, this is the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen. Blood that comb over is fooling nobody. I cannot believe that he just went through all of this. I don't understand what Boston bombing. Explain, please. When the Boston Marathon bombing happened many, many years ago, Redditors thought that they found who was actually responsible for it. It turns out it was just a totally random guy that they decided was the terrorist associated with the Boston Marathon bombing. His life was fucking ruined.
For most people,
this guy's also a fucking neo-Nazi shithead now, by the way. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Maybe he's gotten normal as of late. But yeah, Wavy Web Surf or whatever. All these like fucking pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde fans. You got to see this. Oh my God, he has a sub-alliance. That was possibly one of the most embarrassing videos I've ever watched in my entire life. I don't know why you thought it was a good idea to share that shit. Second coming of the r/anti-work Fox News interview, but without a hostile interviewer. Redditors assemble. Lol. Do anyone here unemployed? Oh, God. Big respect. I definitely respect a top-tier internet janitor moving on from losing his drop of power and trying to create a new avenue for it like he so desperately needs. That was awesome. Okay? That was fucking awesome. This guy's actively tried to ruin my fucking life for the last 3 or 4 years at the direction of his favorite sex cult streamer, Sex Destiny. So the entire internet getting together to fucking dunk on him is awesome. Those don't exist. Sorry. Last time Hasan had any contact with any mod was years ago. Leaked the Hasan Discord messages crying to get posts removed. No, nothing changes. If anything, you were right, DGG. I was protecting Hasan, but it wasn't because I care about Hasan. It was being the political drama was getting boring and I wanted new content. Welp, not going to be stopping that stuff anymore. Pepe laugh. I love that he's still in DGG talking about this. And instead of all of the fucking weirdos in that community being like, dog, what the hell are you doing? You are like, this is embarrassing. If people find out that we're associated with this shit, like we're fucking cooked, they're all on it. They all think the video was good. There's no shot they think the video is good. Oh my God, this is no different than like when I see an Asmongold fan in my chat who's like, that woman actually wanted to kill the ICE agent. Like, there's no shot. You can't be that big of a fucking loser. They blaming you, saying it was Hasan fans at Reddit who banned him. Yes, it's true. It was my fans at Reddit that banned this guy, especially because, you know, they allowed very clearly for this fucking community to try and actively get me deplatformed or fucking banned or be at the center of a controversy every fucking week that they manufactured over there. They knew all of that, but my fans were my biggest ops all along. They were letting it happen. It's worth mentioning that Reddit admins were warned of this exact scenario when Stale kicked all the old mods and they ignored it. There are receipts. This dude's connection to crypto and other scammy shit was well known beforehand. Bro, it is crazy to me that this guy basically fucking self-flagellated. He fucking basically lit himself on fire, self-immolated in front of thousands of people, if not millions, because Charlie is fucking dunking on him too. And he still thinks it's my fault. Brother, you have to snap out of it. It is the community that you're a part of that makes you fucking feel like everything in your life that's going wrong is because of me. I literally have nothing to do with this. You're doing this on your own. It's the same thing that your fucking cult father does, okay? Oh, am I being sued because I filmed having sex with someone and then leaked it to a bunch of other people, including a minor underage girl that I was trying to get nudes from? Oh, this must be Hasan's fault. It's like, no, dude, you did it on your own. And the same goes for all your fucking fans. You guys have created this insane world where you think like I'm responsible for any fucking horrible thing that happens to you. I genuinely don't know why. I will never be able to figure it out. I wish I had that level of power, prominence, and influence and had the tenacity to go after my haters in the same way that they go after me with regular fucking frequency. Okay? I wish I was actually taking the revenge. But when I turn this shit off, I don't tune into anything. Okay? I go watch anime. I masturbate. Okay? It blows my fucking mind that these guys think that I'm engineering all of their own demise. Not in that order. I'm saying like I jerk off before I go to sleep. I don't masturbate to anime. Fuck. I've tried before. It didn't work. I didn't like it. It's just strange. I've talked about it before. I've tried to beat off to like a hentai thing, and it was weird because it's like, you know, when they do the X-ray vision, like that's too clinical. It just like takes me out of it. Also, the women's boobs are far too large. I don't understand. It just doesn't make any sense. Why are the boobs so fucking large? They're so bulbous. I feel like the dudes are always so skinny. Like the dudes are so tiny and the ladies are so thick and their boobs are so large that it feels like the dude is going to get sucked into the woman's pussy every time. And then also on top of that, they do the X-ray vision where they show you like the penis insertion from the most clinical way you've ever seen it, where it's like, am I supposed to learn about how a penis and a vagina works? Like, what the fuck are we doing? I never agree with you on anything more. Yeah, like I've tried. It's just I can't do it. I don't like anime porn. Would you watch? I need to avoid this. Oh my god, oh, guys, stop it. I don't even know. All right, let's watch Charlie.
Moderator just made a video directly speaking to and tugging on the heartstrings of the CEO of Reddit. He's making a big call to action after
one of your all-time performative male moments when you told Van you didn't like Japanese porn because the women don't look like they're having a good time. Mallory Blair, I don't think you've been in here before. As a person who like doesn't have any issues talking about sex work, talking about porn, I've dated porn stars. I have talked about this before. And Van Lathan, not Van Jones. I don't know why. Did I say Van Jones? Or did I just say Van? Did I just read it as Van? No, I genuinely don't appreciate it. I don't like it. I've tried because the ladies are so pretty. Okay. Oh, so pretty. Jav Stars, very pretty. Okay. And I want to be into it. Okay. I can't because they are having straight up a bad time, dude. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. That's the market for it. I don't understand it. I will never understand it. It is so strange to me. I'm not trying to be a performative male at all. I promise you. Nah, you're right. It makes me feel so bad when they start crying and begging. Like, I don't even get to that point. I'm talking like when because like when you watch porn, you want like both parties to be kind of good at it. And if they're fucking worse than me, like I'm not watching that. You know what I mean? It immediately snaps me out of it where I'm like, come on, dude. You do not know how to lay down dick. You don't know how to eat pussy. There's way too much focus on licking nipples. It's like too weird. It's too like, you know, it just feels like you're trying to like hurt this person. You're not trying to like make them come. I don't like it. This used to be a family broadcast. I mean, yeah. Great intro to the Charlie video. Yeah. That wasn't me being a performative male. I just straight up believe that.
He had been stripped of his position as top mod on r/livestream fail. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I can't believe what I just watched was genuine and not a skit. But this seems authentic. What you picture in your head when you hear the term Reddit mod is exactly what you are about to see unfold in the flesh. The reason this mod just lost his position is because he was promoting a scam on the subreddit that he was the top mod for.
Is Kaya alive? No, I killed her. I had to sacrifice her so that Reddit could also do one sacrifice in her stead. I sacrificed her life so that Stale 2000 would pay the ultimate penalty, the ultimate sacrifice, losing your top moderator position.
Livestream fail. I made 2 videos covering this. It was the $1 Million Fan Show, which was paraded around as a $20 million reality television show for streamers' fans to sign up and even paid entry into it to compete for, $20 million prize purse. Turns out the whole thing was a load of baloney, as it appears everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. So some viewers paid money for actually nothing. They flushed it down the shitter, and agencies that brought this to streamers were left embarrassed. Most notably, Mythic Talent was the one that was named by some of the streamers as...
I can't believe I'm the one who's saying this because my background is so busy, but I think Charlie might have too many action figures. Is this sacrilegious? Because they're all so cool, but it's getting a little busy. Clearly didn't listen to Trump on the $3 rule. Maybe 1, maybe 2, at most 3. No more than $3 per family this Christmas.
As their agency that took them this deal, where seemingly no due diligence was done on behalf of Mythic to confirm whether or not this was even legitimate in the first place as a paid promotion. It was supposed to be an Amazon production, but clearly it was not an Amazon production.
Yeah, the only reason why I say that is because Saitama Sensei is on the ground right there, and I feel like this one is fine to be on the ground because it's so tall, but like this deserves to be up top somewhere. You know what I mean?
And it took 2 seconds of going to the website to deduce that this was fraudulent, but they took this deal before the website even existed. It's a whole mess. I've already covered all this, but Livestream Fail gets roped in because there was this inexplicable partnership that no one fully understood, where $1 Million Fan was in bed with Livestream Fail, and the top mod of Livestream Fail made a post on the subreddit pinning it to try and get more suckers into it. And now this is his response after being fundamentally fired from his free position of Reddit janitor.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Oh my god. This is Reddit's Manhattan Project right now. The moderators are rising up against the CEO of Reddit. I'm actually at a loss for words. This couldn't be a more lame start to this video. The topic he's about to cover is how he believes Reddit mods don't have enough, elbow grease from the Reddit upper echelon, like Spez here, the CEO. He believes they should be entitled to, like, brand deals, talent managers, lawyers, and stuff, so that way they can better be utilized as Reddit moderators. I'm not even kidding, by the way. I'm not exaggerating. Like, these are points he was making in this video, and that's what he's talking about with deadly seriousness here.
As this story goes more viral, LSF is going to get much more desperate to lose the heat, so they'll turn around and try to boost some fake story about you. The same way they do whenever their chosen streamers gets negative coverage and they make up stories or edit clips of you to take the heat off said streamers. I'm curious to see what they'll come up with. If they do, I'll keep cooking their asses, because there is so much more to this story than what, like, Charlie knows. Can you imagine the coverage that I just did on this guy and his background and, like, his connection to Destiny and all the things that he said privately in DGG, talking about how much power he holds other people, trying to prop up another content creator exclusively through LSF, so that there's another new orbiter that they can create that will be a Destiny defender, cooking Dan Saltman in the process as well, because they're also connected in this thing. And then the person, the content creator that they tried to fucking create as, like, a new content creator that will defend Destiny without, like, being directly associated with Destiny, turns out to be a pedophile, drama champion in the way that Stale 2000 presented it. So obviously all of that stuff, I mean, good luck. Charlie's video is 36 minutes long, and he doesn't even mention Destiny despite knowing damn well. No, Charlie has no fucking idea that this guy's a Destiny orbiter. What are you, crazy? Half of this chat doesn't know that. I barely even talk about this shit until today. There is a 0% chance he knows. Brother, you shouldn't even know that this guy is a Destiny orbiter and did this LSF shit just for Destiny. The thing that I described to you guys in terms of, like, mass harassment and manufactured outrage operations that they're doing at the behest of a fucking sex cult leader is so extremely online that even someone like Charlie, who is extremely online, or even someone who's extremely online on Twitch that goes on LSF all the fucking time, they don't know. This is beyond deep lore. Most other content creators understand harassment. Most other content creators understand cyber harassment, cyber stalking, right? They do not understand how deep the level of cyber stalking and influence peddling operations goes. They don't get it. Okay? They don't understand it. Like, it's not. Even content creators who understand harassment, understand stalkers, understand swatting, which are not all of these content creators, let's be real. Some of them don't even know about that shit. But even the content creators who do know that don't understand the level of oh my God. The level of sophistication in this smear operation. I barely scratched the surface. I'm going to keep it $1.50. There are some journalists who are aware of it. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you. The level of sophistication that's put into, like, Discord servers being specifically designed around stalking not only me, but my family, and then getting as much information out there on my family members and getting as much false information out there on my family, creating AI articles about my dad being a billionaire that owns, like, 1 million properties in America. Like, the level of tarring and feathering that these guys go to is not normal. Brother, October 7 happened, and 3 days after October 7 happened, there was a website created specifically to highlight every single clip chimp thing that they could find to say that I was a Hamas supporter, to say that I was like anti-Semitic. They straight up made a website called HasanAbi on like October 10. Do you understand the level of insane you need to be? They made a video, they made a game that fucking prominent streamers played called Twitcher Terrorist, where myself, Frogan, and a bunch of other Muslim content creators, Arab content creators, and anti-Israel content creators were matched up against terrorists, okay? Prominent terrorists. And Asmongold played it on this website, didn't get fucking banned. I don't think you understand the level of depravity here, okay? Yeah. Like, imagine if you're pro-Israel or if you have family members. XQC did all of it too. Okay, XQ would react to all this and not even know that it was a clip chimp, but that's why he calls you a terrorist. Yeah, XQC fucking literally leaned into all this shit as well. There was a website that they created that looked professional that logged every single chatter. They used something in the Twitch API to basically log every single chatter in here to try to make it seem like chatters were being anti-Semitic. To try to make it seem like moderators were anti-Semitic in their moderation. They thought they could bring this in front of Congress. I don't present a lot of this stuff to you on a daily basis because if I did, one, I would probably come across as insane to the average person. Okay? And two, I would do nothing but cover this shit every single day. And honestly, I think I have more important things to do than do that, right? They edited screenshots. They worked alongside the Apartheid Defense League, Anti-Defamation League, which is his former name, to get Twitch to ban myself and other anti-Israel content creators, calling them anti-Semitic. They got success. They got Morgan banned. They got Rafi banned. They got a bunch of people banned. They worked alongside Canary Mission and ADL to literally harass anti-Zionist content creators. They tried to create an adpocalypse on Twitch. They sent thousands and thousands of emails to every single college that I've ever appeared at before I appear at those colleges. Emails that have complete nonsense in them. They sent every advertiser thousands of emails. Every advertiser that has ever advertised on Twitch has received tens of thousands of emails from exactly the guy that we were looking at before, okay? This guy and other people that look exactly like this guy and sound exactly like this guy. They send thousands of fucking emails to every marketing agency that has clients, that have companies, that have bought advertisement slots on fucking Twitch with an email that was full of fake nonsense, complete fabricated information that claimed that like Twitch was actually banning Jews off the platform or whatever the fuck, right? AT&T is one of those companies that actually ate that bait and blacklisted me for a while. Not sure if they still have me blacklisted. This is all the stuff that was going on in the fucking background. Meanwhile, every fucking brain dead, stupid ass fucking content creator that was like, oh, maybe Hasan shouldn't be talking about politics, didn't realize that this was happening because of a position that you now also openly say you believe in as well. When you say free Palestine, now that it's comfortable to say, those motherfuckers on the background were eating my ass every fucking day trying to get me to stop saying it when it wasn't as fashionable to say it. There's no way the guy from LSF wasn't in contact with the Apartheid Defense League. No, not him directly. It's Dan Saltman. That was Dan Stalkman, also known as Dan Saltman, Destiny's second in command, the 60-year-old fucking loser. Yeah, look, they made this like fucking insane website. The scale of anti-Semitism. Each glowing dot represents 100 anti-Semitic messages sent in Assange chat. This visualization reveals staggering volume of hate speech that persists in the community. Click any dot to examine a sample of these messages. Holocaust relativizing piece of fucking scum. I spit on your face for every victim. Motherfucker, Israel isn't a fucking tornado. They chose to kill those children. What a tool. I want to beat the shit out of this fucking Zionist nerd. Let's fucking shit. Go fuck yourself, Israel. Let's fucking shit. Go fuck yourself, Israel. Let's fucking shit. Go to hell, Israel, you Nazi fucking parasites. These are the anti-Semitic message sets. Dumb fuck Nazis. Suck my 10-inch Jew cock. These Jewish anti-Zionists clearly being anti-Semitic. That's from October 21st, 2022, by the way. It's not even about Israel. They just key searched Jew and decided everyone that has ever actually said anything against Nazis while revealing that they're Jewish was clocked on the fucking website. These are before October 7. KEGW, it's fucking ridiculous. Do they have no fucking shame at all as we see news every few months of fucking bombing campaigns that Israel's doing and killing Palestinian citizens? Again, July 10th, 2023, before October 7. They are so fucking gross, using the Jew suffering during the Holocaust to murder. Fuck this genocide. Fuck this Holocaust. Fuck the IDF. God, please save the Palestinians. Israel exit polls are out. Bibi is poised to come back. Fuck, 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 fuck. Wow. Such anti-Semitism. Ethan Klein promoted this website. That's why it's fucking ridiculous that these guys now have to turn around and be like, we were always anti-Israel. Come on now, Ethan Klein. That's why nobody believes you, Ethan Klein, when you say, oh, I'm always pro-Palestine, except for, I don't know, your fucking remaining fans. This is one of the few very large, very well-moderated spaces on the internet where you can actually be openly anti-Zionist without being fucking hunted down by Nazis for being Jewish. Okay? What the fuck? Especially at a time when there's clout associated with being anti-Semitic. Why the fuck would I still maintain my anti-Semitism position? It's because I have a fucking conviction, because it's bigotry. This is the type of shit that I was dealing with for fucking years, dude. For maintaining a consistent position on Israel, because I have a firm commitment to being anti-genocide and anti-fascist. They tried so desperately. And I'll be honest, like, look. There are so many fucking people that there's a reason why I've been talking about like wanting to go to New York City and not be in Los Angeles anymore. Because the last 2 years, I saw so much heinous shit that content creators such as myself, but also much smaller communities receive from massive, massive content creators on this platform. And not a single person, not a single large content creator that saw that came out and said something, dude. That's why I fucking ate it for years, because at least I was like, you know, I can handle it. I have a big enough community. The more they focus on me, I hope they don't go after others. And Ethan Klein still is going after Morgan. Still going after Denims. Trying to fucking bury them under paperwork. This kind of like this right here, this was never once fucking mentioned. And I know like all this stuff is deep cuts and maybe it didn't actually reach the level of impact. Yes, I don't rate people because of that. I know, because there's a fucking 1,000 psychos in here at any given moment that, dude, I took off people from my promotional streams. It's only Ugopnik now because he asked for it. People were worried that they would get fucking hate. Because these guys don't just go after me, they go after my friends. They went after my friends for years. They went after basically everyone's ad revenue, not just myself. Because, I mean, I don't give a shit, obviously. I'm sponsored by my fucking viewers. I'm sponsored by my subscribers, you know? And that is the reason why they went after the entire fucking political commentary section. Cutting a bunch of Twitch streamers' careers short for that reason. Because I don't have any visible advertisers or any big advertisers that I work with, they couldn't go after them. So they went after the entire platform and it didn't work. Yeah, they went after my friend Cutie Cinderella and my coworker Ludwig. They went after so many fucking people. Yeah, this, by the way, the Israel exit polls are out. Bibi is poised to come back. Fuck, is from November 1st, 2022. This community has been anti-Zionist since I started on this platform. I've been an anti-Zionist, an outspoken anti-Zionist for many, many years, for a decade prior. Even before Nick Fuentes knew what fucking Israel was. I was actually an anti-Zionist, unlike him, who is just an anti-Semite. That's why I laugh when motherfuckers are trying to test me on you know, whether or not I have a true position that's anti-Zionist on Israel. Like, shut the fuck up. KW is fucking ridiculous. They have no fucking shame at all. All we see news every fucking few months of bombing campaigns that Israel's doing and killing Palestinian citizens. IDF literally tweets fucking memes of killing Palestinians and leveling their homes. Being used as an example of gross anti-Semitism on this website. In any case, you know, I don't make a bigger deal out of this shit because otherwise I'd go crazy talking about it all the time. But this is half the stuff that I'm dealing with on the background, okay?
Talks about Reddit moderators like they're fucking G.I. Joe commandos. Man,
and it's fucking losers like this stale guy that's like, you know, playing a formative role in this.
Please come back to reality. Like, I don't want anyone to harass this guy, so I'm not going to be like showing you his channel or anything like that, because honestly, I kind of feel bad for him that he's put so much weight on his personal life into this position, which is just a thankless job. And it's not really a job, at least it should never be considered a job, because all he is doing is moderating a fucking subreddit as a volunteer janitor. I really thought this was a skit, and I'm still, a small part of me, you know, on the copium here, is hoping that this is like satirical and not real, but I don't know, it feels genuine.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company.
You know, that's not really a good look to say the sole reason you pursued this path of heroism as a Reddit moderator is because you believed that it held so much power. So you're basically just saying that you were power hungry and wanted to take this spot so that way you could feel powerful. He believes that Reddit communities and specifically Reddit moderators hold a strong level of sway and power, and that's why he became one himself. That, I don't think, is a good look, man. It's not even coming from like a place of passion or something for communities. He is literally saying he did it because he wanted to be strong. Come on! I understand that Reddit communities, like Reddit as a whole, is a platform that does hold like legitimate influence over like conversations and topics and stuff like that. So by extension, moderators have a lot of ability to control narratives by hiding things or boosting things, and that is something that I've talked about in the past and a lot of people have made mentions of many times. It's been a pretty big yapping point for a while. This is the quintessential Reddit mod mentality. You know the stereotype that exists of power tripping Reddit mods? He is in the first minute of this video confirming That is exactly what drives him, is power. Like this small modicum of power that he was bestowed for the livestream fail subreddit. And it's... the level of self-importance is sickening.
In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators.
So here's the spoiler alert. He is going to be playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how he has been removed now as top mod of livestream fail because he was promoting a scam through that subreddit, which did ultimately result in people losing money. There were actual victims of the scam, so he has been removed of his position at the top of the food chain on livestream fail, and he is now putting a decent chunk of that blame on Reddit itself for not giving him the tools to avoid this from happening. Like he, at a certain point, there's like a brief moment of self-awareness, like this lightning bolt of self-awareness where he's like, yeah, you know, it was a little fishy. But then he like immediately pushes it onto Reddit, like, but if Reddit had given me access to brand deals and lawyers, this probably wouldn't have happened. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a Reddit mod. Why would Reddit be giving you access to lawyers and brand deals and shit? That doesn't make sense.
First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
It was your mistake, buddy! Fucking Spez wasn't behind you massaging your shoulders as you signed the deal with $1 Million Fan Show, which turned out to be a scam. He wasn't like the Sith Lord projecting into you, trying to convince you to go to the dark side to, you know, sell out livestream fail.
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was that bad. Just know that your commentary about Israel have helped inform my view for someone who works in politics and government. No, of course. That's why I fucking do it. That's why there's a lot of fucking serious, there's you know, unserious people in here, and then there's also serious people in here as well. And the reason why I do it, in spite of all of this shit, is because one, I believe in it, and two, you never know who you are going to influence. Okay? And listen, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing regardless. I just wanted you guys to understand like how fucking insane things have been. On the background, it doesn't necessarily impact me all that much. And I know that like even when I mention this kind of thing, what is this? Love how you leave the seat to react. Not sure how taking a shit plus reacting to video. Yeah, you got me. I was putting my dishes away. But the reason, what I was gonna say is like these guys have also like collaborated with congresspersons, you know. Like this does have political impact to a certain degree. I mean, the impact is softened at this point, but like, you know, there is definitely, it is a political operation at the end of the day, because I am a political content creator at the end of the day, right? So there's that. And also from what I understand, like this guy Stale basically already like brought in a bunch of Destiny orbiters into the frame. And they're still controlling the LSF subreddit, which is why they deleted the video from the LSF subreddit when it was posted, and people were clowning on them. And I believe like Dan has already talked about in DGG chats how they still control the subreddit.
To get more people hooked on $1 Million Fan Show. It was not the CEO of...
What large creators did you want to speak out in your defense? Not even in my defense, but in defense of like Morgan and all these other content creators that have been fucking banned. I wish that there were larger content creators like fucking Charlie, Ludwig, like so many fucking people at least like one of the different instances where they were like actively going after people like Morgan and them, and myself as well, to be like, hey guys, this is getting a little fucking racist. Like, can we calm down? You're playing a game called Twitcher Terrorist. Like, what the fuck? You know? It's crazy. Ethan was basically flexing what remains of his power as like a somewhat sizable content creator to destroy the lives and livelihood of so many smaller content creators because he felt hurt that I made him feel bad because I knew that people were eventually going to see the truth about Israel, and I was trying to warn him not to come across like a fucking asshole. That's why I always stress the importance of like how much power you have with your voice when we are united, right? Because a lot of people saw the truth, but they were so fucking scared. A lot of people saw the truth, but they were genuinely terrified of speaking out. And they were terrified of speaking out because they saw what happened to people that did speak out. Okay? Unfortunately, everyone just thinks you're a rage baiter. No, brother. You and the communities that you come from think that. Adults don't think that. People in politics don't think that. It's just this hyper fucking insular community of people that have a lot of clout in like specific spaces online. That's the point. That's actually what I'm trying to explain here. Like, this is what you come across as when you don't realize that your worldview is not represented by anyone other than the people in the cult that you're in. You know what I mean? Like, this is a moment. This is where this is where someone who has personally invested a lot into being in a community, right, meets, what is this? If you're going to go for the king, go for the head. This is when someone, what is this? The high levels of thinking. What the fuck is this video that you, math. Pogristine. I have a lot of normie friends who think you're a crazy anarchist who hates his dog just because of Twitter clips out of context. You thought you were going to be some great man, some speedrun savior. Oh, he was adding XQC. Hey, man, I'm guilty of coming in here to rage bait. My bad. I'm sorry. It's all good. Cop out, Andy. You're the same as Asman, but for the left. This guy's just in it for the content. Bro, they fucking... Remember, they mass brigaded the fucking trash taste video. Asmongold did and Ethan did. And then they fucking threw up W's. And then the trash taste guys were like, yeah, actually, it's really fucked up that we had Hasan on. We're so sorry. Like, I was getting blasted by homies. I was doing them a fucking favor. And then they fucked me. I mean, it's fine. Look, let bygones be bygones. It doesn't matter. You gotta eat it sometimes. You know what I mean? You gotta eat it sometimes. It is what it is. And also, I've talked to them since then, and I don't harbor any resentment or ill will, and neither should you. But at the time, I never fucking really brought it up. But that was another fucking instance where people were like, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist. Why are you having a terrorist on? Nowadays, every single person that probably at the time was saying like, why did you have a fucking terrorist on, is running around talking a big game about how much they love Palestine, free Palestine. You know what I mean? Because it's vibes based for a lot of these people. For a lot of fucking fans out there, they treat this shit like it's a sport. They treat this shit like it's team sport. My favorite content creator was saying fuck Hasan because he's a terrorist for the same positions that I now hold and maintain. You know, that's just what it is. Have any of those people apologized to you? Yes, they have. I just couldn't comprehend how these people wouldn't even fucking talk about like what these guys were actively trying to do, because it was around the issue of Israel. Okay? Because it was around the issue of Israel, and it was still the third rail for everyone that wanted to continue making money with big advertisers. So they did not want to say nothing about Israel. Okay? So the only people that were speaking were either the advocates and the activists on the streets, or people like myself that were just like capable of eating it. And it didn't matter. They created an environment of fucking fear. Okay? They created an environment of tremendous fear around anyone that would dare speak out about anything. This is how Israel was able to successfully basically successfully create like no pushback for the longest time until the dam broke, because they couldn't do anything on TikTok. TikTok was far too independent. Stable Ronaldo has more viewers than you? Hell yeah. W Stable Ronaldo. It's my GOAT. I don't think you guys know this. I've been a Stable Ronaldo truther and defended him against Ninja many, many years ago. I've been there. I've seen the rise, I've seen the fall, and I've seen the rise again, you know? Unless he collabs with Aiden, yeah, that broke my heart, I'll be honest. But what are you going to do? He's young.
That's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers.
If that isn't the stinkiest load of horseradish I've ever heard with that description of LSF. Do you go on your own subreddit? Have you ever been on your own subreddit? That's not what it is. That's not what you just described at all. That is the most blatant misrepresentation of that subreddit I've ever heard anyone try to squeak out. If this was Pinocchio, his nose would have just went fucking Wumbo Insano style with that lie right there. Anyone who has ever visited LSF in the last, 7 years.
He hasn't been a truther review, though? What? I don't give a shit. Brother, what did I just tell you? What did I just fucking tell you? I just explained to you the process of staying committed to my beliefs and then literally watching the entire fucking community that I was a part of with massive content creators that I've known for years not say a single fucking peep about all of the harassment that I was taking, and also all the harassment that other people on the platform were taking for being associated with me in some capacity. For 2 fucking years, I just explained to you that I was eating it. Why the fuck would I give a shit if Stable Ronaldo was like clip farming and said some shit, you know? Why? You think I care? I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Will tell you it is not a subreddit for crazy, wacky clips of gaming and, stream fails or anything like that. I don't know why he's even trying that angle. Everyone knows that's not what that subreddit is.
So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration...
Yeah, dude, because you're a gas bag, dude. You're just a mouth on Twitch. Well, this mouth was on your mother's pussy last night, and she wasn't just saying you're a mouth. She was saying you're a god. And then saying, oh God, I'm coming. That's what your mother was saying. You might have heard it from the other room. Also, I'm your stepdad now. No, I'm the father that stepped up. You're grounded. You're grounded. Raspberry roulade.
would just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial incentives, no moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was, how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit.
What? That's what happens already organically on every other stream. Why would this, a potential $20 million reality TV show, be any different? Obviously, things would already be being clipped and posted on the LSF subreddit. Why would you be reaching out about a collaboration to ensure that happens when you know for a fact it already would if this fucking show ever actually existed in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, trying to be extremely charitable here, maybe he was under the impression that this would be exclusive to Amazon Prime, thus they wouldn't have the rights to post it on LSF. But on the flip side of that coin, he said he heard about this from streamers, thus he would have known that it was going to be streamed on Twitch in the first place, thus it would still be clippable for LSF. That's just business as usual. I don't know why he would reach out about a collaboration to do what was already no doubt going to be done already. It just, that doesn't pass the smell test. I don't understand.
But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though.
Why, though? LSF best clip is just the best clip from the event. Why does LSF's name need to be attached to it? This guy is treating Livestream Fail like it's his personal brand. Like, this is his baby, this is his product. So all the clips that hit LSF are actually Top Mods clips as well. I just don't even get this stretch goal here. I think he just wanted LSF's name out there more because it gives him more power in some capacity? Because this is totally useless. Again, whatever would win best clip would just be someone else's content. There doesn't necessitate a live stream fails shout out there for some reason. Like, even if they were the ones that were like hosting votes on what the best clip is, who gives a fuck? That could have been anything and any one where people, like the actual communities, would vote on it, not just his subreddit. Anyway, though, he goes on to explain that they accepted this proposal. He was super hype about it because it meant this was a big moment for the subreddit, and he even made a mention that he believed he could turn this into even more opportunities for the subreddit going further.
It is crazy how radically honest he is about how much power he thinks he has, by the way, by controlling this subreddit. You know, respect for him to be, respect for Stale 1000 for being such an unfuckable loser and so transparent about it.
Calling it into even more LSF prominence.
So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and, you know, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, you know, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, you know, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. You know, maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought.
It sounds like you weren't thinking at all, though. Why would Amazon be spending $20 million on like 8 streamers and their fans on Twitch and only a $5 million grand prize for Mr. fucking Beast? What sense does that make, man? That isn't really checking out either. Also, he's making kind of like a joke about, you know, maybe my involvement alone would make it worth the investment. But that's how he actually feels, by the way. Like, that's his tone throughout this whole video. He truly believes that he is like God's gift to streaming because he was the top mod of live stream fail. It is a very like scary mentality to have, and I do genuinely feel bad for him that he has like poisoned his own brain to this level, deluded himself into thinking that him being a top mod on a subreddit was like something of significance and like something of like brand importance.
I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, you know, random internet scams, okay? I was doing this because I legitimately, you know, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it.
So he debunks rumors that he was paid to promote $1 Million Show from the organizers, saying that he doesn't need to be taking bribes, he's financially well off. He then goes on to say that he was addressing like some of the deleted comments because that was a specific mention in why Reddit canned him, because it potentially showed malice because he was involved in this promotion that ended up being a scam, and so he wanted to address like the deleted comments. He then has a section dedicated to me where I talked about the scam, and then the organizers were talking to him like, well, since Charlie talked about the scam, 5 streamers dropped out, so we're, you know, no longer doing this anymore. Pack your bags, take down the post. And then he says I didn't do enough research on it because I didn't reach out to him or the organizers.
But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the
Oh my God, this guy is someone's coworker, bro. You know there's a separate group chat where they talk exclusively about him. Oh my God, that separate group chat is going to see this video. Oh my God, because Charlie is the coworker champion, right? Oh my God. If he actually does work, I assume he must be working from home. There's 0% chance that he's like this looks like he hasn't been socialized properly. This is gonna make it to the Slack channel though, for sure. Coworkers are going crazy mode about the weird guy that they knew was exactly like this.
And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation.
Brother, your level of research was cold calling the organization dick in hand, begging to be associated with them, and then that was the extent of it, because apparently you heard one of the streamers promote it. And yet he's going to be causing a hubbub because I didn't reach out to him for his perspective. Brother, I didn't even really talk about you in my video, just that you were associated with this shit, roped into the same scam that they were. And for what it's worth, if you watch the video, you would know I did get in contact with 2 agencies, one of which got the exact same contracts that Mythic did and got information on that, as well as getting one of the actual offers that Mythic was taking to the streamers. So I was very well familiarized.
This motherfucker did more research for this one than reach out to me with the Kayagate shit. Anyway, whatever.
With everything that was unfolding behind the scenes. And again, it doesn't take a super sleuth to go to their website and see that it's just fucking barnacles, man. One of their partners didn't even exist. There was no website and no business. Their about section was AI generated mumbo jumbo. Every single paragraph ended in triplets and also had the telltale sign of it's not this, it's this, over and over and over again. Their first image on their site was literally an AI generated mansion, and he mentions that in this video, but then goes on to say shamelessly that there's no definitive proof that this was ever a scam in the first place. That's a wild statement. Why don't you ask the people who spent money on this how they feel? Do they feel like they got their money's worth? Did they get the product they paid for? I imagine not, because this event is not even potentially in the cards and doesn't seem like it ever was to begin with, man. Their socials are removed. The website is down. Amazon hasn't made a peep about it. From what I've heard, the agencies are pissed about this. All signs point to this being a scam. Like, any sane, sensible person would look at all of this evidence and reach the same conclusion that this was horseradish. I don't know why he's trying to present something otherwise now.
The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words.
Brother, you're eating your own cock right now. What are you talking about? And then everyone claps. Like, this is just fanfic. Where are you getting this information? There was an explicit no refund policy on their website baked into it. It was very boldly stated there are no refunds once you make these purchases. Who got a refund? I haven't seen anyone, posting receipts of getting a refund from the money they spent on this. Where are you getting that information from? That's a genuine question. Maybe he's seeing things that I'm not seeing somewhere. Because I even looked into it after he made this video, wondering like, whoa, they refunded? That's pretty surprising. I can't find any proof of that. I would love to see where he found that.
It's funny that he thought LSF would be key in promoting the clips of the scam to show millions of people. The only things that get more than 2,000 views on the Reddit is drama, and the only drama that can break 10K views is clips of you. The clips from the scam show would at most get 200 views, 10 upvotes, and maybe one comment, all because of the way he designed the sub to only care about you. Yeah, ironically enough, because LSF for like the last 3 years have by force been turned into a fuck Hasan subreddit that like it's no longer an organic audience. It only works if you actually base boost a fucking drama post from the start, and then it reaches like all these other subreddits, and then people turn around and go, well, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Yeah, you know what? This guy does suck. That's it. That's the only way. When it goes viral and LSF, it gets pushed into popular. I think that's why they thought it would be useful. No, that's what I'm saying, but it's not going to get fucking pushed into popular if it's not something being like Hasan kills his dog with a gun, shoots her in the face, and then it's just me doing this and my dog is just behind me. You know what I mean? I can't even fucking move my shoulders without motherfuckers clipping it and being like, oh, you see, we got him again, boys. It's like, he and the septic tank sub deserve to be shit on for this, but why is no one mentioning Mythic Talent being involved like the Extra Emily thing and telling her to post about it in her Discord? No, I know.
Really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all.
Dan Stalkman tried to come for Extra Emily 2 to deflect. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. That's so stupid that you only elevated the fucking scam further. Yes, I know he was a software engineer for Twitch from 2017 to 2021. I know. And then he left Twitch. They just did it on LSF right now. Wait, shut the fuck up. Ain't no way. Stop. Live stream fail. Let's see. New. Hasan begs Reddit to take action against the LSF and H3H3 subreddits for the endless harassment they've brought to the streaming community, his friends, and himself. 2 awards, 300 upvotes. Shock collar hearts. I love that they are like, yeah, no, we are back to business, actually. Let's see what people are saying. Is he going to ask Reddit to handle the snark subs, or is that suddenly out of his control? He's going to pull a pizza cake if anyone even mentions his name. What the fuck is a pizza cake? There are like 3 H3 snark subreddits, and they all have pretty big following. I don't believe there's a single Hasan snark subreddit, but I think the existence of those subreddits are disgusting and should be banned on site. Kaya's so powerful she broke out of the echo chamber. She's almost free. We have almost done it. Hasan hosted Bad Empanada on his streams, by the way. Wow, I'm semi-famous and people don't like me. Wow. Literally awards for all of these fucking posts. I can't even make a fucking humorous quip. You know, all of these other big subreddits that are... Dude, look at this. And then you click on it and it's either a new account that just has like insane karma, or an account that like deleted all of their fucking, keeps their posts hidden. But check out their status to learn more about them. Wow. In 2 years, this guy got 361,000 karmas, achievements, 200-day streak, 150-day streak, 100-day streak, embarrass_base_389, 672 contributions. Type Hasan in his search bar and you will see. Wait, what? How? Aren't his posts hidden? Oh, never mind. I guess when you do type his... Wow, this seems like a totally random guy. Hasan praises Destiny's community. Is this the near the end? Is this end near? Hasan says America is far worse than Iranian government. Hasan bans 33 month subscriber. Tells him to die for commenting on his workout frequency. 19,000 votes. Hasan lectures Mamdani for condemning pro-Hamas protesters. Hasan's liberal platform just has to be trolling. No, guys. This stuff is not brigaded, okay? That was a totally normal post on the not... Did they delete it already? Oh, it's so funny that I was in the process of calling it out. A chatter speculated that eventually they will immediately start doing a bunch of fuck Hasan posts because they have only one speed. And then they did do it. And then the fucking moderator removed it. Huh. So strange for this guy. I don't know how this is just an organic guy. Hasan Piker have some conviction. Hasan claims that Jews worked in the Nazi government's command structure. Everybody critical of Hasan is now an Israel dick rider. Hutch reacts to the Hasan puff piece. Brother, for years and years, this is all you've posted. In promoting Lonerbox, H3H3, Destiny. Check the reason for removal. I don't know how to do that. How do you do that? Spam, LSF meta post. LSF must not be the main focus of a clip, including but not limited to threads. Sure. Dude, they have, what did you guys say it was? I'm not very tech. I don't know all this tech stuff. Right? I don't know all this tech shit. So I don't know how they do it, but like apparently in Discord, they have like in Discord servers, they have like a ping anytime like my name gets mentioned anywhere or something, so they can just like seize it. They can dominate the conversation. All of your Reddit posts are made by like 3 to 4 accounts that all repost on the same subreddits. An RSS feed. RSS feeds are ancient if you're talking about that. Okay, well, regardless, they have doors open. They have RSS feeds in Discords. They watch every day. They wait for the most like opportune moment to clip something, and they will instantly like take it and frame it in the most negative way they possibly can, put it on LSF, instantly fucking pepper it with awards, and like all this shit that nobody understands anything about. Hasan's audience has harassed every single streamer. He has the single worst audience in terms of this shit. That's saying something. He intentionally brigades posts and has people post hate on every sub for Ethan Asman and others. Also, the harassment he's talking about is him shocking his dog and people talking about it. Lastly, the really fun thing is he actually thinks he's being funny and cool in this clip when he just really sounds like a fucking boomer. Isn't bro on like Monox and finasteride? He stops either, mostly Monox, and that hair goes bye-bye. It's like, brother, you're a top 1% commenter on this. And you're a Seer fan. Why are you like this? Your favorite content creators are friends of mine. Has that not stopped you at all? Like, have you never considered that maybe, you know, this kind of stuff is not worth it? Maybe you might have the wrong opinion of me. Nope. I found another account. Might be why they hate you so much. I just don't get it. Is it time to brigade this shit for real and get banned again? No, they will never ban me, even if I brigade it every day, and I'm not going to do that. Search processing image, by the way, the bots are throwing a fit. What does that mean? That poster also agrees with you on a number of things, but just dislikes you in particular, lol. That's what I mean. I never understand how the fuck these guys turn into this. You know, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck they turn into this guy. Like, yeah, no, Ron is a dick for hanging out with a Trump dick rider. Andrew Tate fanboy asshole. But Hasan is trying to act morally superior when he hung out with and promotes terrorists, when he tries to talk for Iranians who died and insists they all believe the same way he does. I never did that. More importantly, he's accusing Ronaldo of hanging out with Aiden in a clout chase when Hasan is a huge clout chasing freak. That wasn't what Ronaldo was doing. Him being friends with actual assholes is an issue, but it's still not clout chasing. You're really winning the judge me by my enemies war? I mean, dude. I don't know, man. There is definitely something going on with, like, it's my fault. It has to be my fault. But I bring a very strange vibe to the party that people really fucking, like, once it hits their frequency, it breaks their brains a little bit, and they spend, it causes them to spend every waking moment anywhere they are hating on me. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is at all, but it's like the most obsessive. Like, I often joke and I say, like, I'm the first victim, the first male victim of being objectified. I mean, it's happened a bunch of times. It's happened with, like, a bunch of content creators. It's happened with, you know, I guess I'm not the best judge of character. That's probably part of it. Because, like, it's not, with Ethan, it's not specific to just me. He does it with, like, his other former podcast co-host, Trisha Paytas, as well. And he has, like, a familial relationship with him, or her, sorry. And he still does it. By the way, I told you about the Twitter clip page botting likes early on your clips last time. They're doing it again. 1K likes instantly while the Twitter views say the same. Which Twitter clip page is doing that?
Terry.
I literally think it's just because you're the biggest socialist content creator and the manufactured outrage was originally created for that reason, whether or not most people hate you for that reason today. FD had a great point. I got a relevant FD clip for you today.
Hasan's problem. Hasan should have never had a show with Ethan Klein. Ever. Ever.
Okay, facts. It's true. That's true. It's because they think you're a woke scold to their favorite content creators from Clip Chimps. Oh, that's probably it. It's ironic because I'm the least woke scold motherfucker in the entire left orbit. And that's ironic because everybody yells at me all the fucking time because they think I don't woke scold enough. And I think it's fucking smarmy and annoying. Okay, but you still woke scold? Not really. The most I do is when someone is spewing toxic fucking bile. Like, think about it this way. Like, even with Asmongold, like, it took me a fucking while for me to, like, start dealing with Asmongold's shit. Woke scolding is when you get mad at someone for, like, a minor inconvenience or something that's, like, not a major problem, and refuse to assume that someone has the capabilities of changing, right? If anything, I am far too charitable, and also I do maintain I do maintain as a primary principle no woke scolding as a rule. Like, that's something that I'm committed to and have been committed to. because I understand that most people come at issues with a fundamental lack of knowledge, right? And that everyone has the capacity to change. Everyone has the capacity to become a better version of themselves. Everyone has the capacity to learn from their mistakes and not repeat them, right? That's something that I believe. I have changed. You know, there's things that I used to believe that I no longer believe, right? Like, you know, I use that as motivation. I use it as proof that you too can change. And plenty of people in this community have changed over time. So, you know, I'm gonna stay committed to that. You know what? I'm also gonna not watch the rest of this Charlie video because we already watched the whole fucking video from this guy. And I feel like you guys are probably, you've seen enough. Do we have OKBUDDY posts that are lined up today? Because I said I was going to do it. I don't know if the mods worked on them. The heroes, the real unspoken heroes. Yeah, but Charlie cooking him is great. No, for sure. Cover something fun or cool. Rage learns about Mossad.
Bro, I told you, me and all the niggas was outside, and we were like, "Oh, where you from?" And she had to whisper in my ear, "Tel Aviv." I said, "What?" She had Tel Aviv or some shit. And she was straight, like she looked straight. I was like, "What is that? Like Israel or something?" Bro, but like I didn't read the word because I thought she was whispering it because it was too loud or something in the environment. She didn't want people to hear what she was saying. So I said, Israel, she dead look scared. Like, I'm like, damn, I feel bad for the girl. Like, she had to keep that shit secret.
No,
like,
bro.
Keep it secret, gang.
She didn't have to keep that shit secret because she's Mossad. She was probably not trying to tell people that she's from Israel because people are going to be like, ew, what the fuck?
Hey. Like, damn, motherfuckers even say what they is. She a Mossad.
Mossad. Bro said Mossad. He put 2 O's and 1 S. Listen, don't get mad at me for saying this, and I know many of you will, but you can't assume that every single person from Israel is a fucking psycho. Even though, you know, there are a lot of psychos from Israel, okay? You just can't operate like that, and you shouldn't operate like that. Mossad.
Wait, is that what a Mossad?
Is that what a Mossad is? Moo. Oh, fuck. All right, let's see what Chucky boy is doing here. Luke Riddell, exclusive. I followed up one-on-one with Senator Schumer after my exchange with Howard Nutlick on the CHIPS Act.
I want to follow up on something I asked Secretary Lutnick when we were out on the site. I asked him about the rhetoric from him taking credit on behalf of the Trump administration for what happened, even though the president didn't support your CHIPS and Science Act. You pushed back on that a little bit.
Wait, watch the first vid for context.
Wait. So the CHIPS.
Watch. I asked Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick why Trump should get credit for the jobs coming to CNY when he opposed the CHIPS Act. Senator Schumer interjected, "We're not looking for one side or the other."
Curious why.
Well, today's a day for bipartisanship, and should certainly without the work we did, it wouldn't have happened. But, you know, there was always a worry when Trump came in because he didn't support the bill that they would not continue the work we were doing. But they are, and I'm glad.
You give him credit for that?
Well, I'm glad they haven't cut it off.
Yeah. He also said that the tariffs are going to be helpful in terms of getting business.
Today's a day for bipartisanship. Thanks, man. That's awesome. Thank you. Every day is a day for bipartisanship, really. Honestly, it's bipartisanship or bust. If I don't buy my partisanship, I'm not busting, okay?
for Micron. Do you agree with that strategy?
I think tariffs are a very mixed bag, and I don't agree with him. I think the tariffs have raised costs for the American people, raised costs for small business, and Micron will be doing great here in America because of the incentives we gave them. They wouldn't have gotten the money if they were building chip fabs in Korea or China or somewhere else.
The CHIPS Act was full of this DEI crap, right? And when you're trying to build semiconductor manufacturing,
yeah, they were trying to do it the gay way. Yeah. They were like, you have to make sure that it's gay people making the fucking chips. Otherwise, we're not giving you the funds.
you can't make diversity rules of engineers. You either want it in America and you want it to be successful and you want to win.
Like, what is DEI in engineering? Making sure that you hire one white man instead? Like what? Like actually, because I feel like DEI in chip manufacturing is gonna be Chinese and Indian. Okay, so if you want to do DEI, you're probably trying to get white guys in there. Okay, you're like, please, can we have one white guy, one quirked up white boy in the building, please? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, they were like, we need to hire a neurotypical person.
Or you don't. But if you start to put in, what's your environmental, output of this factory, then you're going to end up with people not wanting to build here. So which is it? Do you want to build for the fundamental national security of the United States of America?
They said at least hire a Asian.
Or you don't, right? And we cut out the bullshit, all right?
By the way, I mean, it's been talked about endlessly, but it bears repeating. When they say DEI, they're just saying like, please look at a broader array of talent instead of just locking in the most swagless white boys you've seen. Like, it doesn't mean that you're gonna get the nuisance creators went from harassing Somali Americans to harassing Jews. Wait, what? All the Zionists who spent a week shrieking about Somali daycares instantly become the wokest of woke schools when the focus switches to a certain other identity group. Wait, what? What is this? Oh!
The 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish, have an average of 7 kids per family, rely heavily on state assistance and welfare programs.
Oh my God, he's doing it. Oh my God. I fear I have spoken this into existence. I remember when I said, imagine if they did this for Jewish people in the same way. And then Tyler Hitler Vera heard me and said, bet. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Ain't no fucking way, dude. What? This guy loved it when Somali Americans were the target. Look, Democrats will tell you this is unlawful. Immigrants should be allowed to conduct fraud. What's he saying now? Peter B. Orthodox Jews voted for Trump and aren't as shady as you presume. They do use the system, but they don't conduct fraud. There's a difference. Also, they are secretive. They work. They just don't want to tell you. They don't trust you. Oh! 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 Oh, I didn't. Oh my God. I didn't realize it was like that. You clearly have JDT, Jewish derangement theory. Is that what it is? What's JDT? Atriarch hasn't even watched it, but already called it great reporting. Yeah, you bet your fucking ass Atriarch is not watching this and going, this is fantastic reporting, okay? Oh! 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 I speak for the non-Jewish community when I say you are bigoted trash. Their work is to study and to pray. To go into a synagogue and invade their privacy is such a weird thing to do. They weren't doing anything and no one was lying about anything. That's just the culture. 99% of them don't have phones or even watch TV, so you approaching them is scary considering they just get attacked sometimes for just existing. I don't know. This video felt off, and you exposed zero and came in with zero facts. For the record, there have been extensive investigations conducted into fraud and also a mismanagement of funds going into the Orthodox community, specifically in New York, except that was done by the fucking New York Times, okay? So, yeah, I'm going to assume that Tyler Oliveira did none of that shit, okay? Specifically about educational funds. So I'm going to go ahead and assume, without even watching the video, that Tyler Hitler Vera probably didn't rely on already existing information. I don't know, this video felt off. At least to do with the Somali and Iran learning centers actually exposed something, but you were just being disrespectful. What? L Media, L Facts, L Takeaway, felt annoyed watching this dumb propaganda. Will Elon Musk boost this? Oh my God, it has 88,000. It has 7.7 million views. Oh my God. Another one in that screenshot. Shameful. Federal prosecutors say a Somali-owned restaurant in Minneapolis pocketed roughly $12 million child nutrition aid after filing reports that it served meals up to 6,000 kids a day. FBI found that on most days, fewer than 40 people actually showed up. Okay, at least this person is like literally talking about a real news story about a fucking real instance of fraud, okay? I mean, I'm sure she said some heinous shit. It says she's a Zionist conservative on her fucking Twitter description, but this isn't like, you know, this is one of those instances where like, this is one of the few people that was actually, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Disclaimer, I love life and it would be suspicious if I slipped on ice and accidentally shot myself in the face with my Glock. Watch the full documentary here. Elon's going to boost the video and your ADL nemesis is going to defend it.
Curious Joel, a village of 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish, have an average of 7 kids per family, rely heavily on state assistance and welfare programs like Medicare, SNAP, housing assistance, and tax credits from their many kids. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 7?
You want to know something crazy? This is going to do numbers in the Ummah, okay? It will. And I know it will. Just like whenever, you know, just like when Andrew Tate said he was going to fucking revert to Islam, okay? And all the motherfuckers that go, all the unks that share this in the WhatsApp groups to be like, oh, you see this? You see this? Okay? They are not even going to recognize the irony that this dude will do the same to them, okay?
17, 18 kids.
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow. How do people afford to have like 10 kids out here?
The community is based on this. So
is it wealthy members of the community give charity?
Yes, mostly.
I don't talk to suspicious persons.
How am I suspicious? Do you study Torah?
You work for Hamas?
What do you do for work?
Nothing.
How do you make money?
My wife.
Your wife?
I'm doing home care.
Brokerage, construction.
Are most people on Medicaid, SNAP, EBT?
I don't know. I can't speak for other people.
What about you?
I'm not going to tell about myself.
The one thing I am curious about, though, is the welfare use. Are you on welfare?
No. The Jewish people, just from Kiryas Joel, their taxes covers everything that we take back. They pay a lot of property tax.
Do you know anyone on welfare here?
I won't comment on that question.
Come on.
No.
Why not?
No.
What do you guys do for work here? You guys have like businesses, work a job, study Torah?
I have a job.
What do you do?
I'm in sales.
What do you sell?
Food.
Okay.
He ran into anti-Israel Jews in the video. Yeah, there's the Orthodox community is either super pro-Israel or super anti-Israel. No liberal Zionism allowed. You're either the most rabid anti-Zionist or the most rabid Zionist you've ever seen. Nothing in between.
What food do you sell?
Chocolate.
What? I feel like I'm getting bamboozled right here. Excuse me. You guys take EBT?
We do.
What percentage of people would you say use EBT for their groceries here?
100%.
100%? What percentage would you say?
35%.
A little bit difficult to conclude what to take away from that. Let's pop in here and say shalom. Synagogue? Okay. Lots of people praying. I'm not sure the schedule exactly, but 9 o'clock sharp, they're not at work. Question for you. What do most men do for work here? Can you give me some ideas?
Oh.
I'm just asking Hasidic Jews out here. What do you mean? Do people here survive off of welfare?
There is a percent, like all of the communities. You have 8 kids, you can also get benefits.
It's 2:59. Why aren't people at work?
These are all teenagers.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
You gotta wonder what these people do for employment. So if you want to talk about Sharia law and people living in a theocratic ethnic enclave, look no further. Curious Joel is an example of only Jews living here, and a lot of them are tapping into welfare benefits.
They're doing it. They're doing it. They're pulling the fucking, dude, I swear to God, they're doing it. Jews are losing white status every day. Every day there's a new attempt to revoke Jews of white status. Where's the ADL? Oh no, the ADL will definitely say something about this. Are you fucking kidding me? There's 100%. Ben Shapiro is going to be so mad until he sees the anti-Israel Jews. Yeah. He compared this to the all-white community. How is this allowed, but not white-only communities? No kidding. Hasn't Tyler Oliveira called you an anti-Semite multiple times? Has he? Probably. Yeah, these guys, they can say whatever the fuck they want. They're right-wing. You know what I mean? We trust Tyler Oliveira's reporting was simply misguided. I mean, this, for the record, this is like a common thing in every fundy community. I mean, it's like Mormons have it. The Orthodox community has a similar thing. Like, there are definitely, different fundy Christian communities that do the same shit too. Somalis are committing mass fraud. Source: some guy said so on Twitter, and I believed it with no evidence. But Orthodox Jews are not committing mass fraud, even though some guy said so on Twitter with no evidence. Yeah, that's a really interesting position. That's a really interesting position for people to maintain here. Because just as I've said, there is evidence to fraud that took place in Minneapolis. Okay, there is also evidence that fraud is taking place here as well. It's just none of these guys are actually covering it. They're just going up to random Jews. Before they went up to random Somalis, and now they're going up to random Jews and being like, "What's up? What's up? Tell me everything. Tell me everything that's going on." Is this really a cool place to be at? Is this what we're doing? But like I said, this stuff has been reported on before in the New York Times. Obviously, it hasn't been investigated as thoroughly as like the Minneapolis fraud. And Donald Trump is not going to be like, the Jews, they're parasitic, they're doing fraud. They're creating ethnic enclaves and doing fraud on our neighborhoods in the same way that he was sauced up to fucking say all Somalis need to be purged from the American boundary. Oh, this is the anti-Zionist Jews?
He's very proud.
Okay, shout out God.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing, we are very against the state of Israel. It's a very big problem for us.
So you guys don't approve of a state of Israel before the Messiah comes, right?
Yes. Zionism is not Jewish.
This guy, dude, Tyler Oliveira is exactly the type of dude that suspiciously knows too much, okay? like he is, because he doesn't know a lot about a lot, okay? So when he knows this specific delineation, you're like, damn, bro, how do you fucking know that? Okay, you're not exactly that smart of a guy. You're not very well read. How do you know that? How do you know the different sects between in the Orthodox communities? You're doing the Dokes meme? What's that?
Judaism. It's a very other thing.
Question for you, sir. What do you do for work out here? Are you on the phone? Or are you listening to the radio? Okay. Damn, it's tough to get some answers out of folks. What do you do for work?
You want the fur hat? I do. I think Orthodox Jews are dripped out the wazoo. Fun fact that many people don't know, and this surprises so many people, including Jews, whenever I bring this up. Orthodox Judaism, contrary to what it looks like and what you might think, is actually a much newer, updated version of Judaism. Like the OG Judaism was around for much longer than Orthodox Jews were. Orthodox Jews are actually an updated patch notes version of Judaism. And that is the reason why they wear such heavy garb, specifically because it was invented in, I think, like around Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And when you think about like the garb that they wear, you'd be like, this doesn't make any sense. Because like, you know, Jews were in and around the MENA region for quite a while. How would this garb make sense in that regard? It doesn't. It's because it was invented in, like 100 or so years ago in Eastern Europe. Don't get sucked in, please. Okay, buddy. I know I'm going to do it. I'm going to do okay, buddy. You're wrong or using the term wrong. You're speaking of ultra-Orthodox Jews, not Orthodox, which is the oldest form. You're saying it was a DLC made by different devs? It's just a different interpretation. He is doing like the same shit that Nick Shitley did to the Somalis, by the way, like straight up. Like this is equal opportunity racism. If we're keeping it a $1.50, this is straight up equal opportunity racism through and through, which is why I ironically brought up that position. And it turns out someone heard it. I put that out in the ether and someone said, bet. Okay, buddy, 3-year hiatus coming? No, chatter, I did it already. I did it once this year. Okay, buddy, Hasan is back. The greatest subreddit of all time. You already know what it is. Let's fucking go. Wanted. New streamer to rep the subreddit. Ours isn't missing. He just forgot about us for 20 months. Community highlights. Well, it seems we are back. Okay. I do hot, right? Some older journal pages. Oh my God. Old HasanAbi fan art from when he hurt his leg. Wait, when was this? What the fuck? Made in MS Paint? That's fucking dope. Okay. And no, I'm not going to do... I'm not going to do the intro music. Calm down. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, here it is. Nope, this is not good. Hold on. You suck at fan service? Okay, calm down. Calm down. We are all Treatler, always was. Hassel, Sugoi, Hassel, Pog Champion, Gam Wen, Hassel. Yo, you That's crazy. She insta-locked. She comes back from a long-ass walk. And the first thing she does is try to go for the treat. First thing she does is try to go for the treats, chat. You are fat. You're fat. Kaya. Are you fat? Wag your tail if you're fat, Kaya. Wag your tail if you're fat. She wagged it. Chad, HasanAbi is outgrown the intro song. He's 45 years old now. It's too childish for him. Yes. 90-day hassle. What up, lady? Gent and Bees is Marat brother Hellboy Hasi. Abai. Blast off meme chat. Hasan. What the fuck is this meme, dude? Haban Bisex Pike Chatterino. Chad Twitter commentator. Babe, wake up. They made the first Hasan a bisex chatter in real live. Barbie releases his first autistic doll. Bottom text. Are you guys trying to actually go back to the old deep fried meme situation? Is that what it is? Back on my PBS. Oh, this is sick. Tomorrow's talking points today. Untag me from this post. The fuck? Zoomers took over. Okay, buddy, Hasan. Chatter. Zoomers are now like 30. I made some Photoshop images for movie night. Here's my favorite. Hire me. I can make good thumbos. The fuck? I am a Hoscorder and this is my art. Y'all dumb as hell. Reading some sophisticated literature on the train and loving it. The Ants Guide to Socialist Reform and Revolution. We do have to do a fucking movie day and watch Ants. What's he looking for? What is this? From the Daily Show segment.
I'm not even going to play around anymore. F it. Hit me with the works. Rock, Venezuela.
No. This is not what I'm... This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like one piece. You guys want to see something crazy? I'm going to bust this out at the gym tomorrow because I'm deadlifting. Speaking of One Piece, every year, my manager gets me the craziest fucking Christmas gift. Spoilers, what the fuck? I didn't know he became a pirate. Sorry. And this year, I got one of the best fucking gifts of all time again. We all know you ain't deadlifting tomorrow? No, I am. It's a one-piece deadlifting belt. Spoilers, he's going to be the king of the pirates. Dude, the spoiler alert, he's going to find One Piece. Where's Sanji? He's right here. You know I'm slated for a PR in this shit, dude. Best believe I'm hitting a fucking PR. Maybe not tomorrow, but inevitably, you know? Unk is going to injure himself going for the PR? No. My goat row is on it too, so... when I weightlift, I think about how he weightlifts, you know? Oh my God, it has my name on it and everything. Look at this. Wow. And it's perfect because it also covers Usopp's face. Like that even makes it better. I mean, Frankie got a little cooked in the process too, but you know what I mean? I've never seen a deadlifting belt locking contraption like this. Yeah, it's a bit of an L to not have Sniper King on it, which is a different character, but what is the purpose of it? What do you mean? It's you wrap it around your waist, and it makes sure that you're compact. Like it basically is additional support. Normally, if you don't have enough, like most people don't have enough core power to brace, especially when they get up to a certain amount of weight. So it keeps your insides tucked in and it braces you. So you don't blow out your back. I'm sorry, did you just slander Go D Usopp? Bro has Conqueror's hockey? Okay, dude. Everybody always says, I know exactly what I needed to know about you because of your take on Usopp. But it's just like, can I just not like corny characters? Is that not allowed? Also, I'm sorry, but I'm not alone in this because clearly Goda has not been paying enough attention to Usopp's backstory that's supposed to be coming in one of these fucking arcs. When is it coming? He doesn't know? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't read the manga, so I don't know. Maybe. Maybe Elbaf. Elbaf will be Usopp's arc. Maybe. All right. Never not pertinent. Don't make me tap the sign. HasanAbi Doctrine. Portrait I just finished. Wow, this is fucking fire. Hey, yo, where my Sanji haters at except for Barate and the whole cake when he was actually good? No, Sanji is fucking awesome. How dare you? Anyway, let's get started. Important video that Azerbaijan missed 3 years ago.
The presidential field spent this weekend in Iowa. They're trying to win over voters in the first caucus state. Now, it was an opportunity to distinguish themselves from...
朋友是一个坚韧不拔的纪录片，在香港这座城市的设置。主演钱德勒、罗斯、福波斯伊、瑞秋、莫妮卡和一些其他他妈的演员。
What the fuck? This is from 3 years ago? Also, do you guys remember this? Real heads know. This was the real abuse. I wanted to make Kaya smart, so I got her like all of these puzzle toys, and she cracked them in like a second. The treat puzzles. And she cracked them so fast, it was crazy. This bitch is too smart. What are you looking at? Huh? You created a treatler? That's why she became a communist. She was like, you're making me work for my treats. Chairman Piker's admin is fluent in Photoshop. Yeah, this is what I do when Austin Show finally gets canceled. HasanAbi version of Candace is open. No. No, come on, dude. That's what you gave me? Donated preborn. Donated preborn Hank P.
This is actually under your budget. That's great.
Yeah, and when you move in, Geico could help you save on renters and shit.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
Bro, look at how unfazed she is. She's like, just I'm gonna chew on my treats here. This fucking asshole is dancing again.
Vote for Donald Trump. Put your hands together. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
I've seen people say you playing this song so much actually contributed to Trump getting elected. Oh my, I mean, honestly, maybe. I think that's the least like. I think that actually is like the least dumb out of all the dumbest conspiracies. This guy made me agree with OKBUDDY. We're so back. Crenshaw half me. That's so stupid. Surely OKBUDDY will be revitalized this year. Okay, first of all, it has been. Austinox today. If you build it, they will come. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, he got the hockey gear to troll Yugi. Totally. Heated rivalry based on the best-selling book series. He's got no protection on, man. Well, it seems we're back. If Hasan missed something you have made in the past, you have now permission to post it again. I still don't know how long this will go for. Go, go, go. What are people saying on this? You're like, hey, you used to smile a lot more. What happened? And then one chatter literally says, you want to never smile again for sure. That's what will happen if I play Dota.
Can Rami, a car dealer from Dallas, sell his dish to the master chef judge?
Oh my God, Rami straight up looks like the Neanderthal from the commercials.
There's nothing I do that I don't.
Wait, is this the one I've seen that I watched this last week?
Head the RNC. She's very good. She's a very good person.
What? What? I don't even know what that is. Upvote anyway. Hasi Doodle. Oh my God. I mean, this is actually pretty good, but it's a little worrisome as well. Watching the slur stream be like certified cussy muncher. All right, we saw all these. Okay, so we got it. We saw everything. Don't worry about it. All right, let's see. Wait, I thought I already up. Let's see. Let's go to new. Wait, that's it. That's everything. We saw all of it. I just sorted by new. I just sorted by new. I saw all of it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is a short but sweet okay buddy. But nonetheless, have you seen the new TikTok trend where if they see a dog, they will put their paw on the wall? They will put their paw on the wall or not when they push it towards it. What? No. Thanks for doing okay, buddy. That was nostalgic. Yeah, we're still doing okay. I mean, for today, okay, buddy is done, but oh my God, I forgot. I never even talked about this, by the way. Quite the law story. Former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema destroyed a 14-year marriage by sustaining an affair with a former member of her security detail and U.S. Senate staff, according to a lawsuit that hit North Carolina federal court Wednesday. Brian Metzger says, don't just read the article, read the complaint. Defendant messaged Mr. Amell during the State of the Union address, and when Mr. Amell asked why she wasn't attending the State of the Union that year, defendant stated she didn't need to listen to some old man, President Biden, talk about the legislation that she wrote. Around that same time, Mr. Amell traveled to Pennsylvania for a work trip with Staccato. During his free time, Mr. Amell attended a baseball game by himself, but messaged defendant during the game stating he was going to start a fuck the troops chant. Defendant responded stating she would fuck the hot ones. Defendant and Mr. Amell messaged about having sex missionary style with the lights on, and defendant stated, boring. Oh my God. Dude, listen. I don't intend to be biphobic. Okay? But I'm sorry. You bisexuals make it so hard, man. That's freaky aunt. Freaky ass aunt. This is what our politicians are doing with our money. I mean, don't worry. Kyrsten Sinema is not doing it with just your money. She's doing it with all of the fucking lobbyists that she got money from as well. Maybe she's also doing it with them. Who knows? Seems like she was freaky as hell. How the fuck did Kyrsten get so far? Dude, I don't know. This is the worst loss of Mitt Romney's political career. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Michael Rappaport eating is the clip of 2026.
And then he was on a rampage. And then he just was like, and then
Yo, he's such a fucking freak, dude. Why do you care? Because fine motor skills are super important to me. Oh, that's funny. That's like old Twitter. You know what I mean? That was very good. This entire sequence is, it almost feels like a snapshot of how Twitter used to be. Judge ruled against ICE. Judge orders federal agents cannot retaliate against, arrest, or detain peaceful protesters in Minnesota operation. Oh, womp womp. Womp womp. Oh no. Oh no. What will they do? But what if their feelings are hurt? The dog has been there for 10 hours. Mao. Yes, she is a Maoist third worldist. This is true. She is a committed follower of Mao Zedong thought. Did you see Michael Rappaport told someone on Traders that they would be good at keeping secrets because they were closeted for 30 years? People are losing it over him. Michael Rappaport is a terrible person, but so is Colton, to be honest. While his sexuality isn't a choice, it was a choice to stalk his ex, Casey. What is... Yeah. Yeah! This is... why the fuck did they let Michael Rappaport on the television, on a TV screen at all? I will not understand that. But, also, I forget to keep... I wanted to watch... I wanted to show you guys the ultimate cuckening. And I forgot to get to this yesterday, so I'm going to do it now. Maria Corina Machado, on her meeting with Trump, I presented the President of the United States with the Nobel Peace Prize.
Did you offer to President Trump your Nobel Peace Prize?
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I told him this. Listen to this. 200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal with George Washington's face on it. Bolívar since then kept that medal for the rest of his life. Actually, when you see his portraits, you can see the medal there. And it was given by General Lafayette as a...
There was another historic moment where another famous person received a Nobel and awarded it to someone else. For the record, this is not the first time there's been a hand-me-down situation in the Nobel Prize recipients. And that was in 1943 when 1920 literature laureate Knut Hamsun, a Nazi sympathizer, gifted Joseph Goebbels, Nazi propaganda minister, his 1920 literature prize that he got. Okay? So, history doesn't often repeat, but it certainly rhymes, and it kind of feels like nothing has changed. What is this?
But he's very fat. And he took the fat, I call it the fat drug. I won't give you which one. It was Ozempic.
I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
That's still so funny. I'm sorry. That's so fucking... The timing on it is so perfect. Oh, God. What an iconic moment. Folded under zero pressure. Failed the QTE. Oh, God. I love this clip so much.
I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Every time, dude. It's just, I'm not going to say it. It still hits. It still hits. With that 1 second pause, too. Like he's going to actually stop himself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, what is this? Last sentence reminder. What? A medal can change owners, with the title of a Nobel Peace Prize laureate cannot? Who gives a fuck, dude? What do you mean? It's not like the person who received it deserved it either. It's fucking it's ridiculous. All of it is ridiculous. You might as well give it to Trump directly. No, this is actually the perfect thing that could have happened to that fucking bitch ass prize, honestly. She was shown on Fox and her hog parents are ashamed for her.
I was on Laura Ingraham last night. Thank you to the 20 people that tried to let me know beforehand. Unfortunately, my parents were watching that broadcast live. I get a lot of comments from people saying that they're very proud of me and they know my parents are too. And I hate to break it to you, but my parents are actually very much ashamed of me. In fact, my entire adult family is very ashamed of my political views. And that makes no difference to me. This is not a sob story of my life. I'm very ashamed in their choices as well.
Hey. I don't even know what the details are, but if she was presented on Fox News and her parents are ashamed of her, then she was probably doing something good, okay? Like 100%. So more power to her.
But my father texted me to ask, why did I see you on Laura Ingraham? Are you a part of one of these groups? And I will say to you exactly what I said to him. So Fox News, if you want to broadcast anything, put this on my tombstone. I am a part of no group. I am an American. I believe in freedom and equality for everyone.
Okay, but those are illegal now. That sounds like Antifa talk to me. Kind of sounds like you're part of Tortuga Island. That's right. That's the Mexican style of being a Native American. Yeah, I learned it. I learned it from the people that I was working with.
I do not care about your immigration status. I care about the content of your heart because I don't serve.
All right, kind of sounds more like terrorist talk to me. Right here, Mr. President. Please nuke my daughter's bedroom. Mr. President, if you do it, you probably got a good reason to. I love you more than my own next of kin. I love you more than I love my child, my firstborn, Mr. President. Please notice me. Please notice me. Kill my daughter, Mr. President.
An earthly king. I am no lame dog. I am no blind sheep, and I will bend no knee to no tyrant. And I would rather see America burn down than this terroristic administration succeed. And that's exactly how I feel about it. There's your news clip.
All right. Well, I mean, good for her. Good for her. Respect.
Honest with each other for a second. Let's be really
So this is what got her on Fox News.
for real. I understand that yelling at a phone screen about the situation doesn't actually do anything to change the situation. But if you want to get into it, my neighbor is missing. There's a girl that lives in the apartment directly across the way from me. I have not seen her in 2 months. Nobody has.
A little dramatic, but I like it. I know these are. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, I'll take it. The energy's good.
Her car is still in the parking lot. Her family, nobody can get in contact with them. I have no idea where my neighbor is. Do you know where your neighbor is?
Not this video. The other video is what they were saying.
Have you knocked on the door to check? Have you called around to see where your people are? Do you give a fuck? Have you looked around? Can you take your head out of your ass? Everyone in this country, if you're right-leaning or normal, is going, how the fuck did we get here? Nobody's happy. You want to know how we got here? Our fucking choices. Because you couldn't be bothered. Because it wasn't that deep. Is it still not that deep? Renee Good was murdered. Keith Porter was murdered. ICE is a terroristic organization that is killing and kidnapping your neighbors. You're right, yelling at a phone screen doesn't do anything. Because when we get on TikTok, we want to use words like, oh, she was unalived and they were taken and it was bad. Stop censoring yourself. They were murdered. They were murdered by terrorists, by domestic terrorists that are supported and funded by the United States of America's government. And it is fucked. And if you're not angry, I genuinely don't think you have a place on this earth anymore. Oh, that's brash. 2 people were murdered, and I'm brash. Oh, fuck you. Do you know why Anne Frank hid in an attic? Because they were knocking door to door looking for them. Now they're saying that ICE is going to get to come to your door and knock. Are you fucking serious?
Dude, woke is so back. Oh my God, it's over. It's done. Woke is so back. 1.6 million likes, dude. Woke is so fucking back. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it was gone for a little bit. Oh my fucking Lord, it was gone for a little bit. Holy shit. Like down to the straight to camera deadpan, like shit is fucked up. Oh, DG. Oh my God, this is.
We're defending the actions of Hitler in modern day times.
I mean, she's
this from America, who supposedly pulled everybody out of World War II. If we make it out of this, America never should have the grasp that it has on the world stage. And honestly, we don't deserve a global pot to piss in. I love this country, but I would rather see it burn to the ground than function through oligarchy and fascism.
Ooh, goddamn. That's pretty tight. I grew up Christian conservative pastor's kid, and my little Navy vest sister liked the video I posted making fun of ICE. Dude that fell. I never thought I'd see the day. She was getting attacked a year ago, too. This unhinged leftist having a meltdown because the shooter missed Trump. These people are deranged. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't believe she said that. Why are lips so afraid of saying the word bourgeoisie? Well, first of all, it's got a weird mouthfeel. It's not an American term, you know what I mean? It's like not in the English language. It's very difficult for Americans to say it, even more difficult to spell it. Okay? Secondly, I don't even think this person is the type of person that would shy away from class politics at all.
Yesterday you accepted Maria Machado's Nobel Prize medal. What do you intend to do with it, and why would you want someone else's Nobel Prize?
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you know, you've ended 8 wars, and nobody deserves this prize more than in history than you do. And I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
Chat thinks leftist talking points work on the American populace. Law is not worth using big words. Yeah, you don't have to say bourgeoisie. You can just say boss. You know, you can say owner, right? You can say business owner. Dude, I will say though, the one brain rot that we have that is totally antithetical to the socialist tradition, and unironically, kind of fucking fascist, at least like historically, is our consistent like hugging and kissing of small business owners. Because in America, you just can't. Everyone's a small business owner. Everyone imagines themselves as being a small business owner. I happen to believe that if like your small business is mostly owned and operated by you and your family members, you're not in the same categorization as a petite bourgeoisie. But we genuinely don't, like, we can't get that rot out. It's just not. It's just never going away. Even even leftists, even people who are like, oh, I'm a socialist, this or that, or even people who are like, you know, teetering on the edge of social democracy or socialism will constantly talk about how we gotta defend our small businesses. It's like, yeah, listen, for every fucking small business, and by the way, I don't mean that when people talk about small businesses, they're not talking about businesses up to 500, even though that's technically what a small business is, right? They're talking about people that's like running mom and pop shops with like 4 or 5 people working with them, you know? And even then, they can still be tyrannical. Make no mistake. The same structure very much exists. But in America, we have this this way of thinking about small businesses. And like, technically, I'm a fucking small business. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, that's not, you know, I'm not a small business. If that actually makes sense to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to consider myself a small business or a small business owner or anything like that. You're a big business, am I right? No, a lot of people are basically like self-employed, or a lot of people own and operate their own businesses and maybe like hire one extra person or something like that. And small business ranges from that all the way to 500 employees, right? And that's an insane range. And most people, when you say small business, are thinking about the owned and operated mom and pop shops. They're not thinking about a company with 500 employees, right? So even if that was the case, for the record, even if you were thinking about small businesses like businesses with 3 employees, 5 employees, 6 employees, okay? For every small business, there's 5 people that are still hired by said small business. So the reality of the matter is you should still focus on the workers, okay? You should still center working class people in your commentary. That's what I think. My company has like a 200 to 300 people and makes up over 100 million in revenue. Yep, that's another small business right there. Just a tiny business, the smallest. Anyway, the idea of making your living off the exploitation of others' labor dispersed into the economy, the worst aspect of capitalism spread among the population. Yeah. Also, petite bourgeoisie, small business owners, also known as small business tyrants, were the backbone of fascist movements, both in Mussolini's Italy, as the fascist movement was gaining steam, and also in Hitler's Nazi Germany. So that is why I feel like, I mean, I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be the guy that's like, this is not real socialism, but like that is something that irks me a little bit. Okay? Department of Education investigating schools for letting trans kids in co-ed groups. Oh my God. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. But I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some fun stuff too. Don't you worry about that. But maybe I'll do TAFs tomorrow. And some more fun reaction stuff. I got a bunch in the docket. I got a bunch lined up. But we did some news. We did some drama. We had some diversity on Freaky Friday. It got freaky. We even did OKBUDDY. All right. Love you all. And peace. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning